Natalia, 6 years ago. Jeannie flicks her hair over her shoulder and leans toward me. Have you heard about the new boy? I raise a brow. No, what about him? She giggles. He's hot. My nose wrinkles as I wonder if he really is. The last boy Jeannie told me was hot was so ugly I couldn't understand how she thought he was attractive. I'll see it when I believe it. I pick at my food, hardly feeling hungry. To be fair, he actually is hot, Anita adds, nodding. Carrie sits down next to me. Who is hot? The new kid from Mexico, Jeannie says. Carrie shrugs. Haven't seen him, but everyone is talking about him. Why? I ask. Apparently, he's hot and acting like he owns the place, even though he doesn't speak English well. Anita nods over to the entrance of the cafeteria. There he is. I turn my head to get a look at the boy that everyone is supposedly talking about, and it feels like my entire world stands still. On this occasion, Jeannie is right. He's the most beautiful boy I've ever seen, even from this distance. I can tell he has thick, dark brown hair that is styled perfectly and alluring tanned skin. Who is he? I ask. His name is Elias Morales, and he just moved here from Mexico. Jeannie shrugs. His English may not be the best, but it doesn't matter when he looks like that. She continues gawping at him, and when he's got his lunch, she calls him over. Hey, Elias, come and sit with us. Jeannie bats her eyelashes at him as he approaches. How is your first day going? He shrugs. Okay. It's clear from that response he's a boy of few words as he takes a seat opposite me and then looks up, his ice blue eyes landing on mine instantly. It feels like I can't breathe at the intensity in them, and his jaw clenches. Who's your friend? He asks, eyes narrowing. I see what Jeannie means about him not having the best English. His accent is heavy and his speech is broken, but now he's this close, it's impossible to deny how gorgeous he is. His eyes are aquamarine blue and so piercing it feels like he's looking right into my soul. Jeannie sets a hand on my arm. This is Natalia. Natalia, this is Elias. I smile at him and hold my hand out over the table. Nice to meet you. He glares at my hand with an odd hatred that sends shivers down my spine. I don't even know the kid, and he's acting like an asshole. Anita clears her throat. Oh, and this is Anita. She signals to Anita, but he doesn't take his eyes off of me. And Carrie. His jaw clenches. Why you friend with her? He asks, clearly talking about me. The question makes my stomach churn as I stare at the boy who has taken an instant disliking to me. He doesn't look at Jeannie. Instead, his eyes remain fixed to my face. What do you mean? She asks, drawing my attention to her. She shakes her head, brow furrowed as she glances between Elias and me. Natalia is cool. His nose wrinkles as he shakes his head and moves to get up. I won't eat with her. I feel my mouth fall open as I stare at this boy, wondering what his problem is. What the hell? I ask. Jeannie grabs his hand as he's about to leave, shaking her head. Wait, you're right. Her attention moves to me and her eyes narrow. You leave, Natalia. I'm so shocked I stare at her with my mouth open, wondering if she's being serious. After she doesn't say another word, staring at me expectantly, I shake my head. You've got to be kidding, right? Jeannie shakes her head. No, Elias wants you to leave, so you should. Jeannie, Carrie says her name. We don't even know this guy. I want to eat with Elias, so Natalia needs to leave. She glares at me. Leave. I swallow hard, glancing at my two other friends who fall into silence. It feels like they've stabbed a hole in my chest and twisted the knife. We've been friends for years, and suddenly a boy comes along who doesn't like me, and they're kicking me off our usual table. Elias smirks cockily at me. Right. Run, Gurin. Leave. My brow furrows as I wonder how he knows my surname. Jeannie only told him my first name. I grab my lunch tray and stand, glancing once more at the 3 girls who I've been friends with for years. Pretty fucking low, Jeannie. All because you have the hots for the new kid? Elias stands then, baring his teeth at me. I will run this place and make life hell for Gurin. Leave, he growls. As I search his ice-blue eyes, I wonder what I've done to inspire hatred from a boy I don't even know. It's impossible to understand, so instead of saying another word, I turn away and walk toward an empty table near the back. Once I'm almost at the table, someone calls my name. Hey, Natalia! I turn to see Adriana sitting nearby, watching me. I've spoken to her briefly in physical education, and she's always been friendly, even if we're not friends. Hey, I say, clenching my jaw as I try not to let the pain in my chest draw tears. All I really want is to eat fast and go back to my room to sob into my pillow. What was that all about? I shrug. New kid doesn't like me, and Jeannie cares more about hot guys than her friend. Adriana pats the seat next to her. You are welcome to join me, Georgia, and Camilla. I glance at the other 2 girls sitting at her table, who I've never spoken to but know by name. Camilla smiles at me. Yeah, that's pretty shitty what Jeannie just did. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and then nod. Sure, thanks. I place my tray down on the table and sit next to Adriana, shifting uncomfortably. I'm not sure what I did to piss Elias off, to be honest. Georgia shakes her head. Jeannie's the one in the wrong. She should have told him to fuck off. I smile. Thanks for letting me eat with you guys. Sure thing. Camilla's eyes turn angry. I hate bullies with a vengeance, especially Jeannie. Her jaw clenches slightly. Even though you've been friends with her for years, you never got involved in her antics. It's true. I've always been too involved in my studies to be bothered with Jeannie's constant obsession with school hierarchy and making the new kids feel like shit. However, I've never been one to stand against it either. As I gaze over to the table I've sat at since I was 8 years old, I notice Jeannie smirking at me as she whispers something to Anita. They all laugh, and I feel heat flood through my entire body. Assholes, I mutter. Adriana nudges me gently. Ignore them. You don't need girls like that in your life. She clears her throat. You are welcome to hang out with us whenever you want. Camilla raises a brow. As long as you aren't too cool for us. I shake my head. Why are you guys being so nice to me when I've always hung out with a bully? Georgia shrugs. Because I can sense a kindred spirit a mile off. It's a bit of a gift. I smile, sensing that I'm going to get on well with all these girls. It's a shame it's taken this long for me to speak to them, since they've attended this school as long as I have. So, I don't really know much about any of you. Where are you all from? Sicily, Georgia says, which explains the accent. I'm from Chicago, Camilla replies. You're from Boston, right? I nod in response. Yeah. I glance at Adriana. How about you? Her brow furrows a little, as if she expected me to know, but I've always been shit at keeping up with who is from what family and where. I live over the border in Mexico. Wow, that's a long journey. Do you miss your home? Adriana shrugs. Not really. My family rarely had any time for me. They're too wrapped up in whatever shit they're running down there. The Vasquez cartel is one of the biggest mafia organizations in Mexico. I'm happy to be away from it. Vasquez cartel. I've heard of them. They're in direct opposition to the cartel that supplies my brother with drugs, the Estrada cartel. I nod and tuck into my food, despite not feeling hungry after the ordeal with Elias. I wonder what that boy's problem is. Elias? Adriana asks. I nod in reply. God knows, Camilla says, shaking her head. He keeps looking over at you with a horrible look in his eyes. I glance over to find Camilla is right. He's glaring at me even though he successfully got me kicked off my usual table. In fact, I sense I've been kicked out of my friend group entirely, and I don't even feel sad about it. Adriana sighs. He's part of the Estrada cartel, although his second name is Morales because his mother married. My brow furrows as his ice blue eyes narrow, and he makes a signal with his thumb, slicing it across his throat. I swallow hard, pain clutching at my chest as I wonder what the hell I've done to inspire such hatred. He's a member of the cartel that supplies the Gurin Bratva, so it doesn't explain why he hates me so much. Our families are basically allies. A tightness squeezes at my chest as I tear my eyes away from his, like a warning tightening around my heart. He may have been the single most beautiful boy I've ever seen, but he's also clearly unhinged. He may be hot, but the kid gives me the creeps, Camilla says, shaking her head. Georgia nods. Yeah, best to stay away from him. He's not a guy you want to cross, Adriana says, shaking her head. Their family is as crazy as mine. I raise a brow. Does that mean I need to be careful around you, too? Adriana laughs. Perhaps. Her expression turns serious. No, I hate all that mafia shit. I try to stay out of it as much as I can. Camilla nods. Me too. Georgia shrugs. I'm lucky, I guess. My family is pretty awesome, but Sicily differs from America. I swallow hard, as I'm rather involved in it all at home. Mikhail says I'm going to lead the Bratva one day, which many think is ridiculous. A woman leading the Brotherhood? It just isn't heard of. Instead of saying anything, I just nod. A comfortable silence falls over the table, and I wonder whether I've been a fool for the 4 years I've been here. Friends with the wrong girls. Camilla, Georgia, and Adriana all seem much more genuine. I hate that the image of Elias Morales gesturing at his throat replays constantly in my mind. I fear that in the blink of an eye, my life at the Syndicate Academy is about to take a very dark turn if that boy won't leave me alone. Present day. I stare up at the ominous building, hating the way my palms sweat at the sight of a school I've attended since I was 8 years old. You'd think after almost 10 years the first day jitters would have gone, but I know the reason I get so nervous. Elias Morales, the king of the Syndicate Academy and a complete and utter asshole. A tingle races down my spine as I take my first step toward the building, wondering if Camilla and Adriana have arrived yet. Every year without fail since he arrived, Elias has set out to make my life hell, although last year was the most tame year of them all. I'm hoping that the trend continues this year and hell keep mostly away from me. The last year of the Syndicate Academy, and then I'm free from him forever. I sigh, allowing that thought to calm me as I walk through the vast, ornate oak doors that pave the way into the academy. It doesn't help that George's family pulled her out last year. We were close, and it's not the same being here without her. She always had my back. At least I still have Camilla and Adriana, but there's a hole she left in our group. Everyone is gathered in the main hall as chatter carries through the cold stone corridors from that direction. I clench my jaw as this is the moment I hate the most of the first day. Entering that fucking hall. Especially if Elias gets in there first and decides to torment me. As I'm about to step inside, a heavy hand lands on my shoulder and yanks me backward. What the? I stop speaking when I see Elias towering over me, piercing blue eyes as cold as ice. He's the most painfully handsome guy at this academy, but he's rotten to the core. My heart thuds unevenly in my chest, making me hate the way his mere presence has such power over me. I fear him, and I wish I didn't. It's like any time he looks at me, I'm transported back to his first day, when I was 12 years old, but he's a year older, because he came from Mexico to America late and was behind in his studies. That was the day that turned my entire life at the academy upside down in the blink of an eye. Before he arrived, I was popular and well-liked. Once he set his eyes on me and decided that he hated me for no reason whatsoever, I became an outcast. Elias walked in here like he owned the place and claimed the crown in 2 seconds flat before turning me into a fucking pariah. Not so fast, Gurin. I wet my too dry lips and stand taller, trying to mask my fear. His smirk widens. I've got something important I need to discuss with you. What? I snap, shrugging his hand off on my shoulder. I'm late and so are you. He leans closer to me, the masculine scent of him invading my space. You're going to want to hear me out. Trust me. I sneer at that. I think trusting you is the last thing that'll ever happen. He grabs my wrist and yanks me down the corridor, away from the main hall. I struggle to keep up with him, almost tripping over my own feet. Where are you taking me? Shut it, Gurin, he growls, coming to a stop outside of an empty classroom. Inside. I stare warily at the classroom, wondering if he intends to trick me like he did in 9th grade. I'm not a fucking idiot. I remember the last time you thrust me into an empty classroom. His eyes flash and he pushes me inside, stepping in with me. He turns the lock on the door and then spins to face me, a cruel smirk splitting his beautiful face in two. It's hard to comprehend how a man so beautiful on the outside could be so rotten inside. I did a lot of digging over the summer, Natalia, he says, walking closer to me. And I stumbled on some rather valuable information. My brow furrows as this isn't where I expected the conversation to go. What kind of information? Information that could ruin everything your father built here in North America. He places a hand in his pocket and pulls out a sheet of paper, unfolding it. It appears Daddy Dearest was a bit naughty back in Moscow, wasn't he? It feels like my throat constricts as I stare blankly at the paper, wondering what kind of evidence he has. My mother and father's love story was never a traditional one, and it was one we were always taught to keep secret. It was fraught with betrayal and danger. He kidnapped my mother from a powerful enemy in Moscow, intending to use her as leverage, but fell in love with her. After that, they fled the country and took on new identities here in America. Does Morozov mean anything to you? He asks, advancing slowly toward me, backing me toward the wall. I swallow hard. No, should it? Liar, he snarls, thrusting the paper into my chest. Your daddy's name was Valery Morozov, not Gurin. A part of me is thankful, as my so-called friends, Jeannie Doyle, Anita Henderson, and Carrie Garcia, were never truly my friends. They were false and only cared about appearances, and still do to this day. I can't deny that if it weren't for Elias knocking me off my pedestal, I never would have been friends with the 3 most amazing girls at this school: Camilla Marone, Georgia D'Amato, and Adriana Vasquez. Elias grabs a fistful of my hair, groaning against my ear. That's it, Gurin. Just like that, he breathes. His deep, velvety voice, almost alluring, if it weren't for the fact he's literally blackmailing me right now. I bet your tight virgin cunt is dripping wet right now. No chance, I say. I wonder if you're a liar, he murmurs, his hand inching up the skirt of my dress. I think I'll find out. I kick out, trying to get away from him. Let go of me. No, because you know the deal, Natalia. His hand continues to move up my bare thigh until his fingers skirt the edge of my panties. Do as I say or lose everything. I grit my teeth, as doing anything this man says goes against every fiber of my being. He doesn't have the right to touch me, and yet I'm backed into a corner with no escape. I can't let him destroy the one thing I care about most in this world, my brother and our family's legacy. I'm not stupid enough to believe that me or my sister Yana would get off lightly if Elias unveiled the truth to our grandfather, even with the protection of the cartel. He's had a price on my father's and mother's head since before I was born. What secrets are you hiding under that skirt? He breathes, as he pulls aside my panties and slides a finger through my shamefully wet pussy. Fuck, he groans, shoving it inside of me roughly. Do you like it rough, Natalia? I don't like anything from you. He chuckles. Such a naughty little liar. Perhaps I'll make you come right here and prove how untrue that statement is. I jolt as his finger bumps against my clit, driving me wild. Sinking my teeth into my lip, I silence my moan. Suddenly, chatter erupts outside the classroom, and a bell chimes, signaling that we've missed the first welcome back meeting in the main hall. He makes a groaning sound. Looks like my fun has been cut short. He removes his hand from under my skirt, and then his fingers dip into my pocket, and he grabs my cell phone out of it. Hey, give that back, I say, spinning around and trying to grab it from him. He holds it out of my reach, eyes narrowing. Remember your place, or do we not have a deal? It kills me to bow to this bully's demands, but I know I can't risk our grandfather finding us. Father always warned us about the feud between them and how he was furious when he took our mother. It was a rather strange star-crossed lover story in which they turned from enemies to soulmates. Fine, I grit out. Passcode, he demands. I glare at him before telling him the code, which is my birth date. 8/12/03. His eyebrow raises. Birthday? I shrug. Perhaps. He shakes his head, keying in the code. At least I know you're legal then. His eyes narrow. 18 years old and ripe for fucking. I wrinkle my nose in disgust. You're a pig. What the fuck is he looking for? He laughs as he scrolls through my phone, setting my nerves on edge. And then his expression turns lethal as that smirk drops. Who is Darian? He asks, eyes zeroing in on me. My stomach churns as he's going through my messages. Darian is a boy I met over the summer, and we've been seeing each other. A friend, I lie. His eyes narrow. He seems a bit too friendly to me. You won't text him anymore? He passes me back the phone. I've deleted and blocked his number. What the hell? He lunges forward, wrapping his fingers around my throat. You don't seem to understand the power I have over you, Gurin. You speak to no other boys except for me. My number is in there, and I have yours. I'll be watching every fucking move you make this year, and one wrong move will land your brother in serious shit. The door to the classroom opens, and Professor Nitkin clears his throat. "Hands off of her, Morales," he says, his voice so lethal it's enough to turn my bully pale. He releases me and turns away, whispering, "I'm watching." As he walks out of the classroom, leaving me with Nitkin, who is eyeing me. "I've got a class starting in 2 minutes. Out," he barks. I nod, grabbing my bag and rushing past him into the corridor. My hopes of this year being easy have been squashed before it starts. The promise of escaping my tormentor feels so far away, as he's going to make my life a living hell, deepening the dark hatred I have for him. I've got no choice but to do as he says, as I won't gamble with my family's well-being. 1 year can't be too hard to endure, I hope. Giving him my virginity, on the other hand, is something I'm not sure I can stomach. Elias. I watch her from afar, as I so often do. Her head tilts back as she laughs at something one of her pathetic little friends said, acting as if she isn't shaken by our conversation earlier today. After what I revealed, I expected her to be quiet and fearful of what was to come. Instead, she's behaving the same way she normally would, which irritates me. Natalia doesn't realize just how fucking different this year will be from any other before it. Summer was long and boring in Chicago. All my waste of a space father talks about is the war between the Russians, Italians, and Irish of the city. He doesn't seem to realize that I don't give a fuck about the cartel, or him, for that matter. I'm not in line for the throne, so there's no reason for me to get involved too heavily. I'm unsure whether Natalia notices how much I watch her, but from the day we met, I knew I had to watch her. Her family is the reason everything bad in my life happened, and therefore she is guilty by association. After my ultimatum this morning, she's been brazen enough to ignore the text I sent her and watched her read, "Bro, what's up with you?" Alex asks, elbowing me in the side. I growl, glaring at him. "Keep your elbows to yourself." He raises an eyebrow. "You're in a shit-fucking mood for the first day. Where were you this morning?" I shake my head. Busy. I dig my fork into my food, trying to ignore the desire to continue staring at Natalia. There's no doubt I can't keep my eyes off of her for a second this year, if my plan is going to work. She will give herself to me willingly, and I will break her once she does. I clench my jaw as Jeannie Doyle sits down opposite me, giving me a flirty smirk. "Hey, Elias, how was your summer?" she asks. I don't smile back, as she's been after me since I fucking arrived at this school, and I'm not interested. "Fine," Nick chuckles. He's in one of his bad moods. I shake my head. Shut it, Khrushchev. Rosa, who is Nikolai's on-again, off-again girlfriend, clears her throat. "I must admit, you are in a pretty foul mood." I meet her gaze, narrowing my eyes. "No one asked you, Cabello." Anita and Carrie sit down on either side of Jeannie, eyeing me warily. "So, how was everyone's summer?" Carrie asks. I keep my mouth shut, since I have no intention of discussing my summer with her. "Mine wasn't great, since my father is overprotective," Jeannie says, eyes still fixed on me. "The organizations in Chicago are all at war, except for the Estrada cartel, it would seem." I clench my jaw at the mention of my family. "What's your point?" "Why the cop-out, Elias?" she asks, smirking at me. "Is your uncle too scared to get involved and pick a side?" "Too smart, more like," I snarl, glaring at her. She's a stuck-up and self-centered bitch who I can't stand. To be honest, she's hardly fucking mafia royalty anyway. Just because she's loosely related to the Calligans, it doesn't mean she's anything special. It's so far down the line anyway, even more so than my relation to the Estrada cartel. She is Ronan Callaghan's late wife's brother's kid. It's why she doesn't have the name, much like me. But my mom was an Estrada before marrying. Well, eventually, he'll have to make a move, she says. He won't have to do shit, I say, pushing aside my tray and leaning my elbows on the table. The cartel has more power than all of you idiots put together. My uncle doesn't need to pick sides, because he's on his own fucking side. Jeannie falls silent at that, her face paling slightly, as if she didn't expect me to tear into her. After all, we're supposed to be friends at this table, but I've never truly liked Jeannie. Anita and Carrie are okay, but they're easily persuaded to do things by Jeannie. Damien, who is thankfully often silent, stands. I've got torture next period. Anyone else? He meets my gaze. I stand. Yeah, I'll join you. I'm thankful he can read when I need to get away. See you later, I say to the rest of the table, heading out of the cafeteria with him. It's impossible to keep my eyes off of Natalia, though, as I walk past her table. I clench my fists as the desire to grab her hair and yank her out of her seat, dragging her publicly out of here, is strong. But Professor Nitkin is watching the cafeteria like a hawk, and I'd never get away with it. Especially not after he caught us alone in the classroom this morning. So, you want to talk about it? Damien asks, as we walk into the practically empty corridor. I sigh heavily. Not really. I'm just pissed about Natalia. He raises a brow. Not this again. I thought you were over your vendetta to make her life hell. I chuckle. No, I'm just beginning. I've got dirt on her family that could destroy them, and yet she fucking ignores my text? I shake my head. I need to teach her a good fucking lesson. Shit, so my assumption that you dropped your little feud was wrong? I nod, wondering why he's so bothered about it. Great, I owe Alex $100. I glare at him. Are you saying you bet on whether I was going to stop tormenting Natalia Gurin? He shrugs. Yeah, I thought you'd got over it. Alex reckoned you were biding your time. His brow furrows. What exactly did she do to make you hate her so much anyway? What did Natalia Gurin do to make me hate her? I don't think she even knows the answer to that question. But I do. Her family is the reason that the Estrada cartel got a foothold in North America, handing all the power over to my uncle. I despise her and her family, because they're the reason they moved me from my home country and tore away the only person I ever loved. A country I belonged to, forced to live in a place where I didn't have a full grasp on the language and thrown into a fucking academy for mafia heirs. The Gurin Bratva ruined my life, and she is a part of it, which makes her guilty by association. Even though the Gurin Bratva is in Boston, they opened the door to the Estrada cartel by pledging to buy our drugs only, allowing the family to move to Chicago. It led to the worst night of my life, the night we left Mexico. I shake my head, trying to push away the painful memories. Ever since I learned a Gurin attended this academy, I vowed I'd make her life hell from day one. And that's exactly what I did. That hatred has morphed and changed over the years, getting more twisted and darker the older I got. It's a long story, I say. He nods, as Damien always knows when to push or not. Fair enough. We don't want to be late on our first day with Nitkin. He gives me a pointed look. The guy still scares the shit out of me, even now I'm a senior. Don't tell Alex or Nick, though. I clap him on the back, laughing. I think he scares most of the students here, including Alex. We walk into the classroom where most of the students have already taken their seats a few minutes before the start of class. Damien and I always sit at the back, but we both notice the new kid sitting in my seat, of all places. I glance at Damien and give him the nod, which tells him to have my back. I march up to the desk and everyone turns quiet, watching us. "You're sitting in my seat," I say, cracking my knuckles. The kid gives me a cocky glance and then returns his attention to his cell phone. I don't see names on the seats. I clench my jaw and grab the lapel of his shirt, pulling him halfway out of his seat. "Listen to me, you piece of shit. This is my seat. Get the fuck out of it before I chuck you out." He smirks, blue eyes sparking with danger. "I'd like to see you try." He grabs my wrist and frees himself, adjusting his shirt and sitting back down with his arms crossed over his chest. "Find another seat." I don't know who the fuck this kid thinks he is, as I walk to his side and yank him right out of it. He glares into my eyes, daring me to make a move. "Who the fuck do you think you are, newbie?" I growl. He shrugs. "Rizzo Bianchi," he replies, looking unfazed by my actions. "Now let go of me before I make you." Anger coils through me at this guy's fucking audacity, but I get the sense he can handle himself. Instead of finding out, I let go of his collar and shove him aside. "You find another seat," I say. Before I can register, he grabs my shoulder and pulls me around, landing a hard punch to the jaw. "Motherfucker," I growl, launching at him and tackling him to the ground. My fists pummel his face, but he just smirks with each hit, laughing. Everyone gasps, and I know it's not because of the fight. A heavy crack sounds, which signals Nitkin just entered the fucking room and has a hold of his whip. My spine stiffens as I stand straight, realizing I look like the instigator, since I was the one on top of Rizzo and punching the shit out of him. "Back away from him, Morales," Nitkin says. I swallow hard and follow his orders, as even I'm not insane enough to stand up to that sadist. "Get up, Mr. Bianchi," he orders. Rizzo has a busted lip and his eye is already turning black as he stands, glaring at me. "Explain what happened." I open my mouth to speak, but Nitkin cuts me off. "Not you. I want to hear it from Rizzo." Rizzo shrugs. "A disagreement, sir." "Mutual?" Professor Nitkin asks. He nods in response. Clearly he's no snitch. "Yeah, just a mutual disagreement." "Fine, both of you sit down. I'll deal with you later." Nitkin doesn't look like he believes Rizzo as he narrows his eyes at me. Rizzo sits in my seat again, looking cocky as he gives me a knowing look. I grind my teeth and take my seat elsewhere, hating that the new kid forced me to back down in front of everyone. If it weren't for the professor arriving when he did, I'm sure I would have forced him to back down. Although, the way he laughed when I hit him repeatedly makes me wonder how much pain he can take. "What the fuck is with that guy?" Damien whispers as he takes the empty desk next to me. I shrug. No idea. But at least he didn't grass me up to Nitkin. I can't deny that anyone gutsy enough to stand up to me on his first day deserves my respect. "True," Damien replies, opening his textbook. "Today we're going to learn about the parts of the body that inflict the most pain." The look in Professor Nitkin's eyes is one of pure, sadistic joy at announcing that. He's a fucking crazy son of a bitch who everyone fears being punished by, even me. Although I wouldn't admit it out loud. "Please turn to page 76 in your textbook." I thumb my way through the pages detailing archaic ritual torture and killings. It's hard to believe that these kinds of books exist, but the mainstream have buried them. Only the Syndicate Academy would be fucked up enough to unearth them. I sit back and tune out the humdrum of the lesson, since I hardly need to learn any more than my family taught me about torture. The cartel is renowned for creativity with our victims. My mind wanders to thoughts of my pretty little pet, and I hate myself for it. It makes my stomach churn as the girl I've hated more than anyone else has morphed into an obsession I can't scrub from my mind. An obsession can be a dangerous thing, even if it is born out of deep-rooted hatred. Natalia. It's been 3 days since Elias blackmailed me. In those 3 days, it feels like the asshole has been avoiding me on purpose, forcing me to look over my shoulder at every turn. I'm waiting for him to strike at any moment, and I don't like it. Life at the academy has always been this way since he arrived, but it feels worse now I know his intention for me this year. He has sent me texts tormenting me with stupid comments, but I've not acknowledged most of them. A few I sent one-word answers back, but if he thinks he can play me for a fool, he can think again. Yes, he has leverage over me and my family, but he's been clear on what he wants in return. My innocence. I'll give it to him to keep my family safe, but I won't let him treat me like nothing more than a slave who has to do everything he says. The memory of the way he touched me in that empty classroom sends an involuntary shudder down my spine. After all the things he's done to me over the years, he craves the ultimate control over me's sexual submission. It's sick and twisted, and exactly the kind of shit I'd expect him to pull. A sense of unease sweeps over me as I walk down the empty corridor toward my next classroom, as I had first period free. I walk faster as I get the sense someone is following me, making my heart pound at 1,000 miles an hour between my ribcage. "Not so fast, Gurin," he says. That voice I'd know anywhere. It haunts my nightmares. I swallow hard as I knew this moment would come sooner or later, and stop, turning to face him. "What do you want?" I ask. A callous smirk spreads onto his too beautiful lips. "You've been a very bad girl, Natalia." I clench my jaw and pretend I don't know what he's talking about. "No idea what you mean." He closes the gap between us, towering over me in all his grandeur. "Is that right?" His lip curls up. "Then what the fuck are these?" He holds up his phone, scrolling through his texts and my replies. I shrug. "I replied, didn't I?" "Not to all of them," he growls, eyes furious. "It's as if you are goading me to ring up Grigory Lebedev and tell him I know where his family is hiding." I cross my arms over my chest. "You told me what you want to keep quiet. You want to take my virginity, and I'll agree. But other than that, I'm not doing everything you say all year." His expression turns deadly as he glares at me, and then he moves, wrapping his fingers around my throat tightly and slamming my back into the lockers nearby. "Clearly, you misunderstood what I want for my silence." His nostrils flare as those unique aquamarine eyes search mine. "I told you that you will be my pet for 1 year. It means what it sounds like. You do as I say without question if you want me to stay quiet." A cruel smirk plays on his lips. "Even if I tell you to crawl beside me on all fours like a fucking dog, you will not question me. Do you understand?" The firm press of his hand at my throat incites a terror that makes me feel shame, as if the 12-year-old girl that fears him is standing here instead of the 18-year-old. "Yes," I rasp, struggling to draw breath into my lungs. "Good," he says, releasing his grasp but keeping me cornered against the lockers. "Now, on your knees," he demands. My eyes widen. "What?" I said, "on your knees." The tone of his voice is lethal. My heart hammers so hard against my ribcage that I'm not entirely sure it won't break out of my body at any minute. What for? He grabs hold of my shoulders and forces me down to the floor, glaring at me. Take my cock out, and I won't ask again. My stomach tumbles like a pile of bricks. I can't do that here. What if... Now, Gurin. Or people will see. He glances at his watch. We have 8 minutes until first period ends. I swallow hard and reach for the zipper of his pants, feeling disgusted with myself that my pussy is wet thinking about this son of a bitch's cock. He may be attractive, but he's done horrible things to me in the past, and this is no exception. In fact, this is one of the worst things he's ever done. It's just that, in the past, it always centered on humiliating me or physically hurting me. This sexual edge to his torment is new and confusing. He's not wearing any boxers as his hard cock springs free, veiny and large. The first cock I've ever seen physically, and it seems huge to me. I don't know what to do as I stare at the liquid beating on the tip, feeling a hotness sweeping over every inch of my body. Put it in your mouth, he says, glaring down at me with those blue, hateful eyes. Please, don't do this, I plead with him, panic coiling through me. If anyone were to see us, I'd die of embarrassment, not least because Elias is doing this to degrade me. Open up now, he growls, lacing his fingers in my hair. I shudder as I open my jaw and shut my eyes, hating how hopeless I am right now. The more I push him, the more I place my family in danger. I have no choice but to accept my position as his little pet for an entire fucking year. It's the worst possible fate. Eyes open and on me, his fingers roughly yank my chin upwards. I want you to look me in the eye while I fuck your throat. My eyes flutter open, and the look of angry lust in his eyes shocks me to the core. Elias has always seemed so self-assured and so in control of his emotions. But right now, I can read his desire a mile off, which makes no sense. How can he hate me and want me at the same time? Good girl, he murmurs, before thrusting his hips forward. I gag instantly, the salty, masculine taste of him overwhelming my senses. My hands instinctively land on his thighs as I attempt to push the huge length of him away, but he holds firm. Take it and don't fight, he breathes, his voice raspy with desire. It will only be worse for you if you fight. I turn limp, obeying him as my throat accepts his assault. Slowly, he pumps his hips in and out, eyes flickering shut as he groans. Fuck, Gurin, he murmurs, nostrils flaring as those ice blue eyes remain on mine. Your throat is heaven. A shot of arousal floods through me at the way he's looking at me right now, as if he wants to devour every part of me. I should be scared. After all, Elias' main aim throughout our entire time together at SA has been to humiliate and destroy me. And yet, a part of me is aroused by his disgusting behavior. Even now, after all these years of torment, he has a power over me I'll never understand. Tears prickle my eyes as he rams the entirety of his cock down my throat, choking me with it. His thrusts become uneven and more frantic as he glares down at me, his face contorted with pleasure. Such a good girl, he purrs, making my nipples harden. You take my cock like a good little slut, he breathes, and despite the degrading nickname, it turns me on more. My little slut. I shudder as his cock seems to swell in my mouth. And you're going to swallow every drop of my cum, he orders, eyes flashing with such powerful desire, it makes me wetter than I've ever been before. He laces his fingers in my hair and yanks me forward, burying his cock to the hilt in my throat as he explodes down it. I gag, struggling to breathe as he holds me there and drains every drop, making it impossible to do anything but swallow. Finally, he yanks my mouth off of him and I gasp for air. The bell sounds and my heart skips a beat as he casually stuffs his semi-hard cock back into his pants and then yanks me to my feet with my hair. I quickly wipe away the saliva from my face and brush away the tears his ruthless assault had forced from my eyes. The thud of footsteps entering the corridor makes me long to get away from him, but he doesn't release me. Get off, I say, trying to untangle his fingers from my hair. Never, he breathes, and then his lips descend on mine, right there in the hallway where everyone can see. I hear hushed chatter behind us and a few laughs as he possessively thrusts his tongue into my mouth, deepening the kiss. After agonizing seconds tick by, he finally releases me and then breathes, "You're mine, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it." With that, he turns away and strides down the corridor. I sag against the lockers, feeling humiliated. I always knew Elias was cruel to the core, but what he just made me do was on another level entirely. "What the hell was that?" Camilla asks, staring at me like I've gone insane. I straighten up, adjusting the front of my blouse. "Fuck knows," I say, looking down the corridor where Elias disappeared. "He cornered me and wouldn't let me go," I lie, too ashamed to tell her what he really did. My cheeks blister with heat as Adriana eyes me, as if she doesn't believe that "Are you like a thing now?" she asks. "God, no," I say. But I know that's going to be increasingly difficult to convince them of, that the more Elias lays his claim on me. Camilla breathes an overly exaggerated sigh of relief. "Thank fuck for that, because I thought you were actually losing your mind for a second there." Adriana can see right through my bullshit. She knows when something's up, and convincing her otherwise is going to be tough. "We've got physical education next with Daniels." She makes a fake puking motion. "Let's get going before he makes us dress in front of him, the pervert." Camilla laughs, which eases some of the tension coiling through me. "At least he's a hot pervert, though." Adriana rolls her eyes as she leads the way down the corridor. "Doesn't make him any less of a creep. I heard Jeannie got fucked by him last year. After all, she's a year older than us, and I think he liked the idea of getting with a junior." This time it's my turn to retch. Gross. That man has fucked far too many students. He's the biggest man whore ever. Camilla nods. "And unfortunately, our entire year is fair game to him, so we better keep our wits about us. He always picks 1 or 2 seniors to get into bed with each semester." Adriana shakes her head. "Well, I can guarantee it won't be me." "Me neither," I say, scrunching up my nose. "There's no way I want Jeannie's sloppy seconds." We all laugh at that, and I feel the tension ease as I try not to think about the sick way Elias just forced me to my knees and assaulted me. My problems with Elias will not go away, but for now, I can try to forget them. The guy is insane if he thinks he can boss me around like that. But something tells me if I want our family secret to remain buried, I have no choice but to obey him. That's not what worries me the most, though. It's that he is determined to make it clear to every single student here that I belong to him, after all the shitty things he's done to me over the years. His words keep repeating in my mind. You're mine, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. I can handle him taking what he wants from me in private, but I fear he's going to make sure that everything he does is as public as possible. He'll use this opportunity to humiliate me, and I have no power to stop it. All I can do is suffer in silence and wait out the rest of the school year, hoping he doesn't break me completely. Elias. Nick clears his throat as we leave our last class of the day. What is it? I ask, glaring at him. It's so obvious when he wants to say something, but doesn't have the balls to bring it up. Is it true? I know exactly what he's talking about. The rumor already spreading faster than wildfire that I'm dating Natalia Gurin. Is what true? You and Gurin, he clarifies. I smirk at him. We're not dating. She's just my little pet, I reply, shaking my head. Do you really think I'd date her? He shrugs non-committally as we walk toward our lockers. I never know what you're going to do, Elias. I laugh at that as I find my locker and open it, shoving my books inside. It's just weird that you kissed her, is all, Nick muses. I clench my jaw and glare at him. Weird? Are you questioning me, Khrushchev? He shakes his head, holding his hands up in surrender. No, I just reckoned you hated her. I do. Then why would you kiss her? He asks. Because I can, and it shows how much power I have over her. She can't do anything about it. He nods, brow furrowed slightly as if he still doesn't get it. I don't need to explain myself to him. On another note, he says, leaning against the locker beside mine, what are we going to do about Rizzo? Damien told me what happened in torture with Nitkin. Fuck's sake. Damien could have kept his mouth shut, but I know it would have gotten out eventually. I crack my neck. If someone disrespects me like that, I'm expected to teach them a lesson. After all, I wasn't given the crown for being a fucking pussy who allows others to walk over me. However, there's something different about Rizzo. On this occasion, I'm not sure it's wise to make an enemy of him for it. Rizzo is tough. I saw it in his eyes when I hit him. Someone like him is better as an ally than an enemy. Nothing other than befriend him. I shrug when Nick looks at me like I've just told him I'm going to shoot up the entire fucking cafeteria with an AK-47. He didn't snitch, and I respect the kid. He can take a hit. You're really causing a stir for the first week back, aren't you? He asks. Rosa approaches us, smiling. Hey, babe, she says, wrapping her arms around Nikolai's neck and pulling him in for a kiss. He kisses her back, but then pushes her to one side. Hey, can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? A flash of hurt enters her eyes, but she's fucking asking for it being with Nikolai. Their relationship is the most toxic one at SA. He's never treated her right for the 4 years they've been dating, and yet she constantly crawls back to him, clearly insecure. Yeah, she says, bowing her head. I'm sorry. Pathetic. Shall I leave you two alone? I ask, glancing between them. After all, I've got a Bianchi to hunt down. Nah, I've got to see this. Nick shoots Rosa an irritated glare. I'll see you later. That's his way of saying he doesn't want her to tag along, oblivious to the tears in her eyes. I'm not sure why he dates her, to be honest, as half the time it's as if she pisses him off just by being herself. Rosa isn't that bad, although her overly happy attitude can be a drag at times. Once we're out of earshot, he groans. That girl is doing my head in. Why don't you just call it off then? He raises a brow. And give up the fucking amazing blowjob she gives me? Nah, I'll put up with her shit just for that. I chuckle, shaking my head. You can be a real ass, Nick. Yeah, what's your point? I roll my eyes and continue down the corridor, as I know I can't really talk. After all, I've treated girls just as badly as Nick, if not worse. Forcing Natalia onto her knees to suck my dick might have been the worst of them all, to be honest. And yet, it was the most satisfying experience of my life, watching her eye dilate as she took every inch into the back of her throat. I shift my tightening pants and turn the corner toward the gym, where Bianchi seems to spend a lot of time hanging out. Up to now, he's proved to be a bit of a loner who loves to keep to himself. That will all change from today, as I could use a kid like him on my side. The gym is empty except for Bianchi, who is shooting hoops on the far side. I lean against the wall and watch, while Nick follows my lead. He's like a shadow at times, and it can get annoying. But I ignore him and push off the wall, clapping as Rizzo makes his second shot since we walked in and scores again. He turns around the moment he hears me clapping, and his eyes narrow. What do you want? He asks. I approach him, raising an eyebrow. To thank you for not being a fucking snitch to Nitkin. He just gives me a nod and grabs his ball off the floor, tucking it under his arm. No problem. I'm not a snitch. Right. Well, I thought you might want to hang out with us tonight at the ruins. A few of us are having some beers. He tilts his head and glares at me warily. I thought you were here to try to beat me up again. His eyes dart to Nick, who is still resting against the wall, watching. I hold a hand out to him. Truce? There's a few moments of silence until he nods and takes my hand, shaking it firmly. Truce. I smile and nod Nick over. This is Nick. He can be an asshole most of the time, but he's all right when you get to know him. Rizzo nods at him. Cool. So, how long have you been attending this shithole? I chuckle at that. Since I was 13. I was moved from Mexico suddenly and sent here by my father. Rizzo's jaw clenches. I know the feeling. My father just shipped us over from Italy. Nick sighs. I've been here since I was 8 years old. Count yourself lucky. He glares at Rizzo. Especially you. You only have less than a full year to endure. I meet Rizzo's gaze. At least you can speak English. My English was shit when I arrived. Nick nods. It was pretty fucking awful. And yet somehow you put yourself on top from day one. I shrug. Mexican stubbornness, I guess. I would not be bossed around by gringos. Rizzo laughs at that. Fair enough. Any tips? I put my arm over his shoulder. Yeah, stay with us and you'll be fine. The kid tenses a little, but is quick to relax, nodding. Sure thing. I remove my arm from him and nudge him in the ribs. I'm starving. Me too, Nick says, running a hand across the back of his neck. Let's head to dinner. Rizzo glances at the basketball on the floor, as if wondering whether to abandon his workout for food. You going to come, Bianchi? I ask. Sure. He grabs his rucksack off the floor and shoulders it. Lead the way. I feel satisfied that it was so easy to get Rizzo Bianchi onto my side, as I need guys like him on my team. After all, there are always assholes trying to claim the crown from me. Boys who think they're men, challenging me and my place at the top. Rizzo is the first kid who I wouldn't have bet against actually succeeding, so best to have him on my side. As we round the corner into the main corridor, I almost slam straight into Finn Murphy, one of the assholes who thinks he's tough. He's flanked by his two Irish friends, as they seem to stick together, Sean Kelly and Rowan O'Sullivan. "Look who it is, lads," he says, smirking. I cross my arms over my chest, narrowing my eyes. "What the fuck do you want, Finn?" He tilts his head. "Still so cocky about your position here, aren't you, Elias?" He chuckles. "King of the Syndicate Academy. But for how long?" I clench my fists by my side, smirking. "Say that again, and I'll make sure you have no fucking teeth left." Nick chuckles, and I notice Rizzo is tense, ready for a fight. "Yeah, that suits the Irish though, doesn't it? A load of fucking travelers with no teeth." Finn bares his teeth and growls at Nick. "Keep your mouth shut, Khrushchev, or I'll staple it shut." "I'll talk, no bite," he replies, cracking his knuckles. It's true. Finn Murphy may want the crown, but he's too much of a coward to try to take it. For years he's been mouthing off, and as I glance around the empty corridor, I realize it's probably time to put him in his place once and for all. I strike hard and fast, punching him right in the nose. "Fuck!" he shouts, grabbing hold of his face. "What the fuck was that for?" Mouthing off, I grab the collar of his jacket and drag him toward me. "I run this fucking place, and don't forget it. If you think that's bad, I'll make you wish you weren't born if you ever challenge me again." "Calm it, Morales." He holds his hands up in surrender. "I'm only jesting with you." "Well, don't." I let him go and glare at his two friends. "If I hear any of you questioning my right to rule this place, I'll make sure none of you can walk for a week." Rowan's eyes narrow in anger, but Sean just pales and nods. "No worries, lad," he says, holding his hand up. "No questioning on my part." Rowan doesn't say a word, but Finn nods. "Got it." Blood streams from his nose down his chin as he dodges around me and scampers away, along with his two friends. Rizzo clears his throat. "Does that kind of shit happen often?" I look back at him. "No. Most people aren't stupid enough to challenge me." Nick claps me on the shoulder. "It's about time someone gave that rat what he deserves." I lead the way into the cafeteria, and it feels like it's my lucky day, as Natalia Gurin is headed right toward me. First, I get to put a coward in his place, and now I can humiliate my little pet. She hasn't noticed me as she chats with Adriana, walking right into my path. Nick smirks when he sees where my eyes are focused, and all I have to do is stick my foot out in front of her. Natalia's eyes go wide as she begins to fall, her face flushing in an instant. I watch, laughing with Nick as Natalia faceplants the cafeteria floor. Adriana also hadn't noticed me, and her face turns furious when she realizes what I just did. "You fucking asshole," she says, quickly rushing to her friend's side. "Say that again, and I'll make sure I get you next time, Vasquez." Her eyes narrow, and she blows out an irritated breath, helping Natalia to her feet. Natalia's face looks a little red from the fall, and there's already a small bruise emerging on her cheek. I smirk, looking into her eyes and daring her to say something in retort. Instead, her eyes just hold an odd sorrow I've never seen in them before, as she turns away and leaves. Everyone in the cafeteria is laughing, but for some fucked up reason, I feel a twinge of guilt clawing at my insides. Why the fuck am I feeling guilty when I've done that so many times before, and worse? Natalia Gurin deserves everything she gets, since her family tore me away from my life and dragged me to this shithole of a country. "What was that all about?" Rizzo asks, looking confused. "Natalia Gurin," Nick says, shrugging. Elias likes to keep her in her place. He always has. Rizzo looks a little uncomfortable with it, but doesn't say another word as we each grab a tray and get our food. Perhaps I feel guilt because she didn't even react, just walked away. I guess my hold over her is finally taking root, and she's accepting her position as my plaything for the year. I sit down at our usual table, where Jeannie and Anita are gossiping. Jeannie smirks when I sit down. Nice hit, Elias. She holds her hand out for a high five. I shake my head. Get a life, Jeannie. I tuck into my food, not bothering to look at the pathetic socialite's face at my refusal to high five with her. She's a bitch, and at times, I do wonder why the fuck I don't kick her to the curb along with Anita and Carrie. Those two are like her minions, following her around. I fall into silence, irritated by the look on Natalia's face as it repeats over and over in my mind. It's nagging at me almost as much as the guilt. Why the fuck do I care how upset she is? Natalia. Camilla hooks her arms with mine, giving me an odd look. Everyone is saying you and Elias are an item. What's that all about? I shrug. Stupid gossip because of that kiss a few weeks ago, I guess. Her brow furrows. I heard Elias declare it to Carrie in class today. Declare what? I ask. She purses her lips. That you are his. Well, that's news to me. I clench my jaw. I hate the guy, so why would I date him? That's what I thought, but he's going around telling everyone you belong to him, whatever Dot's supposed to mean. She grimaces. I hate that boy. You and me both, I mutter through gritted teeth. Ever since he forced me to my knees in the corridor, he stuck to his more standard methods of humiliating me. My body heats as I remember how he made me trip over in the cafeteria the same night he'd forced me to my knees. I can't work out which was more humiliating, or if it was the sheer pain I'd felt clutching at my chest. It felt like a betrayal, even though he's made me fall over and worse in front of the school before. After he'd kissed me so intimately in the corridor, it felt much more painful. Since that day, he's played stupid pranks on me as if we were back in 9th grade, such as tripping me over, throwing things at me in class, and last week, he stole my skirt off of my body and locked me in a classroom where Nitkin found me. It was beyond humiliating, but surprisingly, Professor Nitkin didn't get angry. Instead, he found me a skirt and let me go on my way with hardly a word. I had expected to be punished, but I think he knows who did it. Elias is a first-rate asshole, and there's no chance in hell I'd ever affirm such a ridiculous lie, no matter what he threatens me with. Another one of his games, I say, slamming shut my locker and locking it. Adriana approaches us. Are you two heading to lunch? I'm starving. I smile and nod. Adriana is always hungry. Yeah, of course. I turn to lead the way, only to slam straight into a hard wall of muscle. As I glance up, I stare into those cold, calculating blue eyes that can make my heart stop beating. Panic and fear hit me at once, and I take a step back, trying to move around him. Elias slides an arm in front of me, blocking my way. Where do you think you're going, Gurin? He asks, ice blue eyes narrowing. I clench my jaw and meet his gaze, hating the way my heart thuds harder the moment I do. To lunch, so get out of my way. Camilla steps to my side and shoves his arm, trying to free me. Yeah, and while you're at it, stop lying and telling people you and Natalia are dating. He turns his attention to Camilla, a sly little smirk on his lips, one that makes my stomach churn. Did Natalia tell you it's a lie? He asks, moving his eyes back to me. You haven't even told your closest friends the truth? Motherfucker. I swallow hard, realizing he's talking about the blackmail and our deal. Did he really expect me to tell anyone about it? No matter how close my friends are, I can't have anyone else find out about my connection to the Morozov Bratva in Moscow. I trust Adriana and Camilla implicitly, but one slip of the tongue to their families could mean devastation for my brother and the Gurin Bratva. I don't know what you're talking about. He tuts, shaking his head. Natalia and I have an arrangement for the year. The look in his eyes is one of pure, sadistic delight as he glances at Camilla and then Adriana. In effect, she's mine, and that's all you need to know. Camilla's brow furrows as she gives me a quizzical look, but remains silent. His eyes return to me and he smirks. Perhaps you should stop lying to the people closest to you, or you might end up with no one. His arm wraps around my waist and he pulls me closer, leaning into me and pressing a kiss to my cheek. As he moves away, he whispers, "Careful, Natalia. You're playing with fire." The threat in his tone takes my breath away as he turns his back on me, glancing over his shoulder. "See you around, Gurin." He waves and then strolls down the corridor, leaving me to pick up the pieces with my friends. "What the fuck was that?" Adriana asks. I shut my eyes and press a hand to my forehead as an ache starts in the center. He's at his usual games again. That doesn't really answer the question, Camilla presses. I meet my friend's suspecting gazes. I don't want to talk about it, I say, hating that Elias is isolating me from my friends. The risk of the information he holds over me getting into anyone else's hands is too great, and yet I want to tell them the truth. It kills me not to. Fair enough, Adriana says, linking arms with me. Lunch, now, she says, making me laugh at how impatient she is, but I feel so damn thankful for her. Some girls would hold it against me that I don't want to tell them what this arrangement between us entails, but not my two best friends. We walk in silence to the cafeteria, and I can tell Camilla is irritated that I won't tell them what's going on with Elias. Normally, I tell them everything, but even if they swore to never breathe another word about our family's true name to anyone, I know what a motormouth Camilla in particular can be. She can't keep anything from her brothers, and certainly not from her sister, Mia. The two of them are basically inseparable. Once we've got our food, we sit down at our normal table, and Adriana fills in the silence, talking about how much of a pig Coach Daniels was in combat class. Apparently, he tried to proposition her after class, which doesn't surprise me at all. Adriana's quiet and reserved. The kind of girl Coach Daniels always tries to corner. "What are you going to do?" I ask. She shrugs. "I'm going to keep telling him to fuck off." I bite my bottom lip. Not sure Coach Daniels takes rejection very well. Camilla nods. I heard he can make girls' lives a living hell if they reject him. Adriana's expression turns furious as she crosses her arms over her chest. "What are you saying? I'm not sleeping with him because he'll get angry about being rejected. He can fuck himself for all I care." I nod in response. Fair enough. I spoon the delicious pasta into my mouth. "He's hot, though, don't you think?" Camilla asks. Adriana looks at her as if she's clinically insane. "Yes, and a complete and utter man-whore. There's no way I'm giving my virginity to a man like him." I swallow hard, as at least she has a choice who she gives it to. It turns out mine is going to be passed over like some fucking trophy to a guy who has bullied me for years. He's the least deserving of it. And yet I know that I'd give it over in a heartbeat to save my family, particularly Mikhail. My brother is my world. In a way, he's been both my father and my mother since father died 10 years ago. And although he is often busy, he still finds time for me when I'm not at the academy. I know this is my way of paying him back, even if he'd probably murder Elias if he knew about the arrangement or the blackmail. Camilla gets up and heads for the bathroom, and Adriana gives me a look that tells me she isn't going to drop what Elias said. "Are you sure you don't want to talk about it?" she asks. I clench my jaw. "I told you, I don't." I tear off a piece of garlic flatbread and stuff it in my mouth. "Just drop it." She sighs heavily. "I know you well enough to know you won't tell us if you don't want to. I just worry about you is all." I smile at her, but it feels forced. "I know you do, and I love you for it." I reach for her hand and squeeze it. "But I promise you, this is something I just don't want to talk about." She holds her hands up in surrender. "Got it." She mimes zipping her mouth shut. "I won't say another word about it. Thank you." Camilla returns to her seat. "What did I miss?" "Not a lot," Adriana says, winking at me when Camilla isn't looking. "How is the pizza, Camilla? I kind of wish I got it instead of the pasta." She taps her chin. "Maybe I'll get it as well." I chuckle at how greedy my friend can be. "You eat more than any girl I know, and yet you're so damn skinny," Camilla says. She looks offended, holding a hand to her chest. "I'm not skinny. I'm toned and athletic." I nod. "Right," I agree. Skinny isn't the word to describe Adriana's physique. Camilla sets her hands on her hips, shaking her head. "Whatever. She's not curvy like me." She nods at me. "And you can't speak because you are just as slim." I shake my head. "I've always envied your physique, Camilla. It's feminine and beautiful." Her cheeks blush a little and she shakes her head. "You wouldn't say that if you had my hips." Adriana raises a brow. "Everyone envies your shape. Stop being an idiot. We're all beautiful as we are in our own rights." "Agreed," I say, nodding, even though all my life I've felt anything but beautiful. My stomach churns as I realize the only time I have was when Elias was thrusting his cock down my throat. Looking at me with such desire, it made me shake with need. I swallow hard and try to forget the look in his eyes that day and the way it made me feel. The last person on this earth who wants me to feel beautiful is Elias Morales. Instead, he wants to tear away my innocence like a conquest and break me in ways I can hardly imagine yet. A shudder races down my spine as I continue to eat, but feel my appetite slipping away. Elias Morales is going to ensure he does everything to ruin my last year at the Syndicate Academy, and I can't do anything to stop it. All I can hope is that the bond between my friends is strong enough to withstand his meddling, as losing them would hurt the most. Elias. It's been 5 weeks since I kissed Natalia so publicly, and I've changed my tactics a little to torment her so she can't predict what's coming. It's fun toying with her, putting her on edge. My torment since that morning in the hallway has returned to the usual methods, such as tripping her over, embarrassing her in front of the school, and generally making her miserable. All sexual torment has stopped, and I know she's holding her breath, waiting for the next time I make her do something so degrading again. I've told the entire school she belongs to me and is my little pet, which has sent the gossip wheel into overdrive, especially as she keeps denying it. I've never felt more powerful than I do now, forcing Natalia into silence as she unwillingly accepts my dominance is oddly intoxicating. She's never been this easily pliable in all the years we've known each other, even if I have had a power over her since the day I arrived. My deep-rooted hatred for her and her family has always been the driving factor, but I never expected to enjoy this as much as I am. Perhaps it's because hatred can be so fucking passionate, and when I kiss her, it drives me wild like nothing ever has. When I kissed Natalia, it felt like she had set my entire soul on fire, and it was burning me from the inside out. Not to mention, I could not get the image of her on her knees and sucking my cock so damn well out of my mind. I've taunted her about it, reminding her over and over, and threatening to do it again. But I enjoy keeping her guessing. I enjoy knowing that she's holding her breath, waiting for me to force her into another degrading position and take what I want. Even if I've had to take matters into my own hands far more frequently than I used to. As I walk down the corridor, the flash of dark mahogany brown hair catches my eye. I smirk as I approach, knowing that I'm going to enjoy this until I see she's talking to the new girl. Eva Carmichael arrived only a week ago, late for the start of the year. Jeannie, Carrie, and Anita beat her up on her first night pretty badly. They wouldn't stop bragging about it for a week, despite being caught and sent to Nitkin for it. As well as taking her 3-on-1, which clearly isn't fair, but then those girls never play fair. I observe her carefully for the first time, as everyone is talking about how hot she is. She's attractive for the sure, but next to Natalia, her beauty pales. Natalia places a hand on her shoulder and ushers her down the corridor toward me. "Let's have some fun," I say, glancing back at Nick and Rosa, who were following me down the corridor. Nick smirks when he notices Natalia coming right toward us, but Rosa's expression is more of a grimace. The girl doesn't have a bad bone in her body. I march toward her and notice Natalia's lips move as she mutters something to her new friend. "Well, well, look who we have here," I say, smirking. Gurin always has to latch on to the newbies, because she has no fucking friends. Nick and Rosa chuckle behind me, backing me up. "Fuck off, Elias," Natalia says, trying to pull Eva away from me. I block her with my arm. "That's rude, Natalia. Introduce me to your friend." I look over at Eva, who is wearing a pretty floral blouse which cuts low between her breasts, and a black pair of pants that hugs her curvy figure. I get why so many of the guys think she's hot, as her figure is perfect, but somehow when I look at her, she inspires no arousal. A flash of hatred enters Natalia's eyes. "Take your hands off me before I land you in the infirmary." I laugh, struggling to imagine Gurin doing anything but submitting to me. More so now I hold such valuable information. "I'd like to see you try." I look at Eva again. "Elias Morales, who are you?" The girl looks nervous as her attention moves between me and Natalia. "I'm Eva Carmichael." I shove Gurin out of the way and step closer. "Beautiful for an Irish girl," I murmur, before glancing back at Nick and Rosa. "Let me introduce you to Rosa Cabello and Nikolai Khrushchev." I clear my throat, drawing Eva's attention back to me. "You should be careful about who you make friends with." I give Natalia a dirty look. "Yes, I will be." She swings away a good meter from me on her crutches, glaring at me. "I certainly won't be friends with you, that's for sure. I'd rather be friends with a fucking corpse." The new girl holds her chin high, as Natalia gasps. I tilt my head, angry that another fucking newbie is disrespecting me. What is with them lately? "Is that right, Carmichael?" I glance at Natalia. "I'm sure that can be arranged." Eva steps forward and shoves me in the chest with a crutch, forcing me out of her way. "Now move the fuck out of our way." Natalia follows, but I can see the uncertainty in her gaze as our eyes meet. "Careful, Gurin. This little Irish girl can't save you. No one fucking can." They head down the corridor and then Eva calls back. "We don't have time for assholes." I clench my fists. Fucking bitch will wish she never stood up to me. Nick places a hand on my shoulder, smirking. "And here I was thinking you'd gone soft. letting Rizzo get away with it. I glare at him. Rizzo is all right. Even you like him. He nods. Hate to admit it, but the kid is a tough cookie. And I like him, yeah. He glances after Eva. But what exactly are you going to do to her? I'll make sure she knows no one stands in between me and Natalia. I clench my jaw as I watch my nemesis walk away, thinking she won the battle. The war is only just starting, and I'll make sure the entire academy knows Natalia answers to me and me alone, or her brother won't last long. Nick runs a hand through his hair. Forget them for now. We've got anatomy class with Nickkin, Nick points out. Rosa sighs. Yeah, can't be late for that. I nod and lead the way down the corridor after Natalia and her new friend. Natalia is also in anatomy class, so I intend to call her up for her shit. It's as if she's not taking my threat seriously, which means I need to up the stakes and change tactics. Natalia doesn't notice me as I enter the classroom, too busy chatting with Eva. I sit right behind them rather than in my usual seat at the back. Nick looks confused but sits next to me, and Rosa takes a seat next to him. What's with the change in seat? I nod to the two girls sitting in front of us. He shakes his head. You are crazier than ever this year with Gorin. What's it all about? It's our last year, so I've got to make it memorable. I wink, which makes him laugh. Nitkin's signature rap of his ruler against the wooden desk echoes through the classroom, drawing everyone's attention to the front. Page 75, he orders. I grumble as I flip to the page, watching the woman in front of me. How dare she act as if I hold nothing over her head in front of her new friend? She should have been the one to call Eva out for her shit, but instead, she followed her like a lost puppy. I weigh my rubber in my hand and give Nick a nudge, smirking as I aim and throw it right at Natalia. It hits the back of her head. Ouch, she says, placing a hand where it hit and turning to glare at me with those fiery brown eyes of hers. I grit my teeth as that look only calls the images of her on her knees to the forefront of my mind. An image I've been unable to wipe from my mind because it was so fucking hot, even if I do hate her. What you looking at, Gorin? I know I'm hot, but there's no need to stare. The fire in her eyes increases and her tanned cheeks turn a shade of pink as rage overwhelms her. I'm thankful I'm the reason she's so angry, as I love getting under her skin. She shakes her head. Perhaps you should go fuck yourself then. The comment both shocks and angers me as I stare at her, wondering if she's forgotten what I hold over her. Natalia turns back to the class as Eva nudges her and whispers something. I'm about to issue a retort and tell her she needs to remember her place when I notice Nitkin staring right at them. He bangs his palm against the desk, making both of them jump. Do you two already know all you need to know about the liver? He asks. Nick leans toward me. You're not going to let her get away with speaking to you like that, are you? I glare at him. What the fuck do you think? He shouldn't even have to ask, for fuck's sake. Have I ever let Gorin get away with anything? I feel my jaw ache as I clench it so tightly. Fair enough, but you better fucking make her pay. Natalia is clearly getting ballsy because Eva stood up to you. I clench my fists on the desk, glaring at the back of her head. Nick knows how to wind me up more. Natalia will wish she never so much as looked at me in the wrong way, let alone said what she said, once I'm through with her. I'll make her pay when she least expects it, I say, through gritted teeth, watching as Nitkin grills them. If we weren't in Professor Nitkin's class, I'd make her pay right now. Knit claps me on the back. That's the spirit. Rosa rolls her eyes. You two can be so barbaric at times. It was just a comment. I glare at her. Just a comment? And you think that girls like her should be able to say things like that to me? I ask. Rosa pales slightly, aware she's receiving the brunt of my anger. No, of course not, she says, bowing her head. The crack of Professor Nitkin's ruler against the desk sends everyone's spine straight. Morales and Cabello, shut it. The next person I catch chatting in this class will be marched down to the basement in irons. I swallow hard and nod in apology. Sorry, sir, we both say in unison. I fall silent, glaring at the back of Natalia's head as my mind kicks into overdrive, formulating a plan for revenge for that comment. She'll wish she never spoke against me once I'm through with her. I guarantee it. I'll make her pay for disrespecting me. Natalia. My stomach churns as I head across the dark and eerie courtyard, feeling as though someone is watching me. Ever since I made that comment to Elias, I've been on edge, since hell never let me get away with it. It was foolish, and I got caught up in the moment, emboldened by Eva's confidence to call him out. I regretted it the moment it left my lips. The library is on the far side of the courtyard, and I need to get out a book for an assignment for law class with Principal Byrne. It's late, and I wish I'd gone before dinner. Once I'm 2 paces from the front door of the library, I glance over my shoulder to make sure I'm just being paranoid. As I scan the courtyard, I can't see anyone, so I continue and enter the old building. Mrs. Kendall, the aging librarian, is fast asleep behind the desk as usual as I walk past and into the vast, ancient room lined with hundreds of bookcases. They keep law books on the second-floor mezzanine, which is potentially the darkest and creepiest area of this place. Once I get to the top of the stairs, I glance down at the piece of paper with the title of the book on, Legendary Assassins and Their Downfall. The shelves are all sorted in alphabetical order, so I find L fast and then search through the plethora of books looking for the one I need. The same creeping sensation that I'm being watched sweeps over me as I glance down onto the ground floor level toward the door, wondering if I wouldn't have heard someone enter. What are you looking for? The voice cuts through the silence and turns my blood ice cold in my veins. I swallow hard and turn around to look into the piercing blue eyes of my tormentor. My heart pounds erratically against my ribcage as I try to find the words to speak, but right now I'm too scared. Cat got your tongue? He asks, leaning against a bookshelf with a cocky smirk on his face. I shake my head. Why are you here? He moves like a viper, pushing forward fast and grabbing my throat so quickly I don't have time to react. You know why, Gurin, he growls, his intoxicating scent invading my senses the moment he's this close. Speaking to me the way you did in anatomy class. Did you think I'd let that slide? My throat bobs as I try to swallow, fear spreading through every inch of my body. No, I rasp out. No, because I own you, Gurin. His other hand moves to my left breast, and he squeezes it painfully through my shirt before moving to the right. And if you speak to me like that again, I'll make you suck my cock with an audience next time. The thought makes me shudder, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's excited by the prospect. Ever since our encounter in the hallway, I've been unable to stop thinking about it. I guess it was the single most erotic experience of my life, but also the most degrading. After all, I have no experiences to compare it to. He bares his teeth, shaking his head. But I'd bet you'd love that, taking my cock down that pretty little throat while others watched me use you. His other hand moves lower, and I tense as he pushes it under my skirt. I bet your cunt is soaking wet thinking about it, isn't it? Panic claws through me as I try to shake my head, but it's not possible with his hand around my throat. No, I rasp out, my voice barely a whisper. Liar, he growls as he pulls aside my panties and thrusts 2 fingers inside of me roughly. I groan, shocked by the sudden invasion. Soaking fucking wet, like a naughty little whore. His lips are within an inch of mine as his breath hits my face. I bet when I finally stick my cock in this virgin pussy, you'll ride it willingly, moaning the entire fucking time. I spit in his face, as it's the only thing I can do to fight back. He has me immobilized with his heavy weight, pinning me to the bookcase behind me. Dirty bitch, he murmurs, but he doesn't sound angry. Open your mouth. I clamp it shut, glaring into his eyes as hatred coils through my gut. His jaw clenches. Do I need to remind you what I hold over you, Gurren? The hatred burns through me like acid as I reluctantly open my mouth. And then he spits in it, and the act, despite being degrading, makes me gush between my thighs. He chuckles. Oh, yes, this is going to be a lot of fun. It seems my little pet likes being degraded. His fingers find an intoxicating rhythm in and out of my shamefully wet pussy as he drives me toward climax. It's embarrassing that anything this man is doing is making me feel good, but it is. Clearly, there's something wrong with me. And then he releases my throat, his body weight still pinning me to the bookshelf. I groan in protest as he tears open the front of my shirt, the buttons popping off, and then he yanks my bra down forcefully and closes his lips around my hard nipple. I buck toward him, my body feeling like it's on fire from his touch. Elias, I breathe his name, hating how much the desire is evident in my tone. He sucks on my other nipple and then bites my collarbone hard, making me yelp. Sounds like you're enjoying yourself. His tongue darts up the column of my throat, and then he kisses me, his tongue thrusting into my mouth as if he's trying to fuck me with it. I moan, my body instinctively arching into him as I wrap my hands around the back of his neck. He growls, biting my lip and grabbing my arms, pinning them to the side. No touching. There's rage and desire swirling in those stunning ice blue eyes of his, and it takes my breath away. I'm in control. I swallow hard, some of the fear overwhelming the shameful desire that had taken root in the pit of my stomach. He roughly pulls his fingers from my pussy. Open your mouth. I bite my lip before opening my mouth. He slides his fingers into my mouth, coated in my juices. Suck them clean. The taste of my arousal on his fingers turns me on as I close my lips around them and suck them clean, before nipping one with my teeth. He growls and pulls them out of my mouth. Did you just bite me? I shrug, trying to act unaffected despite the fact I'm scared to death. Perhaps. Mrs. Kendall sleeps like a fucking dead corpse, which means she'll never hear us up here. Elias grabs my throat hard and forces me to spin around. You'll regret it, Gurren. You'll regret ever speaking the way you did to me in class, too. I feel him pull the hem of my skirt up and then grab the lace of my panties. When I hear them tear, horror spikes right through my heart. I gasp, trying to fight away from him, but he's too strong. His palm comes down on my ass, hard, as he slips his hand over my mouth, stifling my cry of pain. The intensity of the spank is overwhelming and steals my breath from my lungs as he does it again on my other cheek. You're a disobedient girl, Natalia. And do you know what disobedience earns? I fight against the tears prickling my eyes, knowing that the last thing I want is to give this bastard the satisfaction of seeing me cry. There's something so degrading about being forced into this position with him, even with no one around to witness it. I know I made a mistake earlier, talking to him the way I did in the classroom. I guess, in a way, I brought this on myself. But I was so angry. Eva's treatment of him gave me the confidence to do it, too, forgetting that he holds such powerful information over my head. Naughty girls need to be punished. He spanks my ass cheeks with even more force, and I bite my lip, wishing I could sink my teeth into his hand, but the angle he's holding it at makes it impossible. The worst part is that I can feel my thighs getting wet with arousal, because although he's inflicting pain on me, it's arousing nonetheless. It seems that no matter what this asshole does to me, the power he holds over my body is always there, goading me. He slides 2 fingers between my thighs and groans, and it looks like this naughty girl likes being punished. He makes a tutting sound in my ear. But then it's not really a punishment, is it? You can't enjoy it. That's not how this works. His lips tease against my earlobe, making me shudder. I'm going to remove my hand, and you aren't going to say a word. Got it? I do the best I can to nod, and he releases my mouth, allowing me to take a gulping breath of oxygen. I think I know how to punish you. He pushes me down onto my knees with my back still to him, and then I feel his tongue against my soaking wet pussy. What are you? He spanks my ass again. I said not a word, he growls. I swallow hard, digging my fingernails into the wood shelf of the bookcase in front of me. Elias thrusts his tongue and in out of me, and it feels like I'm going to burst into flame at any moment. His fingers rub my clit and I shudder, my back arching as the pleasure he gives me is almost enough for me to forget who is behind me. A guy who wants to degrade me in the most terrible ways imaginable, and yet am putty in his hands. Elias. I breathe his name. He yanks a fistful of my hair. Don't call me that. I want you to call me sir. I grind my teeth, irritated by the suggestion that I call him that. Why? Because I own you, and you are my pet, and I want you to acknowledge it. He pulls my hair harder, making my scalp burn. Let me hear you say it. Sir, I spit out from behind my teeth, rage and arousal mixing together to make one confusing combination. Good girl, he murmurs. The phrase makes my entire body blaze into an inferno of fire. Elias praising me like that does something to me that I can't understand. My stomach flutters and my thighs start to shake as he continues to lick me to climax, his finger lazily massaging my throbbing clit. And then, when I'm sure I'm about to shamefully explode, he stops. I swallow hard, glancing over my shoulder at him. Those ice blue eyes are full of wicked delight. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you expect me to make you come? Pain claws at my throat as I realize he's toying with me. After all, this was supposed to be my punishment. Well, unfortunately, naughty girls don't get to come. He yanks my skirt up and grabs a fistful of my hair, forcing me to my feet. They do get to choke on cock, though. On your knees. My heart hammers erratically as I sink to my knees, realizing that Elias has already broken me in every way possible because the idea excites me. You know what to do, he says, glaring at me with such hateful eyes. I unzip his pants, and the thick, hard length of him bobs out of his pants, forcing me to clench my thighs together as need claws at my insides. I wrap my hand around the base of his shaft. Suck it, he orders. I slide the length of him into my mouth and suck on the tip, which results in a manly grunt. Fuck, he murmurs, eyes softening as he watches me take his cock into my throat. That's right. Deep throat that cock like the dirty little slut you are. His degrading words should put me off, but it appears I'm broken. Perhaps it's the years of being tormented by him, but I like being called a slut. It's weird and confusing, and I don't understand what he's doing to me, but I know how it feels at this moment. The way he's looking at me makes me feel special and wanted, even if that's fucking laughable, considering this man is my tormentor and my bully. I let him take control as his hand slips into my hair and he uses it to pull my throat onto his cock, choking me like he did in the corridor. Saliva spills down his shaft as he leaks cum down my throat, increasing my arousal as my nipples turn painfully hard. I've been so wrapped up in this sick and twisted encounter, I forgot that my blouse is broken open and my breasts are free. Elias' eyes dip to them and he groans, thrusting harder into my throat. I like watching those full breasts bouncing up and down while I fuck your hot little throat, Bonita. His breathing is more labored as he takes what he wants, the anger in his eyes no longer evident. All he's looking at me with is pure, unadulterated desire. Oh, shit, he murmurs, the shaft of his cock swelling in my mouth. I want you to swallow every drop, just like last time, he growls as he releases his load right down my throat. I choke at first, struggling to keep up with the volume of cum. The masculine, salty taste of him drives me insane as he continues to pump into the back of it, draining every drop. Such a good girl. Swallow it, he growls, his hand still in my hair. Swallow every fucking drop. I do as I'm told, but some spills out of my mouth and onto my lips. He pulls his cock out of my mouth and then stares at me for a few moments, his chest heaving up and down with each heavy breath. And then he stuffs his cock in his pants and turns away, leaving me on my knees with my shirt torn apart, my breasts splaying free of my bra, and his cum dripping down my chin. If anyone saw me now, I'd die of embarrassment. I collapse on the floor, a barrage of emotions hitting me all at once. The worst one is the clawing pain in my chest that feels like daggers. Elias is pushing this too far, and I fear that if he doesn't stop soon, hell well and truly break me until there's nothing left but tatters of the girl I used to be. It's been 2 weeks since I went a bit too far with my little pet. I fear that what once was a clear-cut dynamic between a bully and victim is becoming blurred and tainted by my sick desires. Natalia's expression when I turned away was one of pure heartache, and I hated it. I should have delighted in her pain, but it made that odd guilt twist my gut again. The sexual aspect is making lines blur, and I realize that if I don't get a handle on my urges with her, things could turn ugly. Since then, I've kept my cock in my pants and my hands to myself, and verbally humiliating her as I normally would. Natalia is more tense around me than ever, no doubt anticipating another moment like the one in the library. No matter how much I try to scrub that encounter from my mind, I can't. Half the time, it's all I can fucking think about, and I want to do it again, which makes me hate myself. "Hey, Elias, hold up," Rizzo shouts. I turn to face him. "Hey, what's up?" "I'm going insane and need to get out for a night. You up for town tonight?" I smirk. It's about time someone suggested it. I clap him on the shoulder. "Count me in. I'll make the arrangements." "Awesome," he says, running a hand through his hair. "This place can be so fucking small." I nod. "Tell me about it." "Who you inviting?" He shrugs. "The usual crew. That all right?" "Yeah, I'm going to invite Natalia too and her friends." His brow furrows. What? The girl you spend every fucking day tormenting? That's the one. He looks confused, but he doesn't question me. After our punch-up in Nitkin's class, he's learned to respect me instead. Fair enough. He glances at his watch. I've got physical education with Daniels now. What you got? Free period, I say, shrugging. I think I'll head to the library. His eyebrows hitch toward his hairline. You didn't strike me as the library kind of guy. I laugh. No, but Natalia is always in there for this period. He shakes his head. You have an unhealthy obsession with that girl. I growl, and he holds his hands up. Sorry, but it's true. I punch him playfully in the ribs. Don't make me hurt you, Bianchi. He smirks and then dashes off down the corridor. You'd have to catch me, but then you may miss your girlfriend. He disappears around the corner, and I make a mental note to make him pay for that as I continue toward the library. Natalia will refuse the invitation initially, but I'll make it clear she has no choice. The idea of getting my little pet off school grounds excites me, as it means I'll have free rein with her. I enter the library, which is busy at this time. It always is during school hours, but when Natalia and I were in here together, it was after dinner and quiet. It's not hard to find Natalia, as she sits at her usual desk in the corner, reading alone. I smirk and march over to her, pulling out a chair before she even notices me. When I sit, her eyes widen and her back turns as straight as a fucking rod. What are you doing here? I tilt my head. It's the school library. I can be in here whenever I want. I slowly slide the tip of my tongue over my bottom lip. I have some very fond memories of you up on the mezzanine in this library. Her eyes narrow. Well, they're not fond memories for me. No? I think you enjoyed yourself a little too much, if I remember rightly. I lean close to her and lower my voice. Your virgin pussy was so fucking wet. Her lips purse, and I notice the desire in her eyes. Cut the crap. What do you want? I shake my head. Now that's no way to speak to the man that owns you, is it? Her throat bobs as she swallows hard. What do you want, sir? She asks, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, but I let it slide. That's more like it. I move my chair closer to hers, which makes her tense more. You and your little friends are coming out with me and my friends tonight. Her brow furrows. What? You heard me. I want you there, and it's non-negotiable. How am I supposed to explain that to my friends? I tilt my head. It's not my fault you were lying to them all. If you were such good friends with them, you'd tell them the truth. Her nostrils flare and cheeks turn a dark red. You know I can't do that, no matter how much I trust my friends. She shakes her head. The information you are holding over me is too dangerous. I tap my fingers on the table in front of us. Is that right? Well, you'll have to convince them to come. I shrug. It's not my problem. It's yours. It still gives me a rush having this power over her. I can't seem to quit it, and knowing she has no choice but to go along with it only makes it that much more intoxicating. Fine, she says. I had expected her to put up a little more resistance. If you don't mind, I need to study. She signals at the book in front of her, some law book. I chuckle and move my chair so close to hers it's touching. And so do I say, sliding my hand onto her bare thigh and squeezing. I'm going to do some anatomy studies. Her cheeks turn an even deeper red as she tries to slide away from me. Elias, she hisses, eyes darting from side to side. You can't be serious. I am deadly serious, Bonita. She shakes her head. People will notice. My smirk widens. If you are worried about that, then you best be quiet. I nudge her panties to one side and then slide my fingers inside of her, groaning when I feel how wet she is. Already wet and ready for me, Gurin. Anyone would think you were just seat her, fantasizing about the way I fucked your throat in this library 2 weeks ago. You are such a pig. I raise a brow. That's no way to speak to your master, is it? She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip, and my cock hardens in my pants as I increase the pace of my fingers thrusting into her pussy. That's right. Keep that pretty mouth shut and take what I give you, I murmur, groaning when I feel her thighs tremble. So affected by me, aren't you, Natalia? I don't often call her by her first name, and I feel a tightness pull at my gut the moment I do. This girl who I've hated since I was a boy, because her family tore me from everything I knew and from the only person I ever loved. And yet, I want her in a way I've never wanted a girl. I tell myself it's because I want to destroy her, ruin her in all possible ways. But I can't deny the desire that coils through me when I have her like this at my mercy. Her eyes dilate, and I continue to work my fingers in and out of her, making her shudder next to me. Do you think people look at us and know what I'm doing to you? I ask, my lips teasing against her earlobe. Do you think they know what a dirty little slut you are? Her breath comes harder and faster as I drive her toward her climax, reading her body like a fucking book. I stop and pull my fingers out, only to rub her clit. She moans softly, her eyes rolling back in her head. That's right, Bonita. Let me make you feel good, I murmur, caught up in the moment. Her moans are so fucking sweet. I rub her clit harder and then thrust my fingers back into her soaking wet pussy, groaning as I feel her walls cling to my fingers. My cock throbs against the confines of my pants as the thought of being inside of her drives me insane. I bet you wish my cock was deep in that pussy, fucking you hard and rough while you moan like the dirty girl you are. I lick a path up the side of her neck and then bite her earlobe, forcing her to slap her hand over her mouth to stifle her moan. Because deep down, under all of that bravado, you want me, and have done for fucking years. She doesn't deny it, leaning toward me as if she wants me to make good on that and fuck her right here over the table in the library. Natalia is lost to her desire right now, forgetting where she is and who she's with, it would seem. A dark part of me wants to take her to the edge again and then leave her there. But there's another part of me that wants to witness the way she comes undone. A part of me that wants to learn just how she comes so I can imagine her doing it on my cock, coming apart for me. The latter wins out as I pick up the tempo, fingering her harder and faster. Her moans are soft and quiet, but they're to me. I fucking love hearing what I'm doing to her. A girl who I've spent years tormenting, and now she's putty in my hands. Elias, she gasps. My hand stills in her cunt, and I lean toward her ear. Wrong word, pet. Her throat bobs as she swallows, and she looks me in the eye, those big brown eyes of her full of need and want. Master, she moans softly. Fuck, I murmur under my breath as my cock leaks into the fabric of my pants, continuing to take her toward the edge. I've got into a habit of not wearing boxer briefs in case the opportunity with Natalia arises again. Not to mention, I've been so fucking horny lately. It helps when I need to whip it out in the bathroom and take matters into my own hands. Natalia doesn't break eye contact, and neither can I. I'm locked in her fucking gaze and starstruck by her beauty. It takes my breath away as I push her toward the cliff edge, knowing that once I make her come, then it might change everything. And yet, I can't stop myself. Master, she breathes, clawing at the edge of the desk. Oh, fuck, she mutters, a little louder. That's it, I whisper into her ear. Make that pretty pussy come for me. I want to feel you clawing at my fingers when you come apart. Shit, she says, her fingernails digging into the wood so hard they'll leave marks. I relish the idea of her first orgasm from me, leaving permanent marks on this table. And then a flood of liquid shoots over my hand as she comes apart, her moans growing so loud I have to slide a hand over her mouth to quieten them. That's a good girl. You come so fucking nicely, I murmur, my cock so hard it feels like I might explode in my pants at any moment. I slide my fingers out of her as Natalia tries to recover, her red cheeks so adorable as she smooths down her skirt. She clears her throat and pretends to be reading, unable to glance around the room to check if anyone noticed. Look at me, I order. She does as I say, and I slip my finger one by one into my mouth, sucking them clean. You taste like fucking honey. She moans softly, her eyes moving to the bulge in my pants. I smirk. I'm afraid that would be too obvious, unless you are up for everyone in the library watching what a cockslut you are. Her eyes snap up, and that anger I'm so used to quickly returns. I didn't think so. I stand and place my hand firmly on the back of her neck. Tonight, 8 o'clock at the back entrance. Bus will be ready to leave. If you're not there, I won't be happy. She nods her head, and that's when I notice Eva enter the library. It looks like your little friend is here. I'll see you later. With that, I march away and head toward the back exit of the library, knowing that tonight is going to be fun. Natalia Gurin is quickly turning into an obsession in a more confusing way. I still hate her and her family for what they did, but I'm starting to take a new pleasure from my little pet, one I can't wait to explore more thoroughly. Natalia. I can't help but think my friends will call me insane as I walk down the corridor toward Camilla's room. I chickened out on inviting them to go out tonight over dinner, deciding to spring it on them at the last minute. My heart pounds erratically against my ribcage as I get closer to her room, knowing she's going to question me about my crazy decision to go out with Elias and his friends. The same people who kicked me to the curb 6 years ago. I'm about to knock on the door when it swings open. Camilla's eyes widen when she sees me. I was coming to your room. Her eyes drop to the dress I'm wearing, and her brow furrows. Going somewhere? I nod. Yeah, and so are you. She raises a brow. Where? Out to town, with Elias. Her mouth falls open and she just stares at me in silence for a few beats. You are joking, right? I shake my head. No, why not? It's been ages since we had a night out. Her mouth hangs open. Because Elias is an asshole. He's also the only person who can get us out of here without being seen. Camilla sighs, as it's the truth. He has connections locally to get a vehicle and to get the guards at the gate to look the other way. Have you told Adriana? Not yet. I glance at my watch. Get ready. We have an hour. She looks like she wants to argue, but she rolls her eyes. You can be so demanding, Natalia. I laugh. I'll tell Adriana. I'll find a dress and then come and get ready in Adriana's room. Camilla pouts. You know I don't enjoy getting ready on my own. Fine. Hurry, though. Camilla arches a brow. It would have helped if you'd given us a bit more warning. She turns and goes back into her room to find an outfit. I swallow hard, guilt coiling through my gut. I've known since the library, but didn't know how to bring it up. The encounter with Elias in the library has been replaying on repeat like a broken record in my mind. It's hard to think of anything else. After a few minutes, she returns with 3 dresses, making me sigh. You realize you can only wear one, right? Camilla shuts her door and gives me a pointed look. I couldn't decide which. Come on, let's get Adriana. We head a few doors down to Adriana's room, which is the largest of all of ours. I knock on the door, and within a minute she opens it, her brow furrowing. What's up? We're going out. Where? She asks. Town, I say simply, pushing past her. Camilla wanted to get ready in here. Camilla clears her throat. Town with Elias Morales and his group of asshole friends, she forgot to mention. I turn as she throws down her dress and strips out of the loungewear she's wearing. Adriana's eyebrow arches. And why the fuck are we going out with them? Camilla rolls her eyes. Don't even go there. Just pick a dress and let's party. I'm thankful that's the end of the discussion, as Adriana shakes her head and walks into her closet, searching for a dress. I take a seat on the sofa nearby, resting my head back as my stomach continues to churn. If Elias continues like this, pushing me into awkward situations, it's only a matter of time until my friends get fed up. The last thing I want is to lose any of them because of him. Camilla is in her dress in minutes, and it's utterly breathtaking. She always has the most beautiful dresses. It's a lilac maxi dress with a high neckline that gives it an elegant air and a split right up her right leg with the fabric gathered in at the waist. Wow, you look gorgeous, I say. Adriana nods. Doesn't she always? Camilla's cheeks redden as she shakes her head. You two are just being nice. No, if I was a dude, I'd definitely fuck you, I say. Camilla laughs. Don't be an ass, Nat. Her attention moves behind me to where Adriana is clutching hold of a red dress. Let's see then. What are you going to wear? Adriana holds it up, making Camilla wolf whistle. Now that is hot as fuck. Adriana rolls her eyes. I haven't even put it on yet. She strips and then slides into the dress, turning. Nat, can you zip it up? I nod and walk over to her, zipping her into the mid-length red dress, which, as Camilla said, is hot as fuck. It has a plunging neckline that leaves nothing to the imagination, and Adriana has the breast to pull it off, with off-the-shoulder sleeves and a tie waist. Camilla sits in front of the mirror at Adriana's dressing table, doing her makeup, and Adriana disappears into the bathroom to do hers. As always, Adriana is quicker. Out of all 3 of us, Camilla always takes the longest. Finally, after about 30 minutes of waiting, she stands. Ready. At last. Now we need to get Eva ready. I give Camilla an irritated look. Let's hope she doesn't take as long as you. Adriana looks skeptical. She isn't going to want to go out with the 3 bitches. None of us do, but we won't tell her they're coming. Camilla makes a tutting sound. So devious at times, Nat. I smirk and nod toward the door. Come on, or we'll be late. We head down the corridor toward Eva's room, finding the door ajar. Risky having her door open. I push it open. Get dressed. We're going out, I say as I walk into Eva's room, with Camilla and Adriana following. Eva looks confused. Going out where? Elias has hired a minibus, and he's invited us all to join him in town, I say, shrugging, as well as about 10 other people. The look in Eva's eyes is the same as my 2 other friends. She can't understand why I'd go anywhere with that jerk, and I wish I didn't have to keep the truth from them. And do you think it's wise to accept an invitation from that nutcase? She asks. We're 18 years old and stuck in this school 24/7. I want out. I notice Eva's eyes dart toward the two girls behind me. Fine. Give me time to dress, though. I shake my head. Why do you think we're here? To help you pick out your outfit and get ready. Eva's throat bobs as she swallows. Okay. I don't have a lot of dresses with me, though. Camilla walks over to her closet, pulling the door open. I'm sure we'll find something. She's a master at finding the best outfits as she sifts through Ava's clothes uninvited. Perfect, she says, pulling out a ruched cream mini dress with sleeves and a plunging neckline. Ava's cheeks turn a deep red. I'm not sure that will suit me. She shifts her weight from one foot to the other, and I get the sense Ava isn't used to dressing up or going out with friends. Nonsense, Camilla says, walking over with it. You'll look gorgeous in this. I nod, as she really will. I have to agree with Camilla. You will look hot in that. Agreed, Adriana adds simply. Ava sighs, glancing a few times at us and then the dress. Fine, let me try it on. She strips off and slides the dress on, turning her back to Camilla. Can you zip me up? All the while, my stomach is churning as I know that as each minute ticks by, the closer I get to facing Elias. Camilla does up the zip. There, spin around and let us see. Ava turns around and Adriana whistles. You look hot. I nod in agreement and Camilla just stares with her mouth open. Drop dead gorgeous, I say. I'm not sure about it. She moves a palm over the ruched fabric. It's a little too revealing. Camilla loops her arm with Ava's. Nonsense, it's perfect, and we have got to go or we will be late. How are we getting out of here without being seen? Ava asks. I grin at Ava. You are going to learn a lot of SA secrets tonight. I steer her right and deeper into the girls' wing of the dormitories. Ava tenses against me the moment she sees Jeannie, Anita, and Carrie ahead. What the fuck are they doing here? Ava murmurs. Camilla clears her throat. Unfortunately, they're friends with Elias. Ava shakes her head. I don't like this. Don't worry, you've got us now, Adriana says. Carrie notices us first, a sneer on her face. Look who it is. Jeannie steps forward, eyes darting between the four of us. When Elias told me he'd invited you, I thought it was some sick joke. I lift my chin. I'm not sure why the fuck he invited you. Jeannie shakes her head. Come on then. Who's going first? After you, Camilla says. Jeannie's eyes narrow as she pulls back the portrait on the wall and opens the door behind it to the laundry chute. After one more hateful glare, she disappears down it. Carrie and Anita are quick to follow, as always, acting like her minions. What the hell is going on? Ava asks, as Camilla climbs in after them. Laundry chute. It takes us right to the back exit of SA, where the minibus is waiting, Camilla explains, before launching herself down it. If I'd known those three were coming, I'd never have agreed, Ava says, glancing at me. I roll my eyes. They're all talk, no bite. Tell that to my leg. Ava nods to her injured leg. I swallow hard as they went to town on her. Sorry, they really did a number on you. Adriana climbs in and disappears. But that's only because they're threatened by you. I nod toward the chute. You next. Ava gives me a reluctant look. I'll go last. I shake my head. No, you won't. Ava hauls herself into the opening of the chute, glancing down. Are you sure this is? I shove her in the back, knowing that it's the only way to get her down it. Ava is stalling, as she doesn't want to go out with those girls, but she'll enjoy it once we're in town. The scream echoes up the chute, amplified by the metal tube. I jump in after her and slide down, jumping out of the dirty laundry swiftly. My friends are laughing about something. I hate the landing every time, I say, glancing at the dirty laundry. It fucking stinks. Camilla, Ava, and Adriana laugh. Anita, whistling at us, stops their laughter. Hurry! Everyone is already on the bus. We head through the door from the laundry room into the enclosed courtyard where the minibus is waiting. My stomach tumbles like a pile of bricks when I see Elias leaning against it with his arms crossed over his muscular chest. My heart skips a beat when I see the shirt he's wearing, barely buttoned up halfway and giving a teasing view of the ink that covers his torso. His nostrils flare as his eyes meet mine. Kept me waiting, Gurin, he says as he pushes off the bus and walks toward me, every step more predatory than the last. I can hardly breathe, struggling to stop thinking about the crazy encounter earlier in the library. Elias wraps an arm around me and pulls me against his side. Never do it again. I swallow hard as he drags me away from my friends and onto the bus, pushing me down in a seat next to him. Camilla, Adriana, and Ava walk past us and head nearer the back. I know they're wondering what the fuck is going on and why I'm letting him push me around. It sucks not being able to explain any of this to them. Elias grabs my hand and yanks me onto his knee, sending a shot of liquid fire through my veins. He positions me so I'm facing him, my breasts at his eye level. What are? He tightens his grip on me, silencing my question. No questions, Bonita. Not tonight. I want you to be a good little pet and do everything you're told. Do you understand? The press of his hard cock is clear between my thighs as he adjusts my position, his hand moving up the front of my dress. A beautiful dress. Did you wear it for me? I swallow hard, wishing I'd worn a pair of pants and a baggy jumper instead. At least then it would look like I didn't want his attention. But I chose my sexiest dress because deep down, I want to tease him, no matter how shameful that is. No, I reply. A whisper of a smirk twists onto his beautiful lips. I think you're lying to me, Gooden. He squeezes my breast through the fabric, completely unfazed by the fact this bus has other people on it. I bet you haven't been able to stop thinking about the fun we had in the library earlier, have you? He pulls me closer to him, his lips brushing against mine. I bet your pretty pussy is still soaking wet, gagging for my cock to fill it. I spit in his face, which results in an animal growl from him as he grabs a fistful of my hair and yanks my head back. Don't make me regret inviting you, Gooden. He places his other hand between my thighs and feels how damp my panties are. No matter how much you fight it, your body gives you away every fucking time. He pushes the fabric aside, my head still forced at an unnatural angle. And then he thrusts his finger inside of me, invading me here in front of our classmates. No one seems to pay attention, but it doesn't stop my body from burning up like a pyre that's been set alight. Elias is insane for doing this here, in a minibus full of our friends. So wet and ready, he murmurs. I feel his cock pulsing against my thigh beneath me, making my pussy wetter. Picture this image for me, my pet. Imagine me freeing my cock right now and your tight little cunt sliding over it right here in the minibus while everyone watches what a dirty little cockslut you are. While everyone watches you impale yourself for the first time on me. I bite my lip to stop myself from moaning, as the mental picture he's painting is so perverse, and yet it makes me wetter. His fingers move with expect precision, hitting the spot that builds pressure deep within. I bite my lip so hard I break the skin, tasting the metallic tang of blood on my tongue. It's all I can do to stop myself from making a noise. Such a dirty girl. You've just gotten wetter thinking about it. He pulls his fingers out of me and rubs my clit, making my body jolt forward. Pity you'll have to wait until later to get what you want. He stops touching me then, grabbing my hips and sliding me into my own seat next to him. Open wide. I glare at him, acrid hate traveling up my throat and burning it. Fuck you. He grabs my chin forcefully and pushes his fingers into my mouth. Clean them, and don't forget who owns you. I reluctantly suck my own arousal off his fingers and then turn away from him, which results in him grabbing a fistful of my hair and yanking me around to face him. Never turn away from me again, he growls, and then his lips are on mine, kissing me passionately as if I'm his oxygen. It's confusing, and yet I find myself leaning into the kiss, drowning in the intimacy of the moment. There's something very wrong with me, and if he keeps this shit up, I don't know what I'm going to tell my friends. After God knows how long, he pulls his lips from mine and smirks at me with that wicked smile of his. We're here, Gooden. Now behave tonight and be my good little pet. He stands and yanks me to my feet, placing an arm over my shoulder. My legs feel shaky as he leads me out of the minibus and into the bar they've picked tonight. I clutch onto him like a crutch, despite wanting to get as far away from him as possible. I know there's no escape, and my only choice is to do as he says to keep my family safe. Elias. Fuck. It feels like the blood drains from my face as Principal Byrne marches up to our table. However, it's not really him I'm worried about. It's the fact that Professor Nitkin is with him. He clears his throat. I didn't realize all of you had clearance to leave the grounds. His voice sounds calm, too fucking calm. Who gave you permission? Coach Daniels kicks Alex off his stool and sits down, eyes fixed on Adriana Vasquez. Rumor has it she's the girl he's after this year, but she won't put out. Nitkin remains standing with his arms crossed over his chest, which makes him even more intimidating. I did. I lift my chin, knowing I have to take the rap for this. After all, I arranged it. I meet the principal's gaze. After all, we're 18 years old. We can do what the fuck we want. Byrne's brow arches. That may be so, but you are all too young to be here legally. I laugh. Who the fuck gives a shit about legal? The academy is all about teaching everything that isn't legal. A few of my guys snicker at that, as it's the goddamn truth. Touché, Coach Daniels says. How about we join you? If you think you can handle it, old man, Rizzo says. Coach Daniels doesn't seem fazed by Rizzo's remark. You know I could kick your ass even after sinking 2 bottles of scotch, Rizzo. It's as if some of the tension eases then, as Rizzo laughs and slides a bottle of vodka over to him. Help yourself. I don't miss the way Professor Nitkin glares at Rizzo and wonder if he's just fearless, as if Nitkin gave me that look. I'm not ashamed to say I'd shit my pants. Coach Daniels pours himself a glass and sips it, acting as if it's normal for our professors to be sitting and drinking with us at a bar we are all legally too young to be drinking at. There's silence amongst everyone at the table, as Principal Byrne seems to watch Eva in particular. The server, a flirtatious woman who tries to get with all the patrons, leans toward Byrne and slips a drink into his hand, whispering something to him. I wolf whistle at that, and a few of my guys follow suit. Byrne looks irritated at first, but then leans toward her, whispering something and handing her a $20 bill. The server nods and winks at him before heading off to get more drinks. So, how the fuck did you lot sneak off campus? Byrne asks. I'm afraid if we told you that, Professor, we'd have to kill you, I say, smirking at him. If he thinks we're going to divulge the best-kept secret at the SA, he can think again. I keep my arm draped over Natalia's shoulder, holding her close to me. Ever since the teachers joined us, she's been as stiff as a fucking board. I'd like to see you try, Elias, Byrne says, holding my gaze. A few have tried. None have succeeded. I snort. Yeah, right, old man. I move my arm off of Natalia's shoulder and slide it to her thigh, squeezing as I lean toward her. Don't worry. I'm still going to have fun with you tonight, Bonita. Her chest hitches as she breathes more unevenly, and I love seeing the way I affect her. Dimitri, Byrne barks, drawing everyone's attention to him. Dim's eyes go wide. What? Did you forget what happened the last time you whispered something inappropriate to Miss Carmichael? I haven't said anything that Eva doesn't want to hear, Dimitri says, glancing at Eva. Have I, Eva? The tension seems to ramp up again as Eva gets uncomfortable and then stands suddenly. I need to get some air. Dim makes a move to stand. Do you want me to? Eva shakes her head. No, I'll be back in a minute. Byrne watches Eva walk away, looking irritated. I glance at Nitkin, wishing I hadn't when his soulless hazel eyes meet mine, and there's delight in them. He's loving this. The anticipation of getting to discipline us all. A shudder races down my spine as I tighten my grasp on Natalia's thigh. You are hurting me, she hisses. When I glance back, Byrne is gone. Coach Daniels speaks next. Relax, all of you. We're just here to have a good time, too. His eyes are still fixed on Adriana. How are you doing, Miss Vasquez? Fine, she grits out, her nostrils flaring. At least I was fine until you arrived. His brow arches. That's not a very nice thing to say to your coach, is it? I clap my hands and glance at Nitkin. I assume we're going to get our asses whooped once we're back at school. But why don't you have a drink, sir? I ask. Nitkin's eyes narrow. Bad idea, he says, jaw clenching. You don't want me to dole out your punishment on a hangover. It will be far worse. I swallow hard, as it's difficult to believe that his punishments could get any worse. My first year at SA was challenging, to say the least, and this man punished me so many fucking times. The worst was when he whipped me in the basement until it flayed my skin from my back, because I'd set fire to the science lab. After that year, I learned that acting out only led to pain and punishment. I learned my lesson and kept out of his bad books, even if now and then I ended up punished by him. Hard to believe, I say. Nitkin tilts his head slightly and then grabs a stool nearby, setting it down next to Camilla Morone. It's your funeral, he says, sliding his glass over to me. I swallow hard and pour him a large glass of vodka. He tips it back in one, and then I notice his eyes dart toward Camilla. Aren't you drinking, Miss Morone? Although we've been caught red-handed, tension eases as chatter continues amongst the students at the table. And then the server returns with a round of drinks on Byrne. My brow furrows as I scan the bar for our principal, but I can't see any sign of him. I lean toward Natalia. Are you having fun, Gurin? Not particularly. Getting caught sucks all the fun out of it. Her gaze darts to Camilla, who seems to be enthralled in a conversation with the sadist that is Nitkin. At least she's keeping the psycho distracted. They're tormenting us by sitting with us. I shrug. Live a little, Gurini. Slide my hand up her skirt and squeeze her upper thigh. Maybe if you are a good girl tonight, I'll reward you. She frowns at me, and I hate how beautiful she looks. A woman shouldn't look that fucking gorgeous when she's frowning, and yet Natalia always looks gorgeous. I don't want anything from you, she says. Her lips say one thing, but her body language says another. She's wound up and horny as hell, and she wants release from my toying with her on the minibus. Suit yourself, Bonita. I lean toward her ear, nipping her earlobe. Just know that you would have enjoyed every fucking second. She shudders, her eyes flickering shut. Nitkin claps his hands suddenly, drawing everyone's attention to him. As fun as this has been, I'm not altogether comfortable drinking with underage kids in a bar. Now, all of you need to head back to the academy. There are a few grumbles that break out across the table, but no one would outright object to his orders. Coach Daniels stands. Cool it, Gav. Let the kids have some fun. He winks at Adriana, who just glares back at him. Care to dance? He asks. She shakes her head. No, thank you. Nitkin shakes his head. Arch, you can't be serious. Where the fuck is Oak? Coach just shrugs. Fuck knows. I don't care. His attention moves to Adriana again. Dance with me. Just once. She blows out a frustrated breath and then sets her hand in his, allowing him to pull her onto the dance floor. Mudak! Professor Nitkin curses in Russian, looking furious as he watches Coach escort a student onto the dance floor. It's not like Coach Daniel is renowned for keeping his extracurricular activities with the students a secret. Professor Nitkin sits back down, tapping his fingers frantically on the table, as he glances at each of us, no doubt anticipating punishing us one by one. I stand, no longer able to put up with the tension he's creating. Care to dance? I ask, holding my hand out to Natalia. She crosses her arms over her chest. Not particularly. It wasn't a question. Her brow furrows. It sure as hell sounded like one. Now, Gurin, I growl. She stands and takes my hand, allowing me to lead her onto the dance floor. Why are you such an asshole? I spank her ass for that, which results in a satisfying yelp. That's no way to speak to your master, is it? Her jaw clenches and she just glares at me with those dark brown eyes. Eyes that have haunted more and more of my dreams since this final year started. The moment I laid a hand on her sexually, everything changed. Now be a good girl and apologize. Her fist clenches by her side, and I see what she's about to do before she does. I close my palm over her fist as it travels toward my face, stopping it midair. She makes a squeak of pain as I clench my fist hard. I think you are forgetting, Natalia, what I hold over you and your family. Her shoulders dip then at the reminder of the information that could bring hell right to the doorstep of her beloved brother and his bratva. Sorry, she mutters, but it's clear she doesn't mean it. I move her hips to the beat of the music, digging my nails into them. Say it like you mean it. Her eyes flash with untamed rage, but she grits her teeth. Sorry, she says, sarcasm dripping from her tone. I'm not convinced. I think you'll have to make up for it with your actions. I spin her around and grind my cock against her ass. I'm hard and in need of a good sucking. Suck it yourself, she mutters, perhaps assuming I won't hear. I'd much rather you suck it, Bonita. I tease my lips over her ear. Now grind that ass on my cock like a good girl. Natalia's hips move in tantalizing circles as she does as she's told, grinding her ass cheeks against the heavy press of my erection. My breath catches in my throat as I release my hold on her hips, watching the way she moves in awe. I leak into my boxers, knowing if I don't get my release soon, that I'll come in my pants on the damn dance floor. There's no way I'm letting that happen, as tonight I'm going to come down my pet's tight, heavenly throat. Come on, I say, grabbing her wrist and pulling her off the dance floor toward the exit of the bar. Where are you taking me? She demands. I ignore the question, as she knows she's not supposed to question me. Instead, I continue to drag her into the street outside, and then spot a dark alleyway nearby, heading for it. Elias, you are scaring me. Good, I snarl. She tries to fight, but I tighten my grasp and haul her against the wall. Stop fighting, Natalia. Her nostrils flare as she looks into my eyes, rage burning in those chestnut depths. Why are we down here? Because I need to fuck that pretty little throat. On your knees. Her eyes widen in shock as she glances around the dimly lit streets nearby. It's too public. I wrap my hand around her throat and squeeze. Don't lie. I know you get a thrill from the idea of being seen or watched sucking my dick. Now, on your knees. I accentuate each syllable to make sure she knows just how serious I am right now. Natalia's nostrils flare in anger, but she drops to her knees in front of me. In the dim streetlight, she looks like an angry goddess, glaring up at me, and it turns me on more. I release my cock and press it against her lips. Open wide, Bonita, and make me proud. There's a flash of something in her eyes, other than anger. I sense that my little pet enjoys being praised. She craves it almost as much as I crave my cock deep in her tight virgin cunt. But there will be time for that. I have no intention of rushing my torment of Natalia Gurin. Her mouth unhinges, and I thrust into the back of her throat, groaning when she chokes all over it. That's right, choke over my cock just like that, I growl, grabbing a fistful of her hair and forcing my cock so far down her throat my balls are touching her chin. Natalia digs her nails into my thighs, trying to claw me away as I block her airways entirely. Breathe through your nose, Gurin. The instruction calms her as she stops fighting, and I move my hips back and forth, fucking her throat as if it were her tight pussy. I keep my fist closed around her hair as all the pent-up frustration from earlier in the library overwhelms me. The way it felt to have her come on my fingers like that was beyond intoxicating, especially in a place as public as that. I've been hard ever since, even after jerking off in the shower. It didn't help. Nothing would until I got my cock in her throat. Her eyes are shut as she works my cock in and out of her mouth. I grab my cell phone out of my pocket and snap a photo, groaning at how hot she looks. There's no doubt I'll be fisting my cock and staring at that photo later. That's right, Natalia. Take every inch just like that, I grunt, knowing I'm lost now, chasing my desire and thinking of nothing else. Your throat feels like heaven. She looks up at me, her mascara running a little from the tears my assault causes. And yet all that I see in those eyes now is red-hot desire. She is looking at me in a way no woman has ever looked at me. Like she wants to be devoured by me, and I fucking hate that I want it too. I clench my jaw, ignoring the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Now, be a good girl and swallow my cum, I growl, as my balls draw up and I shoot every drop down her throat. I watch her as she eagerly swallows every drop, knowing that the deeper I get into this with her, the more dangerous it is getting. Lines are getting blurred, which was never my intention. Natalia, I can't walk the corridors of the school I've been at since I was 8 years old without looking over my shoulder anymore. Senior year is by far shaping up to be the worst when it comes to Elias torment. The sexual edge only makes everything much more confusing. I open my locker and my heart skips a beat when I see a plain white envelope in there with the words, "My pet," scribbled on the front in Elias' handwriting. Now the fucker is breaking into my locker. I snatch it and open the envelope to find a picture he must have snapped of me, on my knees, with his cock in my mouth in the alleyway outside of the bar the other night. Along with a slip of paper. "You are coming to the winter formal with me." Bastard. If blackmailing me about my family's true origins isn't bad enough, this son of a bitch is now resorting to taking degrading photos of me. I swallow hard and stuff the photo back into the envelope just in time as Camilla sneaks up on me. "What you doing?" she asks. I shake my head. "Just grabbing a book I need to study." I slip the envelope under a pile of books and pull out the book I need for my assignment. "You?" "I'm bored and have a free period. Do you want to hang out?" I glance at the book in my hand and then at Camilla. "In the library?" I suggest. She rolls her eyes. "You are too much of a nerd. How did I ever become friends with you?" I laugh. "I'm sorry that I take my studies seriously." Camilla sighs. "It's because you are actually training to take over your family business." There's a sad look in her eyes. "My father intends to sell me off to the highest bidder, and that's my only purpose in life." "That can't be true," I say, knowing that her father, despite being a cold and calculating man, cares for Camilla. I've met him and seen the way he dotes on her. "Believe me, it is." She looks me in the eye. "My cousin Amalia ran off with one of our enemies, and it sparked a debate between my father and his sister, Amalia's mom." I'd heard about her cousin running off with Spartak, the pecan of the Volkhov Bratva. It was news across the country, especially amongst the Russians. "What kind of debate?" "A debate regarding arranged marriages. My father insists he will arrange one for both me and Mia." She twists her thumbs together. I overheard him telling our aunt. I wrinkle my nose. That sucks. Mikhail would never force me into marriage. At least, I hope he wouldn't. I can't deny that for a while now, I've had a nagging feeling that there's no way I can truly rule the Bratva without a man by my side. "That's because your brother is cool." She links her arms with mine. "Okay, let's study in the library like a couple of nerds." I laugh. "You can't distract me, though." She pouts. "What's the fun of going to the library, then?" "To get work done. You can do what you do best." "What's that?" she asks. "People watch." Her face lights up and she nods. "Good idea. I love people watching." "You are an odd one. You know that?" She nods. "Of course. All the best people are odd." We fall into amicable silence as we head toward the library. It's crazy how my friends can so easily drag me out of a slump and tear my mind away from the hell Elias is putting me through. Although, it never lasts long. My troubles always resurface, and the photo in my locker plays on my mind. Once we get to the library, I'm thankful after a quick scan that Elias isn't in here. I've been bumping into him in the library far more often than any other year, and I fear it's because he enjoys playing with me here, on my turf. "Usual seat?" Camilla asks, glancing over at the corner table I always select. As I look at it, all I can see is Elias sat next to me, his hand up my skirt as he pushed me over the edge. "Sure," I say, shrugging. I can't let him get into my head like that, no matter how much he's already slipped under my skin. Camilla slumps down in a chair and rests her head back. Just being in the library tires me out. I roll my eyes. You are being melodramatic. We walked in her a minute ago. She opens her eyes and fixes me with a serious stare. Right, it's draining. All these nerds and books. She shakes her head. Seriously, how did we end up friends? I have a feeling it was Adriana's fault. Camilla nods. Should have known. She nudges me playfully. You know I'm joking, right? Of course, I say, opening my book at the page I finished at. That was a good day, even if it took your friends being assholes to you to push you into our oddball group. I raise a brow. Can you really call 3 a group? Fine, our loner trio. She shakes her head. Do you like rubbing it in because we were basically 3 losers until you came along? That's bullshit and you know it. You were not losers. She shrugs. Whatever. All I'm saying is I'm glad Jeannie was a bitch that day. I laugh. Me too. I hate how I was with them. Although I wasn't into bullying people like Jeannie was, I never spoke up. I watched in silence while she treated people like shit, and it's something I'm not proud of. Basically, the only good thing Elias has ever done for me was open my eyes to what terrible friends Jeannie, Anita, and Carrie really were. Yeah, you were a bit of an asshole, Camilla says, smirking. I sigh heavily. I miss Georgia. Tell me about it. She's invited all of us over to Sicily for Easter break. Really? I ask. Yeah, I got an email from her yesterday. Pretty sure she sent it to all 3 of us. I swallow hard, as I haven't checked my emails. Deep down, I'm certain my brother won't allow me to go. After all, George's family has strong links with Fabio Altieri, and at the moment, the war raging in Boston includes him. I don't reckon Mikhail will agree to me going. Camilla looks disappointed. Unfortunately, I don't think my family will let me either. A solemn silence falls between us, and that's when I realize she's been chatting so much I've been sitting in the library for almost 10 minutes and haven't done any work. I nudge her. Quit chattering now and study. She sticks out her tongue and then scans the library, people watching rather than working. Her grades aren't the best, but I can understand why she doesn't care what grades she gets. It's sad the way most women are treated in our world. Someone clears their throat behind me, and I stiffen, wondering if Elias has tracked me down again. Instead, when I turn, it's his cousin standing behind me. Sorry to interrupt. I wondered if you had any notes from the last law class? Lila asks. I smile, as Lila has always been nice, even if we don't hang out. She's kept to a mainly Spanish friend group, as they seem to prefer to converse in Spanish most of the time, but she's nothing like her cousin. I always found it strange that Elias didn't stick with the Spanish kids, especially since his English wasn't the best when he arrived, but he was determined to run the place. Lila is kind and goes out of her way to help people, basically the polar opposite of Elias. Yeah, I have got them somewhere. I tilt my head. Where were you? She sighs and sits down next to me. My father called me home for an event. He's always doing it. She bites her bottom lip. Would you mind if I scanned the notes? I shake my head. Of course not. I'll find them now. I rummage through my bag and pull out my notebook I use for law. Here you go. I pass it to her. She looks a little hesitant as she takes it. Thanks. I hope you don't hold my cousin's treatment of you against me. She shakes her head. He's being a bigger dick than ever to you, isn't he? I nod. Basically. Her brow furrows. He keeps telling everyone you're his. I'm not sure what he means by it, though. I swallow hard, wishing that she hadn't brought Elias up. That makes two of us. What is your cousin's problem with Natalia, anyway? Camilla asks. Lila shrugs. God knows. I've been asking myself that question since the day I met him, I mutter. As Elias's hate for me was unfounded and yet profound. He took one look at me and it was like hate at first sight. I laugh. Camilla and Lila don't seem to see the funny side, though. It's odd. Elias was never the vindictive type when we were younger. I don't really get it, Lila says. I wish I knew why he hates me so much. At least if there was a reason, I could understand it better. Who knows? Boys sometimes are just assholes. Who is an asshole, Gurin? I stiffen at the sound of Elias's voice behind me. No one, I mutter. He sits on the other side of me, leaning too close for my liking with other people at the table. Tell me. Lila shakes her head. Leave her alone, Elias. He glances at his cousin and smirks. Who are you to tell me what to do, Lila? Her nostrils flare. An Estrada, for one? Her eyes narrow. You may be the king here in the academy, but we both know you're nothing in the real world. Sixth in line for the throne. The sparks of rage igniting in Elias's ice-blue eyes could melt the ice caps. I swallow hard, surprised that Lila talks to him like that. Watch your mouth, Lila. Remember your place. All you are is an asset to be sold to the highest bidder. He runs a hand across the back of his neck. I hear your daddy is already looking for a suitor. Lila's brow furrows. You don't know shit. Eliza isn't even married yet. She stands and gives me an apologetic look. Thanks for the notes. I'll take a copy and bring it right back. I nod, but wish she wouldn't leave. At least she has the guts to stand up to my tormentor. Elias looks at Camilla. Leave, Marone. Her brow furrows and her expression turns furious. Fuck you! I'm not leaving. His fists clench. I won't hesitate to get you chucked out of here, Camilla. You aren't even studying. Camilla glares at him, but in the end shakes her head. Whatever. I'm fed up with this library anyway. She glances at me as if searching for my permission to leave me alone with Elias, and I give her a sharp nod. I'll catch you later? Yeah, see you later, I say. I watch her as she walks out of the library, but I can feel Elias's eyes on me. It gives me a feeling of unease. Look at me, he demands. I meet his gaze, hating the way my heart races the moment I look into those ice-blue eyes. Eyes that have tormented me since his first day at the academy. Who were you calling an asshole? Who do you think? I ask, hating the way my heart rate speeds up the moment I talk back to him. He grabs my hair and yanks my head back, his lips teasing the front of my throat. You better not have been speaking about me, Gurin. I shudder, hating the way my body reacts to his dominance. Or what? Did you get my envelope? Rage coils through me as I yank my hair from his hand and glare at him. Yes. What the fuck is that all about? You have your leverage, and I have no intention of fucking up my brother's life. He smirks. A bit of fun and extra leverage, as despite your words, you seem to put up a lot of resistance to the truth. You keep denying that you belong to me. He tilts his head. But that's a lie, isn't it? I swallow hard, feeling so helpless as I stare at my worst nightmare. Yes, I mutter. Now, you're going to tell everyone that you are attending the winter formal with me if they ask. Got it? I nod, averting my gaze in shame that I literally have no choice but to agree. Now, with that photo, he's holding more leverage over me. He grabs my hair again and angles my head up so I'm looking him in the eye. Winter formal will be a very important night in your life, Gurin. His lips move closer to me and he lowers his voice. The night I take what I'm owed from you. A shiver races down my spine. The night when I tear away your innocence because I can, he mutters, his eyes alight with sick desire. And I bet deep down you'll be excited for it, gagging for my cock deep in that virgin pussy. I bite my tongue to stop myself from saying something that will anger him. He's trying to get a rise from me, but I won't give it to him. Instead, I hold his gaze. After a few moments, he releases my hair. Have fun studying. He winks and gets up. If you can keep your mind off what I'm going to do to you in 2 weeks' time. I clench my jaw and focus all my attention on the book in front of me. There's no way I'm going to watch him walk away. His games are getting tiresome, but I hate that my pussy is wet from his treatment. It doesn't matter how deep my hatred goes for him. He has something over me I can't shake. He always has, and I fear he always will. Especially if he does as he says and takes my virginity on the night of the winter formal. Elias. The countdown has been excruciating, but it's almost here. Tomorrow night, I'm going to walk into the winter formal with Natalia on my arm, my little pet doing everything I say. My cock thickens in my pants as I know I can't wait any longer. Tomorrow night, Natalia is going to be mine in every sense of the word. She'll no longer be a virgin, and I will become forever embedded in her memory as the man who took her virginity from her. Alex approaches me, Nick, and Rizzo in the courtyard, brow furrowed. He just got back from home as he had to return due to some shit with his family. Hey, Elias, what's this about you taking Natalia to the winter formal? He asks. I shrug. That's old news. Since he hasn't been around, I guess he's behind on the gossip. The entire school knows I'm taking Natalia to the winter formal. He shakes his head. Do you like her? What? I ask, an odd twisting sensation starting in my gut. Well, why else would you take her to the winter formal? Nick straightens next to me. He's keeping tabs on her, of course, tormenting her by keeping her close. Rizzo clears his throat. Gotta admit, it's a little weird if you hate the girl. I glare at Rizzo. Right. And who are you taking, Bianca? No one, he says, shrugging. I narrow my eyes at him, as I've noticed he's spending a considerable amount of time around Rosa, Nick's girl. Although currently they're on a break. Me neither, Nick says, shaking his head. Rosa's being a bitch. My eyes narrow in on Rizzo's fists as he clenches them, rage sparking in his eyes. You should cut your girl some slack, Khrushchev, Rizzo says. Nick just glares at him. Mind your own fucking business. Alex clears his throat. I'm taking Camilla as a friend. He shrugs. Right, because you'd rather be riding dick, I say. Alex glares at me. Fuck you, Elias. I smirk at him. Wouldn't you love that? I shove him in the arm. I don't give a shit that you're gay, Alex. I glance at my two other friends. None of us do. Rizzo shakes his head. Of course not. Nick, on the other hand, doesn't look so cool about me bringing it up, but it's about fucking time. It's not like he's directly told me that he's gay, but it's just something we've all known for ages. After all, his eyes wander a little too much in the boys' locker room. Alex shakes his head. You are changing the subject. What is going on with you and Gurin? I shrug. I know a secret of hers, and I'm using it to torment her. That's all you need to know. So, you don't like her? My brow furrows. What's with all the questions? Are you worried I'll be snapped off the market by Gurren? I tease again. He shakes his head. No, I just heard that her brother is considering a match for her. What? I say, the blood draining from my face. I heard from my family that Mikhail is in talks with a family from the East Coast about pairing Natalia off with their son after school. If you like her, you need to act fast. Nick laughs. You know Elias doesn't like Natalia. He fucking hates her. Alex just stares at me, eyes searching my face. Just thought you might want to know, is all. I nod in response, cracking my neck. Well, I don't care, as I'm going to have my fun with her this year. After that, I'm done with Gurren. There's something heavy settling in my gut as I say those words. The desire to seek her out and rip into her for allowing her brother to pledge her hand to another while she belongs to me drives me crazy. Alex sits down on the bench and rests his head back. Fair enough. Why are you losers out here anyway? Rizzo shrugs as he pulls out a joint of weed. Can't smoke inside. He leans forward. Any of you got a light? Nick pulls the cigarette lighter out, shaking his head. What knucklehead brings a joint of weed and not a lighter? Rizzo shrugs and lights it up, taking a long drag. Want some? Is the Pope Catholic? Nick asks, snatching it from his hand. I shake my head, as drugs have never been my style. Perhaps it's because of the shit I saw down in Mexico and the way drugs ruined lives, but I wouldn't touch the stuff myself. Elias? Nick asks, holding it up to me. Nah, I shake my head. I forgot. I've got something to do. I stand, hoping none of them question me about what it is I have to do. Ever since Alex dropped the bomb on me about Natalia's brother arranging her marriage, I've had this desperate, clawing need to seek her out. Suit yourself, Rizzo says, snatching it back from Nick and puffing on the joint. More for us. I walk away, my heart pounding hard and fast as I try to rack my brain as to where Natalia would be right now. It's late, so the library is shut, which means she'll either be in the cafeteria, the common room, or in the girls' dormitories. The latter will be difficult to access. I dig out my cell phone and send her a text. Where are you? I don't exactly hold out hope for a response, as she's been viciously stubborn about not replying to me over text. Perhaps I need to get tougher with her. I send her the photo I snapped while she sucked my cock in the alleyway, along with a message. Don't forget who owns you. An angry emoji popped through, followed by the words, my room. Fuck. Get your ass out of your room and meet me in the gym. 5 minutes, or I'll send this photo to everyone. It's a bluff, as I have no intention of anyone ever seeing it except for me. The photo was taken on a spur of the moment, for my own pleasure. I hate you. I smirk at that and head toward the gym, hoping it's empty. There's no scheduled classes tonight, so it should be. Once I get there, it is empty, so I sit on the stand and wait. Natalia takes exactly 5 minutes. When she waltzes into the gym, I feel my cock harden and my heart rate speed up. She's wearing a revealing top that plunges downward, showing off a tantalizing amount of cleavage. Her hair is messily pushed up in a bun, but somehow looks sinful. And she's wearing a pair of tight leggings that cling to her every curve. My mouth waters at the sight of her. What do you want? She asks, crossing her arms over her chest, a move that pushes her beautiful, firm breasts together more. I've heard a rumor that I hope isn't true. She tilts her head slightly, waiting for me to elaborate. When I don't say anything, she huffs in irritation. What rumor? That your brother has agreed to marry you off. Her brow furrows. That can't be true. Who told you that? A reliable source, I say, standing up and walking down to her on the main court. But how can you belong to me if you are promised to someone else? Natalia shakes her head. Mikhail isn't marrying me off. I'm supposed to lead the bratva. I laugh at that, as she is naive if she believes a woman can lead the bratva alone. There are female leaders in the cartel and the Italian mob. Hell, even a few in the Irish organizations. But for Russians, it's unheard of. You can't truly believe the men of the bratva would follow you. A single woman? Her shoulders sag slightly, as if I've hit on something that's been bothering her. I don't know, she says, suddenly looking like a broken little girl who has had her dreams shattered. I hate the way my chest aches at the sight. What the fuck is wrong with me? Natalia Gurin doesn't deserve my pity. Come here, I say, surprising myself with the gentleness in my tone. It was supposed to sound commanding, but I fear stepping over the line from pure hatred to desire has changed the dynamic between us. She doesn't put up a fight, walking over to me and stopping just 1 yard away. Her eyes meet mine, defiant still, but a little broken. I grab her hips and pull her closer, making her gasp. Over winter break, you will verify the truth of these rumors. Do you understand? Natalia nods. And if I find out they're true, then things are going to get ugly, Bonita. I tease my lips over hers softly, making her shudder. You belong to me, no one else. Until I let you go, you are mine. I kiss her then, my lips searing to hers with all the passion, hatred, and rage that bubbles away inside of me. It's twisted into something unrecognizable as I thrust my tongue into her mouth, devouring her as if my life depends on it. Natalia moans, clawing at my neck as she deepens the kiss, too. My little pet is starting to learn that giving in is easier and more pleasurable than fighting. My cock swells as I have every intention of plowing into her tomorrow night, taking her innocence and embedding myself in her soul forever. I slide a hand into her leggings and cup her pussy, groaning when I feel how wet she is. So eager and ready, and a day early, I breathe, pushing her panties aside and dipping my fingers inside of her. I bet you haven't been able to stop thinking about what I'm going to do to you tomorrow night for the past 2 weeks, have you? Her chest rises and falls frantically as she tries to catch her breath. Those dark brown depths full of desire and anger. I pull my fingers out of her and lick them clean. So fucking sweet. I grab her throat and pull her closer. You will meet me alone tomorrow night at 7 o'clock sharp in the old ruins. No friends, just me and you, pet. Her nostrils flare. Fine, she spits. Good girl, I say, releasing her throat. Now run along back to your bed and make yourself come thinking of me. I wink. Her eyes narrow and she makes a frustrated little grunt before turning on her heels and walking away from me. I rub a hand over my cock, knowing that tomorrow night is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. I feel sick, I say to myself, staring at my reflection in the mirror. Camilla wanted to get ready with me for the winter formal, but I told her I needed time alone. It's true. I don't even want to go to this godforsaken dance. Not to mention, Elias gave me strict instructions to meet him in the ruins alone an hour before the dance. My stomach churns like cement in a mixer, and I'm glad I ate nothing at dinner. I was too fucking nervous. Elias is going to take my virginity tonight, and there's nothing I can do to change it. Not unless I want to put my entire family in harm's way. A nagging sensation claws at my chest. It's been bothering me for a while now. There's a part of me that wants to lose my virginity to him, even if that is insane to admit. I've never felt passion like it when he kisses me or touches me. It's enough to send my world off kilter. And yet, I should feel nothing but blinding hate for the guy. I glance at my watch, groaning when I see it's 5 minutes to 7. It's at least a 5-minute walk to the ruins on the grounds. Elias' voice repeats in my mind, 7 o'clock sharp. I shudder, wondering what exactly he'll do if I'm late. Instead of waiting to find out, I grab my clutch bag off my bed and head out into the corridor. Most of the girls will still be getting ready since the dance starts at 8. The corridors are quiet, except for the chatter coming from behind the bedroom doors. Elias has to ruin everything, as the best part of the dance is getting ready with my friends. After all, we've been attending the school dances now for 3 years. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors all attend the winter formal. I rush out of the dormitory wing and then down the steps into the main hall, my heart pounding so hard it feels like I might pass out. I shake myself out of it and head outside, the cool winter night air hitting me the moment I do. I shiver, realizing I probably should have grabbed my winter coat rather than just a shawl. Pulling it closer around me, I take the pathway that winds down toward the woodlands and the old ruins, where Elias wants me to meet him. Once I get closer, I slow down, wondering if he'll already be there. "Keep on moving, Gurin," Elias says from behind me. I freeze and turn around to face him. "What are we doing down here?" He smirks, and it sends dread through my entire body. "Where else am I going to take what belongs to me?" I shudder, my body heating despite the frosty night air. "Here?" I squeak. "Of course. We can't come down here later because of the party." He nods ahead. "Keep on moving." There's a lethal edge to his voice, and I decide not to push him, turning around and continuing down the path to the old ruins. "Stop!" he barks once we get to the center of the old hall. I do as he says and remain with my back to him, too scared to turn around. This is actually happening. Elias Morales is going to take my virginity. The man who has spent years tormenting me and degrading me. A shiver races from the top of my head right down to the base of my spine as I hear him get closer. "Bend over that stone." His hand lands on the small of my back. "Elias?" "Quiet," he says, his voice almost soothing. I shut my eyes, fear and desire warring inside of me. And then I bend over for him, knowing that whatever happens from here on in, I've got no control whatsoever. Elias moves toward me, and then I feel his hands on my hips, lifting the fabric of my dress up. The frosty winter's air stings my skin, and I wriggle, trying to get away from him. He spanks my ass. "Hold still, Gurin." I swallow hard and turn limp over the stone, clawing at it. "What are you—" I don't have a chance to finish my sentence as he tears apart my panties, and then I feel his tongue probing at my sensitive arousal. He slides the tip through my lips, making me shudder with need. I moan, shamefully giving myself over to the illicit sensation of his tongue in such an intimate place. It's been a month since that evening in the library when he licked my pussy. Since then, he's only touched me. I swallow hard, wishing I didn't love the way he's making me feel. When I feel his tongue slip higher, probing at my asshole, I panic. My stomach churns at the sudden foreign, yet unbelievably arousing sensation. Elias keeps his hands on my hips, holding me firmly so I can't escape. His fingers thrust in and out of my dripping wet pussy, driving me higher with each movement and each lick of his tongue against my tight ring of muscles. I moan louder, knowing that at any moment I'll be thrust over the edge of a cliff with no way of returning. Elias is going to make me come. When I think I'm about to shatter, he stops. I glance over my shoulder at him, my clit throbbing violently at the look in his eyes and the way his full lips glisten with my arousal.
Why did you stop? He smirks, raising a brow. Are you saying you were enjoying yourself?
I swallow hard, realizing that once I admit to that, I'm basically handing him all the power. No. Lies, he hisses, spanking my sensitive ass cheeks. The heat of the moment has staved off the cold night air as he moves his tongue back to my ass and thrusts it into my hole. This tight little hole is so pretty. I bet it would feel like heaven fucking it. My stomach churns at the thought. I haven't even had regular sex yet, let alone anal. Elias is pushing me to my limits, and I fear I might break. And then he thrusts 3 fingers into my pussy, drawing that pleasure from me again. I can't take my eyes off of him as he devours me from behind, his ice blue eyes fixed on mine as he does. It's hot and passionate, even if that passion is born from the flames of hatred. I finally understand what they mean when they say there is a fine line between love and hate. The emotions flooding me right now are so conflicting, and I can feel the line between the two blurring. You don't do this with someone you hate. At least, it doesn't feel like straightforward hatred anymore. Elias spanks my ass with his free hand as he holds my gaze, daring me to look away. I moan, the sound so foreign to my own ears. The pain and the pleasure morph into one excruciatingly beautiful sensation, and I know if I don't come soon, I might die. Please, I moan, tears prickling my eyes as the need to come apart claws at me like razor blades dragging down my skin. Let me come. He spanks my ass cheeks in quick succession again, and then continues to push me higher, but not over the edge. It seems like he's ignoring my plea until he moves his tongue away and mutters, "Ask me nicely, Nina." "Please make me come, sir," I reply, hating myself in that moment, and yet knowing that I have no shame right now. I'd crawl on my hands and knees like a dog for him just to feel that release he's made me crave. Elias makes an animalistic growling noise, his eyes so bright they look like stars against the black of night. Tell me why you deserve to come. Please, I beg, feeling utterly humiliated at what he's reduced me to. He shakes his head. No, I don't think so. I whimper when I feel his fingers leave me. You will not come until I'm balls deep in that tight little cunt. Do you understand? Tension coils through my body at the thought of his huge cock thrusting inside of me, stretching me in a way I can hardly imagine. 3 fingers felt full enough, but Elias' cock is huge, and I don't know how it will fit. Elias releases me and unzips his pants, his thick and heavy cock bobbing out of them as he pushes both his pants and underwear down his muscled hips. An ache ignites deep inside of me at the sight, an ache to be filled with him. What about a condom? I ask, knowing the last thing I need is to get pregnant at 18. There's a sinister look in his eyes. No fucking chance. I'm fucking your tight virgin cunt bareback, and you will take every drop of my cum. I swallow hard. What about... He spanks my ass so hard it takes the air from my lungs. No questions. I shudder as he drags the tip of his cock through my eager entrance, coating himself in my juices. I'm going to fuck you so damn hard, Natalia, that they'll hear you scream during the dance. His voice is deep and laced with desire. You will beg me for it harder and faster while I take your virginity. He bumps the head of his cock over my clit, making me jolt with the zap of pleasure coursing through me. After tonight, you'll never be able to get this moment with me out of your mind. I'll be a part of you forever. Elias. I breathe his name, but I'm not sure why. I can't work out if I want to beg him not to do this or to do it. My emotions are all mixed up with desire, and I can't decipher anything anymore. I watch him over my shoulder as anticipation crowds over me, forcing me to wait for his next move. Tell me what you want, he orders. I swallow my pride, knowing that there's no use fighting it anymore. I want you to fuck me. The pure satisfaction in his eyes would sicken me at any other moment, but I'm too far gone. And then, without a word of warning, he thrusts forward brutally, impaling himself inside of me with one movement. I scream, the pain almost unbearable as my unfucked pussy is stretched for the first time. Elias grabs my throat from behind, forcing me to arch my back as he presses his lips against my ear. Relax, Nina. The pain will subside. He licks a path down the side of my neck, making me shiver. Do you feel how deep inside of you I am? He asks, his voice strained. I nod. Yes. It feels so fucking good, Natalia. He murmurs, kissing my shoulder and then biting it softly. Now relax and let me fuck you. I moan, the pain already subsiding as he holds still inside of me. And then he starts to move, and it feels like stars burst in front of my eyes. Elias groans. You really were totally untouched, baby. Bleeding on my dick. I tense, wondering if that's normal. It's normal, he says, as if he's reading my mind. I moan, arching my back as he moves in and out of me with slow, forceful movements. There's no going back now. My bully is taking my virginity, and I'm loving every second. What the hell is wrong with me? Elias. I hold on to the thread-like grip I have on my control, struggling to hold myself back as I slide in and out of Natalia's heavenly cunt. This feels like nothing I've experienced before with other women. I can't explain it, as if all my tormenting of this girl over the years has been foreplay leading to this moment. Gentleness isn't my forte, and although my motive for taking her virginity originated in a desire to make her pay for her family ruining my life, there's a desire to make her feel good, too. I don't understand it, but it's there, clawing at me. With each moan she makes, and the more she arches her back, the harder I fuck her. It's as if she's inviting me to take her more ruthlessly, and when she looks at me over her shoulder, it feels like time stands still. The desire and pure lust in her eyes drives me wild. That's it, Natalia. Watch me fuck that virgin cunt, I growl, spanking her ass again. She licks her bottom lip, the sight enough to make me combust as I fuck her even deeper. Our bodies becoming one as all the hatred, rage, and tension comes to a head. None of this makes any sense. My obsessive hatred has morphed into something I don't recognize anymore. Elias, she moans my name, eyes flickering shut as I feel her muscles clinging more tightly around my shaft. I thrust right into her and then hold still. Not yet, I pant, knowing that I'm not ready for her to come. She will come when I tell her to, and not before. She whimpers, trying to move her hips and fuck herself on me. I tighten my grasp on them, knowing I'll leave bruises and relishing the idea. I move one of my hands to her throat and pull her up with it, making her arch her back unnaturally. If there's one thing I've learned about my little pet, she's freakishly flexible. My lips press against the lobe of her ear. You will only come on my command. Do you understand? She groans, but I tighten my grasp more. Do you understand? I repeat more slowly. Yes, master, she moans, trying to move her hips again as I continue to hold her tightly. Good girl. I purr into her ear, flexing my fingers around the slender column of her throat. Such a good cockslut, aren't you? She nods in response, clearly so far gone she no longer intends to fight any of this. My cockslut, I growl, my cock throbbing deep inside of her, desperate to continue. Please, she begs, her voice strained as I restrict the airflow into her lungs. What is it, Nina? I ask, keeping my voice teasing despite the desperate need clawing at my insides. Please fuck me, master. Her back arches further, and I groan. Dirty girl, I murmur, biting her earlobe. As you asked nicely. I spank her ass, and then the beast inside of me is let loose. There's no more teasing, no more playing. Every thrust of my cock is harder than the last as I fuck her roughly out in the open, the wind rushing past us, but it is hardly over the rush of blood roaring through my veins. No matter how rough it gets, Natalia seems to enjoy every second. Her back arching in welcome, her moans becoming louder and more unreserved. I stop still, wanting to watch her face as she comes apart on my cock for the first of many fucking times this year. When my cock slips out of her, she makes the most adorable sound of protest I've ever heard, glancing at me over her shoulder with wide eyes. Don't worry, Natalia. You'll have my cock in that greedy little cunt soon enough. I spank her ass. I want you on your back over there. I nod to a wooden bench nearby. I want to watch your face when I finally make you come on my cock. Her eyes dilate again as she stands, walking seductively over to the bench. As I watch her, I wonder where the timid, nerdy girl that I first met all those years ago went. She's a fucking vixen now. A pure goddess, and I've never wanted anyone the way I want her. It's funny how hatred can do that to someone. Natalia lies down on her back, legs spread wide for me, and her dress hitched up to her waist. I step out of my pants and boxers, which are around my ankles, and walk toward her, fisting my cock in my hands. You are so fucking sexy, Nina, I murmur, noticing the way her cheeks redden at my compliment. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip before saying, You're not too bad yourself. I smirk. Is that supposed to be a compliment? She nods, eyes dipping to my cock, which is glistening with her juices. Stop talking and fuck me. I tilt my head. Are you the one in charge now? Her throat bobs as she swallows. No, master. I just really want your cock inside of me, she whines. Her voice so fucking sexy, I can't deny her a thing. Instead, I walk forward and kneel between her legs on the bench. Slowly, I bump the head of my cock over her clit, and her eyes flicker shut. Please, Elias, please fuck me. Her voice is raspy and breathless. I need to come all over your big cock. I growl. The way she's talking to me makes me insane. Grabbing her throat, I squeeze hard and then thrust my cock all the way inside of her. My balls rest against her ass as I stare into her eyes, captivated by the look in them. And then I kiss her, which seems to take her by surprise as she turns stiff against me at first. I part her lips with my tongue and caress it against her own, which makes her moan and relax. And then I fuck her, surprised by my desire to kiss her at the same time. Nothing that's happening between us tonight makes logical sense, and yet it feels more right than anything I've ever done before. Natalia moans, back arching as she pushes up into me. I free her lips and gaze down at her, in awe at the beautiful sight in front of me. Natalia's tanned skin is tinged a pretty pink, and her dark brown hair is splayed over the wooden bench in the most natural yet beautiful way. I thrust into her harder, knowing there's no more teasing or edging. We both need this release. Fuck, you are taking my cock so well, I murmur, my hand teasing down the front of her dress to free her breast from it. I lean down and suck on her hard, puckered nipples, which rewards me with a sharp hiss of pleasure. Such a good girl, taking every inch in your eager little cunt, I groan. Natalia moans again. Oh, God, Elias. She claws at the back of my neck, her nails digging into my skin. I'm so close. I don't know how I can stop myself from coming. Please, please. I smirk as I realize she's trying to hold herself back because I told her she can't come until I say so. Such a good girl, I murmur, leaning closer to press my lips against her ear. Come for your master. She screams, the sound penetrating the air and making me wonder if people will hear at the academy. Her muscles clamp around me like a fucking vice, squeezing so hard it's as if she's trying to milk the cum from me. I groan, my lips buried in her neck as I thrust harder than ever. And then I roar into her skin, my balls exploding and my body trembling as I empty every drop of cum into her pussy. She moans louder, clawing at my neck still. Oh, fuck, she mutters over and over. It takes both of us a good few minutes to recover, breathing heavily as I remain lying on top of her, my semi-hard cock still buried inside of her. After a few minutes, silence penetrates the air, other than the howling wind around us, as we have well and truly come down from our mutual high. I slip out of her as a tension clouds the air. My balls are spent, and her pussy is dripping with my cum and her juices. I can't stifle the groan at the sight, which is beyond beautiful, but one that gives me mixed emotions. I pull her dress down and attempt to fix her torn panties before grabbing her hand. Time to get to the dance, Bonita. We're late. Her eyes dip to my cock, which is still semi-hard and glistening with cum. You should probably put your pants on first. I chuckle at that. Why do you think people will talk? She rolls her eyes, but there's a whisper of a smirk on her lips. I push away from her reluctantly and grab my pants and boxers, slipping them on and doing them up. When I turn around, Natalia is standing up, hugging her arms around her waist and looking a little vulnerable. There's a tightness in my gut which feels a lot like guilt. She may have been a willing participant pretty much from the moment we got down here, but I know I forced her into this situation with my blackmail, and for some fucked up reason, it feels wrong. I shake my head, trying to break the guilt-ridden days from my mind. Come on, I say, holding my arm out to her. Let's go. Natalia takes my arm and allows me to lead her back toward the school. There's a new atmosphere between us, one that I don't like as we make our silent ascent up the step and in through the main entrance. The music from the dance surrounds us the moment we enter, and I hasten my steps, desperate to get into that hall. At least then, it should break this tension between us once we're amongst other students. I walk us into the grand hall and sigh in relief the moment we're no longer alone. Never before have I felt at such unease alone with Natalia. Shall we dance? I ask, looking her in the eye for the first time since we left the ruins. Her brow arches slightly. Right, because normally you ask a girl to dance after fucking her, she mutters. I lean close to her ear and whisper, don't pretend like you didn't enjoy every second. Her nostrils flare, but she doesn't deny it. Fine, she says, nodding at the dance floor. I sweep her onto it and pull her close, swaying her to the music as I look into her eyes. There's an odd burning sensation in my chest as I look into them, making me wonder if anything between us will ever be the same again. Tonight, the dynamic between us changed. People are staring at us, Natalia murmurs, eyes darting around the room. Do you think they know? I shake my head. No. They're staring at us because it makes no sense that you would attend a dance with a guy who has tormented you all these years. Her dark eyes fix on me with rage burning in them. Well, it's not like I had a choice. My jaw clenches as a part of me wants her to say she wants to be here with me. It's odd and confusing, and I don't like it one bit. I lean toward her ear. And yet you are enjoying every second of this evening, aren't you? Her breathing labors as my lips brush the shell of her ear. Not exactly, she mutters, but it's half-hearted. I bite her earlobe. Could have fooled me while you begged for my cock. A whoosh of air escapes her lungs and I feel her tense against me. Do you always have to be such an asshole? I pull away and meet her fiery gaze. It's kind of the job description. What job is that? Trying to piss me off? I smirk. Exactly. I pull her close again, my lips against her ear. You did so fucking good tonight, though, princess, I murmur, remembering how much she loves it when I praise her. She pulls back, lips pursing and cheeks reddening. The comment doesn't seem to anger her as I'd expected. Instead, she wraps a hand around the back of my neck and pulls me close so her lips graze my ear. When are we going to do it again? Fuck. I feel my pants tighten over my crotch, even though we've just fucked. Unfortunately for both of us, not until next semester. I leave early tomorrow morning for Chicago. Pity, she mutters, releasing my neck and standing straighter. I swallow hard as I look into those dark eyes, knowing that everything has changed. Now that her virginity doesn't stand between us, and she enjoyed it as much as I did, I fear the dynamic between us is altered. This was always supposed to be a torment for her, but I never counted on what happens if she enjoyed it as much as I did. Perhaps it's good it's winter break. Some time away from the woman I've spent years teasing and degrading is exactly what both of us need. Time away to reflect on what the hell just happened and what this sick and twisted dynamic I created is turning into. Natalia. It feels like for the first time since the start of the academic year, I can breathe again. Boston. It's so good to be home and away from the toxicity of the academy. When I left for the year, I was optimistic. After all, Elias bullying hadn't been as bad for the last 2 years. But instead of it getting better, he's done a complete 360 turn. Goosebumps rise over my skin as I remember the way it felt to be beneath him while he fucked and kissed me. I can't erase the moment from my mind. It was sickeningly enjoyable, and I hate myself for thinking that. The way he kissed me, the way he touched me. I've never felt so wanted in all my life, which makes no sense because that's the last thing Elias intends to make me feel. Mikhail's friend is interesting. Sienna suits him, and deep down, I'm kind of hoping that my instincts are right. Maybe Mikhail has found a girl to settle down with and have kids, which would mean I'd be off the hook for running the Gurin Bratva. It's nice not to have anything to do as I lie on my back, staring at the ceiling and contemplating a different future. Men have always run the Bratva. After all, it literally means brotherhood in Russian. A ding from my cell phone draws my attention, and I grab it off my nightstand, stomach dipping when I see it's from Elias. How is your brother? I clench my jaw and shake my head. There's no way I'm rising to his taunts, not while I'm here, away from the academy. It may result in a harsh punishment when I return, but I really couldn't care less. I need this break away from him to clear my head and remember all the terrible things he's done to me. Somehow, I need to erase the way he made me feel the last night of the academy. Another text comes through. Go check on him. I think he's received a rather disturbing message this morning. A brick settles in my gut as I push off the bed, wondering what the fuck he's on about. My heart thuds unevenly against my rib cage as I slip into a pair of slip-ons and pad toward the door, opening it. Mikhail is often holed up in his study, so I decide that's the best place to look for him. So I walk out of my room, down the stairs, and head toward his study. The door is ajar, and I hear hushed voices coming from inside, so I knock loudly. The voices stop, and then Mikhail calls. "Who is it?" "It's me," I say. There's more hushed chatter, and then Mikhail says, "Come in." I open the door to find him in there with Lev, looking concerned. Lev was just leaving. He glares at his Sovietnik, who is in my brother's bad books. Lev nods and walks past me, heading out into the corridor. Mikhail smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes, which tells me instantly something is off. "What's up, Natalia?" I shake my head. "Not much. I wanted to check on you." My brow furrows as I notice some kind of document on his desk, but it's the writing that catches my eyes. It's Elias' handwriting. I'd know it anywhere. "Is everything okay?" He runs a hand across the back of his neck and nods. "Of course. Why wouldn't it be?" I shrug. "You seem stressed." His jaw clenches as he sits down behind the desk, shaking his head. "Things in Boston aren't exactly easy at the moment. You know that." I nod, as I know that the Irish and Italians have been at each other's throats for months, and it's affecting the Bratva. "Yes, it just seems like something else is on your mind," I push, remembering Elias' instructions the day before the winter formal. "Over winter break, you will verify the truth of these rumors." Mikhail loosens his tie, eyes darting briefly to the folder on his desk. "Is it possible that Mikhail has promised me to someone without telling me?" I swallow hard, almost scared to ask what I need to ask. "Someone at school mentioned a rumor they'd heard." His eyebrow arches. "What kind of rumor?" "A rumor that you've agreed to marry me to someone," I say, searching my brother's eyes for the truth. I find it instantly, before he even opens his mouth. Guilt. "It's true. Elias is right. Mikhail doesn't trust me to lead the Bratva alone. He believes I need a man by my side. There's truth to the rumor, Nat, but I was always going to give you a choice." He runs a hand through his hair. "It was a provisional deal that I wasn't going to tell you about until after you graduated." He releases a shaky sigh. "However, I've just received a blackmail to call it off." His eyes dart toward the folder again. "Blackmail?" I ask, blood draining from my face. "Someone knows about our true origins, Nat." He scrubs a hand across his face. "They said that if the agreement isn't called off, Lebedev will learn the truth and come for us." Rage slams into me as I stare at my brother, my fists clenching by my side. Elias can't blackmail me and then blackmail my brother with the same fucking information. Who the hell does he think he is? I swallow hard, trying to get my anger in check before Mikhail notices. "Do you know who is behind the blackmail?" Mikhail shakes his head. "No, but Lev is on it." "Is it wise to trust Lev with that information?" I ask. I didn't tell him what the blackmail was, other than the fact they want your engagement broken. I set my hands on my hips. "I thought you said it was a provisional agreement." He clears his throat. "Well, now it isn't anything. We can't risk our grandfather learning the truth. A fact I know all too well, considering I've done everything Elias has asked to ensure he doesn't. It grates against my last nerve that he would approach my brother directly and threaten him with the same information. This is between me and Elias and no one else." A sickness pulls at my stomach as I wonder if he got what he wanted from me, and now he's turning his efforts to my brother instead. God knows what he could ask for to keep quiet. How do you know the blackmail will stop there? Mikhail's expression is haunted. I don't. I swallow hard, my fingernails biting into the palm of my hand. I'll ensure it does. As if Elias wants me to play ball, then he needs to cut the shit and stay away from my brother. It's Christmas Eve tomorrow, brother. I walk closer to him and set my hand on his arm, squeezing. You need to relax and forget about this. I wave my hand at the pile of paperwork on his desk. It can wait until after Christmas. He gives me a sad smile. I wish that were true, but there's no rest for the wicked, Natalia. It's something you will learn when you lead. I shake my head. I think you've made it pretty clear you don't believe I can lead, at least not alone. He sighs. It would be wrong of me to tell you I believe the Bratva would accept you as a single woman, with a strong husband by your side. He shrugs. It's doable. The ache in my chest widens, as Mikhail has always made me believe that it didn't matter about my sex when it came to leading the Bratva, but I can't deny that as I grew older and learned more about the values of the Bratva, I'd had a niggling doubt that I could truly lead as a single female. It sucks. I know that I've always told you that you have what it takes to be Pecan, and you do. He runs a hand through his hair, something he often does when he's nervous. But I fear the Bratva isn't ready for a female leader. I nod in response, unable to speak past the painful lump forming in my throat. Right, I'm sorry. His jaw clenches. I should have consulted you first. Who is he? I ask, curious as to what kind of man my brother is trying to pair me with. He shakes his head. It doesn't matter now. The deal is off. I narrow my eyes, wondering why he's being so dismissive. It's unlike Mikhail to go behind my back, so it makes me uneasy that he won't tell me who he'd made the deal with. Fine, I'm going out, I say, turning away. Natalia, Mikhail says my name as I get to the door. I turn and glance at him. What? I'm sorry, he says, the muscles in his jaw working. Be careful on the streets. It's not safe. I nod in response and then leave his office without another word. The apology doesn't even begin to cut it. All my life I've been training at the academy to take control of the Bratva, and now he's telling me he doesn't believe it will work out unless I'm married to Russian mafia royalty? I swallow my rage and head straight out the door, grabbing my purse I left hanging on the coat rack. I head into the garage, intending to take one of the cars into town myself. Popov straightens when he sees me, eyes wide. Do you need me to take you somewhere, Miss Gurin? He asks. Popov is Mikhail's driver, generally. I shrug. I was planning on driving myself, as I don't know if Mikhail has plans to go out. Popov shakes his head. I don't believe so. He steps forward. I can drive you where you want to go. I clench my jaw, as really I wanted to get out of the house alone and just drive somewhere and clear my head. Okay, sure, thanks. I nod and get into the back of Popov's town car. He grabs his chauffeur hat and then slides into the driver's seat. Where do you want to go? John Quill's Cafe, please, I say, knowing that one of their amazing mochas and a delicious cake will help take my mind off of the shit day I'm having. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and tap on Elias' last message, my mind spinning at 100 miles an hour as I type out a response. What the fuck are you playing at? You're using that information against me, not my brother. I told you I'd find out if the rumor was true or not. Leave my family alone. I clench my fist around the phone, wishing I could let out my rage on that son of a bitch face to face. He's a coward and a bully, and I don't want to stand for it anymore. And yet, I know if I push too hard, He can ruin us all. I grit my teeth and stow my phone back in my pocket as Popov navigates through the busy traffic toward my favorite coffee shop. The ding of my cell phone makes my stomach churn as I pull it out, my heart hammering wildly as I know I'm not going to like his response. I grab it and read the message, my entire body going numb. It's a simple message, with a photo of Elias standing next to the famous and unmistakable George Washington statue in Boston. Watch your back, Gurin. I try not to panic, as he could have taken that photo any time. However, I have a very bad feeling that even when I thought I'd escaped Elias Morales, he's not going to let me rest. It's 2 days until Christmas, and if this photo was just taken, he's here in Boston rather than in Chicago. I swallow hard, stowing my cell back in my pocket and resting my head against the headrest. At least he won't be able to find me. Boston is a huge city. I just hope I stay out of his path. Elias. So much for time away from Natalia. I watch her from afar as she walks down the street alone. It's surprising that Mikhail allows her to wander the streets alone when the tensions between the mafia organizations in Boston are almost as high as they are in Chicago. Her driver dropped her here, and I watched as she gave him a wave and then turned south down the street. A wave of vicious protectiveness sweeps over me. If Natalia was mine, I'd ensure she had a bodyguard wherever she went. I shake my head, wondering what the fuck is wrong with me. 5 days I'd been home in Chicago, and I was going out of my fucking mind. It was boring as hell, and Hernandez was driving me crazy already, lecturing me on my duty to the family. I have no duty to the Estrada cartel. I'm not in line to inherit, so I don't really give a shit about any of it. All I want is to finish my senior year and head down to Mexico. My home. The place I never should have left. And yet my uncle wants me to make political alliances and be at his beck and call. Eliza will be married off soon enough, forced into an arranged marriage that she doesn't want. As will Lila, my younger cousin who attends the Syndicate Academy. Me and Lila couldn't differ more apart from being the closest in age of all my father's and uncle's children. She's always loved living in America, whereas I hated it. She's always been naturally kind and good-spirited, whereas I've had darkness inside of me for as long as I can remember. The seed of which was planted the night my father tore me from the home I'd always known. I shake my head, trying to forget the scenes I witnessed that night. Instead, I focus my attention back to Natalia, who walks up to the entrance of an upmarket coffee shop called Jonquil's. I roll my eyes, unsurprised by the place she picked out. Preferably, it would have been some dingy cafe or restaurant where I could sneak up on her. But this place is bright and clean. Fucking Gurin, I mutter, as I walk over the road at the crossing. She knows I am here in Boston, if she's taken my photo seriously. And she doesn't realize that when I put my number on her phone at school, I also downloaded a background app that gives me access to her location data. I open the door into the swanky coffee shop and spot Natalia instantly, her back to me in a little booth right at the back of the place. Awareness races down my spine as I realize how insane this really is. Coming to Boston 2 days before Christmas, just because I had to see her, torment her, touch her. I've lost the plot, that much is clear. With every step I take toward her, my heart speeds up a little more. It's ridiculous considering it's just Natalia, the same girl I've spent years tormenting and teasing. I don't make myself known. Instead, I just slip into the booth on the other side. Natalia's eyes widen, and then she goes to move, but I grab her hand before she can try to stand. Don't even think about it. Her tongue slips over her pink bottom lip, wetting it. "How did you find me?" she asks.
I don't respond, as I have no answer to that which won't alert her to the app on her phone. Instead, I let go of her hand and sit back in the chair. That's not the greeting I was expecting. Her eyes narrow. Cut the shit, Elias. Why are you here? I don't like hearing her speak to me that way, but I let it slide on this occasion. To check that you are sticking to your end of the bargain. After all, the last text you sent me was rather rude. She crosses her arms over her chest, drawing my attention to her full cleavage. We had a deal, and you broke it, not me. I raise a brow. How exactly did I do that? I ask. You said you'd stay away from my family if I did everything you say. Her cheeks flush a deep red. I gave you what you wanted, and now you're blackmailing my brother. As I said, you can't belong to me if your brother has promised you to another. I shrug, knowing it will piss her off. I had to break the engagement, otherwise you were breaking the deal. You didn't give me a chance to talk to my brother about it, she hisses, looking like she wants to launch over the table and strangle me. And it wasn't going to happen until after I graduated, so it would have never affected our deal. I tap my fingers on the table in a drumming rhythm as a lady walks over and brings Natalia her order. Sorry for the delay, Nat. Does your friend want anything? Before I can say anything, Natalia shakes her head. No, he can't stay. That's not true. I'll have a latte, please, I say, smiling at the waitress. Her brow furrows slightly, eyes darting between me and Natalia. Okay, coming right up. I want to be left alone. I came here to clear my mind, she says, glaring at me as she picks up her coffee and takes a sip. If you want to stay, find your own table. I shake my head. That's not how this is going to work, and you know it. Her lips purse together in a tight line. Are you going to explain what you are doing in Boston? I already told you why I'm here. I cross my arms over my chest. So you're in Boston just because of me? She asks, sounding skeptical. I realize that it does seem a little odd for me to have made the journey just because of Natalia, but the truth is I needed to see her, to speak to her, to touch her again. This clawing, burning desire to seek her out has been there since the town car drove out of the gates of the Syndicate Academy. I had to ensure you were sticking to the rules. I can't have you getting complacent. Right, so you are here because you're an asshole. Watch your mouth, Gurren, and remember that I own you. Hatred sparks to life in her dark eyes as they practically simmer like hot coals, trying to burn their way right through my flesh. She doesn't say another word, though, simply picks up the chocolate pastry she ordered and takes a bite. I feel my cock harden as she gets some on her lip and seductively licks it off, conjuring a host of dirty fucking thoughts into my mind. Careful, Gurren. If you eat like that, you are asking to be fucked in the restroom. Her eyes widen and she shakes her head. I'm eating like any normal human being. Her cheeks flush a deep red as she sets the pastry down and takes a long sip of her coffee. Is it good? I ask. She nods. Yes, that's why I come here. It's my regular place. Her eyebrows pull together. What I can't understand is how you found me here. I shrug. I have my ways. She makes an exasperated little sighing sound that I feel right to my cock, shifting as my pants become increasingly tight. Here you go, 1 latte, the woman says, returning to the table and setting it down in front of me. As if she notices the frosty atmosphere, she clears her throat. Are you all right, Nat? Natalia meets her gaze and smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Yes, I'm fine, Cynthia. Thanks so much. She nods but doesn't look convinced as she leaves us alone. On a first-name basis with the help, huh? I've been coming here since I can remember with Mikhail. She's always been kind to me. And why is it your mommy doesn't live in Boston? Her eyes flash with anger as her back turns as stiff as a board. Because she's a coward. I raise a brow, knowing that ever since Natalia's father died, her mother has lived in Russia. After all, I've done my homework and know all there is to know about her family. Is that right? Natalia sinks her teeth into her bottom lip and shakes her head. It's none of your business. I grab her hand from across the table and squeeze. Everything about you is my business, Garine, and don't you forget it. Her nostrils flare, but she doesn't make a retort. I release her hand as that clawing need heightens. Go into the bathroom. What? You heard me. I give her a warning glare. I want you to go into the ladies' bathroom right now. Her tongue darts out over her lips, drawing my attention to them. Not for the first time since I sat down. Why? Natalia, if you make me say it one more time, I swear to God. She stands then without a word and struts into the ladies' bathroom, which is behind us, the swing door closing behind her. I clench my fists and force myself to wait for at least half a minute before standing to and following her. It's crazy how desperate I feel to get her alone. Natalia's eyes widen as I enter the bathroom and then shut the door, locking it for good measure. What are you? No questions, I growl, stalking toward her. She backs up until she has nowhere to go, her spine flush against the clinical white tiled walls. Her chest rises and falls with deep, rasping breaths as I move my lips to within an inch of hers. Tell me, princess, how does it feel to be at my mercy on your own turf? I ask. Her jaw clenches and then she does something I don't expect. She spits at me. I grab hold of her throat in anger, squeezing so hard her eyes bulge from her sockets. You will learn soon enough that bratty behavior like that is the worst way to act around me. She claws at my hand, trying to pry it from her throat. I release her and then bite her bottom lip between my teeth. You belong to me, and what I say goes. Don't forget it. Now answer my question. I hate it, she says, her eyes full of passionate rage. I grab her hips and dig my fingertips into them. I'm not so sure I believe you. I tilt my head. After all, you told me how much you wanted to fuck me again while we attended the winter formal. I force her around so she's facing the wall and press the length of my body against hers. Such a dirty girl when you are needy. I want that girl to return. She's dead, Natalia spits. I chuckle then, shaking my head. Well, see about that, Nina. I'm sure within minutes I'll have her here, begging me for my cock. She releases a frustrated sound as I move my hands down the length of her curvy body, knowing that I'm not leaving Boston until I've had my fill of her. Natalia belongs to me, and it's clear she still needs to learn what that means. Natalia. Elias pushes me against the wall roughly, his hands moving over every inch of my body as if he's desperate for me. Have you missed me, Nina? I glare at him over my shoulder. No. He chuckles, the warmth of his breath teasing against my earlobe. I'm not sure I believe you. Let go of me, I say through gritted teeth, as he teases my hardening nipples through the fabric of my shirt. I don't think so, he murmurs, hand moving beneath my shirt. I gasp as he pinches my bare nipple beneath the cup of my bra, sending a zing of need right to my core. Elias.
That's what I want to hear. You begging me. I clench my teeth together. I'm not begging. Sure sounded like it to me. He presses his body flush against mine, pushing me harder into the wall. Do you feel how hard I am for you? I groan, his cock solid between my ass cheeks. Even with my pants on and his, I can feel the heat of him. I'll take that as a yes. He reaches around and unbuttons my pants. I should try to stop him, but my body craves this, the feel of his hands on me. A guy who has been such a fucking asshole to me the entire time I've known him, and yet whenever he touches me, it feels right. It makes no logical sense, but then they say there's a fine line between love and hate. The passion involved in both must be very similar, and anytime he touches me, that passion lights my soul on fire. I moan as his fingers delve into my already wet panties, and he rubs my clit, making my nipples harder than stone. Do you like that? He asks, as he shoves a finger inside of me, barely quenching the ache he's ignited. I nod in response, too ashamed to say the words. Good girl, he says, pushing my pants and panties further down so that I'm standing against the wall with them around my knees. I need to fuck you, he rasps, his voice no longer dominant and in control. Elias sounds as desperate as I feel. Did he really come all the way to Boston because he needed this? The thought makes my stomach flutter and the ache deepen, as I wonder if whatever sick and twisted dynamic existed between us before is changing into something new, something different. I hear the zip of his pants behind me and glance over my shoulder. Eyes forward, he says, his jaw clenching. I need to fuck you, right now. I swallow hard and face forward, arching my back to give him better access to my dripping wet entrance. He groans and rubs the head of his cock in my juices. Already so fucking wet, Natalia. He rubs the head of his cock over my asshole and I tense, wondering if he would do that here and now. I so badly want to fuck that ass of yours. I shudder at the thought of such a large object being shoved in my ass. The idea is both arousing and daunting. Elias, not here. He spanks my ass cheek and then grabs the back of my neck forcefully. Of course not, Gurin. When I fuck that tight little ass, you'll be begging me for it. A part of me is relieved and another part disappointed, as it's the kind of thing I'd expect from him. He spits on my asshole, and then I feel his finger pressing against it. It doesn't mean I can't have some fun with you, though. And then I feel the pressure of his thick cock pushing against my entrance. When the head of his cock pops inside, I groan, feeling sore. After all, I've only ever been fucked once, and that was 6 days ago. Elias was rough and unforgiving, and I felt sore ever since. Are you sore, Nina? He asks, his cock as hard as an iron rod and still inside of me. Yes, I mutter. I feel his lips against the back of my neck as he smiles. Good. I'm glad I gave you something to remember me by. His hand moves up the front of my blouse, and he pulls it open, the buttons flying everywhere. I bet you've not been able to stop thinking about our time in the ruins, have you? I grind my teeth together, but the need to feel pleasure wins out. No, sir, I moan, arching my back further and trying to move to feel him fucking me. He holds me tight with one hand. Not yet, Gurin. I'm in charge. I whimper, the need becoming so strong it feels like I'll die if he doesn't fuck me.
His finger is still embedded in my ass and his cock in my pussy, but he's teasing me and drawing out that excruciating anticipation. Please, Elias. He chuckles, a rich and deep sound that echoes around the small bathroom. Didn't take long, did it? For what? I ask, knowing he means my begging. It's embarrassing how easily I crack. For you to beg me like the dirty girl I know you are. His teeth sink into my earlobe, making me squeal. Now try to be quiet. You don't want the entire cafe knowing what you are doing in here, do you? A flood of panic coils through me as I realize I've been so wrapped up in the pleasure, I'd forgotten where I am. A cafe I've been going to for years. I'd die if Cynthia realized what we were doing in here, especially since she knows my brother well, too. But Elias doesn't give me a moment to prepare. Instead, he pulls his cock all the way out of me and then slams back in with such force I have no choice but to cry out. Elias places his free hand over my mouth. I said be quiet, Nina. Or do you not know how to be quiet when I'm fucking you? He sucks on my earlobe, the sensitive flesh tingling. Is it that good, Natalia? I swallow hard and nod as my eyes roll back in my head. Elias thrusts his finger in and out of my asshole in tandem with his cock, driving me toward the edge so damn fast, I'm surprised at how well I keep control of the sounds I make. I bite my lips so hard I draw blood, but nothing matters at that moment. The mindless need to be fucked and come is overwhelming, as if it is taking control of my body entirely. Elias is a bastard, but I can't deny that ever since the night of the winter formal, I've hardly been able to think of anything but fucking him. My vibrator is getting more action than ever, and yet every time I come, nothing comes close to what he made me experience that night in the old ruins. Fuck, I breathe, as he moves his free hand to my clit and rubs. Elias, I cry his name. No coming until I say so. You know the rules, Nena. His finger moves out of my ass and I groan, since the sensation felt so good. I swallow hard, the burning pressure between my thighs becoming almost unbearable. My thighs tremble as I clutch onto the white tiled wall, wishing that he'd just let me come. Why do you love torturing me? I whine. His voice is soft and deep in my ear. Because it's what I do best. He places his free hand stretched out across my stomach, pulling me tighter against him as he moves in a slow yet forceful rhythm. The intimacy of it makes me shudder as our bodies join as one. It's mind-blowing, the way a guy so cruel can make me feel so wanted and needed. Perhaps that makes me pathetic, as he's also made me feel worthless and like shit most of the time I've known him. Such a good girl, he purrs into my ear. Your pussy swallows my cock as if it were made to fit. I shudder, as his praise has a way of erasing all the bad from my memories. It's ridiculous and yet true. Maybe it's because I'm a horny teenager flooded with hormones I can't control, or perhaps it's because there's something satisfying about having this man so desperate for me. A man who had always treated me like shit. A man I believed hated me. But this doesn't feel like hate. It feels like passion and desire and something else entirely. Look at me, he orders. I glance at him over my shoulder, and before I can register what is happening, his lips are moving over mine. His tongue delves inside of my mouth, caressing my own with sensuous strokes. I moan, arching my back as he continues to fuck and kiss me at the same time. Elias sinks his teeth into my lip before sucking on the sore flesh.
You drive me crazy, he breathes. I feel my stomach flip. Elias. I moan his name as his tempo becomes more frantic. Please. He spanks my ass cheeks in quick succession and then grabs my hips, slamming into me with more force. Fuck, Nina. You make me so fucking hard. I groan, the intensity of the need between my thighs becoming almost painful as I hold on to the last thread of control I have. I need to come, I whine, forgetting about keeping my voice down. Come for me, Natalia. I want to feel that tight cunt squeezing my cock so hard. I can't help but shoot every drop of cum deep inside of you, I moan, the dirty words sending me over the edge as I let go. My body shudders against his as he continues his savage rhythm, rocking into me hard and fast. Fuck, I cry, my body so tightly strung it feels like I'm floating on air. He growls behind me, sounding beast-like as he comes apart, clawing at my hips so hard I know he leave bruises. And yet I don't care. In fact, I want him to. I want him to leave his mark on my body so I can remember this moment, as insane as that may be. The last thing I should want is to have any reminder of Elias Morales on my body. But it's like, deep down, I've known this is where our twisted, fucked up dynamic was always going to end up. Elias unleashes his cum deep inside of me, and for the second time, I can't believe he's come in me. No protection. It's foolish and reckless, and for some sick reason, I love it. I love the fact that he'd risk getting me pregnant because he wants me that badly. His lips move against my neck, and he sucks on the flesh, panting softly. That was heaven, Nina. What does Nena mean? I ask. His lips curve against the skin at my neck. It means baby girl. My body heats and I groan as I feel his still semi-hard cock pulse inside of me. Elias, did you really come all this way here just because you needed to fuck me? I ask, glancing at him over my shoulder. His eyes shudder at that, and his jaw clenches as he shakes his head. I told you, Gurin. He pulls his cock out of me. I'm here to make sure you're sticking to the rules. I swallow hard as he shoves his cock back into his pants and releases his grip on me. I pull my panties and pants back up as his cum drips down my inner thighs, turning to face him. That doesn't make sense. I set my hands on my hips. You're the one not sticking to the rules by blackmailing Mikhail. He shakes his head. You spoke with him, and he's confirmed he's called off the engagement, correct? I nod in response, anger bubbling away in my gut at the sudden change in him. 1 minute he can hardly keep his hands off me. The next he's cold and distant. Good. Then my work here is done. He looks me in the eye, only briefly. Have a good Christmas, Gurin. I'll see you back at the academy. With that, he unlocks the bathroom door and marches out of the ladies' room, leaving me feeling empty and dejected. Elias Morales has something over me I'll never understand. And now that we've crossed the line, I know that the more he plays with me, the deeper he sinks his claws in. That painful feeling forming on the walls of my throat and clawing at my chest are warning signs. If I don't watch it, Elias will finally get what he's always wanted. Hell break me and leave me a fragment of the girl I once was. Elias. Uncle Hernandez ushers me into his office, eyes narrowing. Is everything okay, Uncle? This isn't the first time since winter break started that he's forced me into his office with no explanation. Your grades have slipped this year. What's going on? I shrug.
Does it really matter what grades I get at the Syndicate Academy? His jaw clenches. It does when I pay $100,000 a year. He bangs his clenched fist on the desk. I want those grades back up to where they were, or we'll have some serious issues. I clench my jaw and nod. Yes, Uncle. As always, I'm forced to bow to the Don Hernandez, and I'm sick of it. My father is pathetic and weak and tends to Hernandez's every will and desire. It makes me sick to my stomach. I hate my uncle almost as much as I hate my father, because in my eyes, he was complicit in my mother's death. They're both self-important assholes, and my uncle is a disgrace for ever standing by my uncle after what he did. A flashback of that night we left Mexico makes me shudder as I remember the scenes when my father beat my mother so badly she couldn't recover. She tried to stop him from taking me to America, and I've never forgiven him for it. He always had a drinking problem, and when she got hysterical about him taking her son, he beat her over and over until she was bloodied and dying. Shame hits me as I was 13 years old and should have fought him off. But instead, I was scared and cowered in a corner, watching while he took the one person who mattered in this world. I clench my jaw, struggling to believe that my uncle didn't care that his sister had been beaten to death for something so trivial. She was an Estrada, a good woman, and my father is a waste of fucking space and always has been. My uncle sighs. What is bothering you? He asks. I shake my head, brow furrowing. What do you mean? It's not like you to let your grades slip. Why aren't you focused? He asks. I shrug. Couldn't say. I know deep down it's because my obsession with Natalia Gurin has overtaken everything else in my life. She's become all I care about. Hernandez glances at his watch. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your mother's death. New Year's Eve was when he beat her to death, and it's why I've always hated New Year. There's nothing happy about a new year coming in, especially after you've lost someone. I clench my jaw, as it's rare my uncle ever speaks of his sister. What's your point? Do you wish to visit her grave in Mexico? He asks. It feels like he's punched me in the gut as I stare into his dark, soulless eyes. Never in the 6 years since her death has Hernandez offered for me to return to Mexico and visit her grave. I nod in response. Yes. I will arrange a jet to take you in the morning. His jaw clenches. I will come too. I narrow my eyes. Why now? It was wrong of me not to let you visit before, but it was dangerous in Mexico for us. He sighs heavily. I know how much you miss her. I miss her too. I glare at him, rage coiling through my veins. You can't be serious. My father beat her to death, your sister, and you tell me you miss her when you've stuck by him ever since? A muscle in my uncle's jaw contracts. Of course I miss her, but she was being unreasonable. We all had to move to America. I don't see why I needed to move or her. I shake my head. We were perfectly content. He chuckles. You remind me of her, Elias. Stubborn and headstrong. I watch as he stands and walks over to a small display cabinet in the corner of the room. He unlocks it and then pulls out a small gold trinket, locking the cabinet and returning to his chair with it. This necklace belonged to your mother, he says, holding it up. I think it's about time I pass it on to you. He holds it out across the table. I take it from him and turn the small trinket over in my hand, brow furrowing when I notice the catch on the front. It opens to show a picture of me in my mother's arms as a little toddler. A tightness constricts around my throat as I stare down at it. Why didn't you kill him for what he did to her? I ask, blinking away the tears forming in my eyes. There's a lot you don't understand about that night, Elias. I look up and meet my uncle's gaze. Like what? Your mother was having an affair with Jose Vasquez. My uncle's jaw clenches. I found out and ordered your father to murder her. It feels like he just slapped me in the face as I stare unmoving at the man in front of me. You ordered your own sister's death? She betrayed the cartel. There was no other choice. I clench my fists under the table, wanting nothing more than to launch myself over it and strangle the man before me. I don't give a shit if my mom was fucking the entire Vasquez cartel. She didn't deserve what happened to her. You bastard, I say. Hernandez shrugs his shoulder. I had no choice. There's always a choice. I stand, unable to spend another minute in this man's presence. He killed his own sister because she was fucking the enemy. I need to get out of here. Stop, he orders. I hate that my feet automatically come to a halt as I glance over my shoulder at him. Plane will leave 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow. Be there if you want to visit her grave. He shrugs. It's up to you. I don't say another word. Marching out of his office and toward the back exit to the yard. I need air and space to clear my head. My uncle has just revealed that everything I thought I believed was a lie. My rage toward the Gurin family for forcing us to relocate to North America was what I blamed for my mother's death. Now my uncle is telling me their offer had nothing to do with it. Father killed her because she betrayed the family. I swallow hard, wondering how I could have got things so wrong. Is it possible that my anger toward Natalia and her family was unfounded all this time? The plane is already on the runway when I arrive, the doors still open, but it looks like they're getting ready to leave. I launch myself out of the town car and sprint toward it, knowing I'll never forgive myself if I miss this opportunity. The opportunity to say my piece and goodbye to the woman who loved me like no one else ever has. I swallow hard, pain clutching around my heart. I miss her every single day. Running across the tarmac, I get to the steps just as they're about to remove them. Wait! I need to be on this plane! One guy raises a brow. And you are? Elias Morales! I glance up the steps to see my uncle appear in the doorway, and acrid hate coils through my gut at the mere sight of him. Let him on. The men stop removing the stairs, and I bound up the steps 2 at a time, struggling to draw in enough oxygen. Talk about cutting it fine, Uncle says, eyes narrowing. I didn't think you were coming. I glare at him, knowing that despite how much I hate him for what he did to my mother, he's my only shot at getting to visit her grave. I wasn't sure whether I was until the last minute. He just nods. Take a seat, we're leaving in a minute. I hate taking orders from him, now more than ever, but I take a seat near the back of the plane and gaze out of the window. My mother's death feels like such a long time ago, but it was only 6 years today when I witnessed her beaten bloody by my father. I swallow hard, trying to forget the images that have been etched into my mind since that day. No boy, no matter how old, should have to watch his own father kill his mother, whatever shit she'd done. My memories of it were hazy, but I had assumed the reason my father had done it was because she didn't want to leave Mexico. A lot of that night I've blocked out, but I could never get the image of my mother's broken, beaten, and bloodied face out of my mind. To my annoyance, Uncle Hernandez sits down next to me, even though there are plenty of empty seats on the jet. I know you think I'm a monster for ordering your father to murder your mother. I glare at my uncle, and then look out of the window again. What you can't understand, Elias, is that to be a leader of a cartel outfit, you must make difficult decisions. He sets a hand on my shoulder, making me tense. You will never be in that position, but leading isn't easy. She may have been my flesh and blood, but she betrayed me to my enemy. I couldn't allow it to go unpunished. I shrug his hand off of my shoulder. I understand. Now leave me alone. I glare at him. I just want to say my piece at her grave. My uncle sighs heavily. You and me both. How do you live with yourself? I ask, shaking my head. To my surprise, my uncle doesn't get angry. Instead, he gives me a smile full of sorrow and shakes his head. With a lot of alcohol. It's not easy living with the terrible things I've done in life. He claps me on the shoulder and then stands. In time, I hope you will be able to forgive me for my sins against both you and your mother. With that, he walks over to the other side of the plane and takes a seat as it hurtles down the runway. I rest my head back against the headrest and shut my eyes, hating flying ever since the first time I did it. As the plane takes off from the runway, it feels like I'm that scared little kid again, leaving Mexico behind and my dead mother. Hernandez is insane if he honestly believes I'll ever forgive him for killing her. She may have betrayed him, but she was his blood, and I don't believe everything he says. Just because she was sleeping with a Vasquez, it doesn't mean she was betraying her brother. Did he even give her the option to explain? I highly doubt it. As the plane makes its ascent into the air, I try to forget it all and fall into an uneasy sleep. I don't wake until the plane bumps down 4 hours later at a small private airstrip just outside of Reynosa, the town where I was born. My uncle is already up on his feet, ordering his 3 men he bought along with him. It's not often that Hernandez makes the trip back to Mexico, even though his bosses live here. He may be Don Hernandez in Chicago, but down here, he answers to Don Pablo, boss of the Estrada cartel in Mexico, and his cousin. Come on, Elias. We haven't got long here. I rub my eyes and then stretch my arms over my head before jumping to my feet and following my uncle out of the plane. Why don't we have long? I ask. Because the Vasquez cartel runs this territory, and we don't want them to know about our presence. My brow furrows. Since when did the Vasquez cartel run Reynosa? Not long after we left, they took control. His jaw clenches. Your mother had given them all the information for them to snatch it from us. It's why we left in such a hurry. He shrugs. As well as the lucrative Gurin deal my cousin had bartered with Mikhail Gurin. I swallow hard. As the more I learn about that time, it appears the more Natalia's family had less and less to do with the reasons for my move. Without another word, I get into the back of the town car awaiting us and stare out of the window. Uncle joins me, and we make the silent ride toward the city center graveyard where my mom was buried. I didn't get to attend her funeral, but I know she was buried in the family plot, even if she was a traitor. Does the rest of the family know she was a traitor? I ask, glancing at my uncle. Hernandez nods. It was Pablo who learned the truth. He had her followed to confirm his suspicions. I clench my jaw, realizing that if it was Don Pablo that found out about his mother's treachery, then there was nothing Hernandez could have done to save her. I fall silent and watch the scenes of my hometown rush past the window, feeling an odd sense of nostalgia as places I recognize rush past. Places I'd been with my mom and dad before everything went to shit. It takes a 10-minute drive until we arrive outside the ornate, wrought iron gates of the cemetery. A cemetery I visited weekly with my mom, as she liked to lay flour on her parents' grave. Do you remember it? Hernandez asks. I nod. Yes, we came every week. He smiles, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Yes, Inez loved to visit our parents' grave regularly. He nods toward the gates. Go and say your respects. I'll give you privacy and have my time when you return. Thanks, I say, getting out of the car and walking into the cemetery I remember so well. I never thought I'd step foot back in Mexico again, let alone this place my mom brought me to so frequently. The paths feel familiar as I make my way to the Estrada family plot in the center of the cemetery. My heart beats harder as I get closer, and when I recognize the 2 gravestones of my grandparents, who died when I was so young, I don't remember them. Apparently, they died in a car accident, but I'm sure it probably wasn't an accident. Now I know the truth about our family and what we're embroiled in. I stop still when I see the newer, white marble headstone next to my grandmother's, a wave of emotions coursing through me. I approach slowly and then drop to my knees in front of it when I see her name etched on the headstone, Inez Martina Estrada. I'm thankful to see they left my father's name off of her gravestone. I'm home, Mama, I murmur, placing my hand gently on the stone. I'm sorry it took me so long to visit, but I've never been allowed the chance. A lump forms in my throat, and I try to swallow it, tears prickling at my eyes. I won't allow them to fall, as crying is weak. I shake my head, struggling with all the different emotions racing around my body. Anger, confusion, sadness, betrayal, and sorrow. If she hadn't betrayed her family, she'd still be here alive and well. Hell, we might have still lived here in Reynosa. Why, Mama? I ask, wishing she could answer me. Why did you do it? I'm surprised that despite my hatred for my uncle, I believe what he's telling me. Hernandez isn't the kind of man who lies about these things. Why would he bother? My father, on the other hand, was a coward for not standing up to Don Pablo and telling him no, even if that meant someone else had to do it. It would have been a certain death sentence for him, but it's no less than he deserves. At least I wouldn't have spent my entire childhood hating him the way I do. It doesn't matter anymore, I say to the gravestone. I'm just glad I got to come and say goodbye to you after 6 long years. I swallow hard and stand to my feet, wondering if all this time my hatred for the girl from the Gurin family has been wholly unfounded. I blamed her family as well as my father and uncle, but it felt good to take my rage out on her, a girl who had nothing to do with any of it. I bite the inside of my cheek and then turn away from my mother's grave, knowing that now the full story of that night has come to light. Everything has changed. As the town car pulls through the gates of the academy a day early, I'm kind of thankful I received Eva's message. Even if I don't understand why she needs all of us here a day before term actually starts, the idea of getting here before Elias was enticing. Eva called me 2 days ago to ask me to come back early, as she had some epic news she needs to break to the 3 of us. I tried to quiz her on it, but she was cryptic. Adriana was coming back early anyway, as she often does. Camilla has moved up her return to today as well. Popov parks the car in front of the imposing building and turns off the engine, getting out to open the door to me. I slide out and stare up at the building, surprised when I don't feel any dread at all. Normally, every time I return, that's all I feel. But ever since things changed between Elias and I, all I feel is a weird sense of excitement to see him again, even though he won't be here until tomorrow with the rest of the students. Popov grabs my suitcase out of the back of the car and hefts it up the steps and into the main entryway of the school, glancing at me. Is that all, miss? I nod. Yes, thanks, Popov. I give him a smile. He bows his head. You're welcome. Enjoy the semester. He turns and walks away, leaving me in the empty corridor. Within seconds, I hear the click-clack of heels on the stone floor, and then I see Camilla appear. There you are. Trust you to be the last here. I'm dying to find out what big news Eva has, but she insisted on waiting until you arrived. Camilla wraps me in a tight hug. How was your break? I swallow hard, as the highlight of my break was seeing Elias, which is fucking pathetic. The family is more torn than ever after Yana betrayed Mikhail, easily blackmailed by the New York pecan Andrei Petrov. It was a shit show, and I'm actually glad to be leaving all that behind me. Uneventful, I lie, not wishing to get into it. How was yours? Boring as hell, she says, shaking her head. Father won't let us out of the house much with the war getting worse. I nod in response. I'm surprised I'm saying it, but I'm glad to be back. Camilla smiles. Me too. Now, let's find out what this super important news is. She hooks her arm with mine as I use my other hand to drag my suitcase down the hallway toward the girls' dormitories. Camilla uses her card to open the door, and I drag my bag through it and turn down the left corridor toward my room. She follows me. I glance over my shoulder. Not even going to give me a moment to settle in, are you? Shouldn't be late in the future, she says, giving me a disapproving look. I shake my head, laughing. I can't control the shitty traffic. True, but I'm dying to know what this news is. Adriana and Eva are waiting for us in the cafeteria. She hurries toward my room. Now drop your bag and let's go. I sigh heavily, feeling weary after a 4-hour drive to Maine. Fine. My stomach rumbles as I open the door to my room. I could do with some food anyway. I slide the case inside the door and then slip out, shutting it behind me. Camilla hooks her arms with mine again. Eva better not have told Adriana without us. She shakes her head. Otherwise, I'll kill her. You seem overly eager to find out what the hell she's brought us here for. Of course, this is the highlight of my winter break. She sighs. How depressing is that? Pretty depressing, I reply, despite knowing that my highlight was worse. Elias' visit. How sad can I get? The highlight of my winter break was seeing my bully and being fucked by him in the bathroom of my favorite cafe. After he left, I didn't hear another word from him via text message. To say it disappointed me would be an understatement. I tried to forget about him and focus on anything else, but it proved difficult. As we enter the cafeteria, the scent of food makes me groan. Eva and Adriana are chatting at our usual table, a spread of takeout food on it, including pizza. After all, we're a day early and the staff hasn't returned yet. My stomach rumbles again and I hasten my steps. So, what the hell is going on? Eva spins around and jumps to her feet, smiling at me. You're here! She pulls me into a hug. Sorry, I didn't think you were ever going to make it. I said get here by noon. I glance at my watch. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. Sorry, I mutter, shrugging. Driver had other plans. Eva waves her hand dismissively and then sinks back into her chair, glancing at us all one by one. I'm sure you're all wondering why I asked you to return here a day early. Dying to know, Camilla says. Adriana rolls her eyes and glances at me. She hasn't stopped trying to guess ever since she got here. It's been excruciating. I smile. So, what is it, Eva? She winces slightly. This is going to sound totally insane, but... But what? Camilla asks, practically jumping out of her seat. I got married, she says. Of all the things I expected to come out of her mouth, that was the last thing. What? All three of us say in unison. I know, it's crazy, but during winter break I got hitched. To who? I ask. Camilla groans. Don't say Dimitri. Eva pulls a face. Hell no. I got married to Principal Byrne. Silence falls over the entire room as all three of us stare at her, dumbfounded. Did she just say she married the principal of the fucking academy? She clears her throat. I'm Eva Byrne now. She digs in her pocket and pulls out a large diamond engagement ring and wedding band, slipping them onto her finger. I know that may sound fucking crazy. You don't say, Adriana mutters, shaking her head. How? When? Eva's cheeks flush a deep red. Things between us got heated over the first semester, and that's why I didn't want to go home for winter break as I stayed here with him in the cottage. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip. My family found out about the wedding and came to try to stop it, but they were too late. What happened? Camilla asks. It all happened so fast, but my father threatened to kill Oak, and then my mom got hold of a gun and threatened to kill me. Your mom threatened to kill you? I ask, finding it hard to believe that a mother could be that heartless, even with the shitty excuse of a mother I have. Eva nods, but she shot Oak instead, in the shoulder. Her throat bobs as she swallows. And then Archer Daniels managed to save the day and shot her dead. Oh my God, Adriana says, holding a hand over her mouth. Are you okay? Yes, she was never much of a mother to me anyway. Camilla shakes her head. Still, she was your mom. I think I'm still in shock over it all, to be honest. Eva looks a little vacant. What about your dad? I ask. He left without a fight and took my mom's body. Holy shit, that is one crazy winter break, Camilla says, grabbing a piece of pizza out of a box and shoving it into her mouth. Where is Oak now? Nurse Jasper is checking on his wound in the infirmary. She says he'll be good as new in a couple of days. Eva's brow furrows. I wanted to tell the three of you to your face, as Oak intends to announce our marriage to the school tomorrow. Well, I'll tell you I'm a little miffed, I say. Everyone looks at me. Miffed about what? I was sure I would have been your maid of honor. My friends all laugh and Eva shakes her head. Unfortunately, it was kind of last minute, she shrugs. No time for invites and all that. Camilla shakes her head. You're one lucky bitch, though. Principal Byrne is hot as hell. I'm starving, I say, reaching over for a slice of pizza. Who got the food in? Oak did. He ordered it so we could have dinner while I told you. How sweet, Adriana says, grabbing a huge chicken wing out of another box and shoving it into her mouth. So, are you happy, Mrs. Byrne? I ask, teasing a little. Eva looks me in the eye and nods. Yes, never been happier. Oak has promised he'll keep me safe, and I won't have to have anything to do with the family business. I smile, but I can't understand why, instead of feeling happy for my friend, I feel a tugging at my gut. A bit like a longing to feel the same happiness as her. She's lucky. Women in our positions do normally end up in arranged marriages, but I'd never believed that was to be my fate until this break. How was your break? Eva asks. I shrug. It was pretty boring, and definitely not as eventful as yours, that's for sure. Eva nods. I doubt anyone's winter break was. She twists a strand of hair around her finger nervously. I'm a bit anxious about the crazy gossip that's going to break out tomorrow. I squeeze her shoulder and look her in the eye. No matter what shit people say about it, just know all three of us will be here for you, no matter what. Definitely, Camilla says, lifting a can of Coke up in a toast. Adriana nods. For sure. People will be assholes, but they'll forget about it in a week. I bet Elias will really rip into me for it, Eva says. The mention of Elias makes heat spread through my veins and my cheeks warm. I know I'm blushing just from how hot I feel, but I clear my throat and shake my head. He's always an asshole. There's no doubt it will be the same with this. Why are you so red? Adriana asks, brow furrowing. I shrug. It's hot in here, isn't it? Camilla shakes her head. I was thinking the opposite. She pulls her shawl closer to her. It's fucking freezing. Maybe I'm coming down with something, I say. Both Camilla and Eva lean away from me. Well, don't go spreading it around, Camilla says. Eva nods. The last thing I want is to get sick. Why? Because you've got lots of hot sex to have with Principal Byrne? I ask. She turns red and shakes her head, shoving me in the shoulder. Don't be a dick. She grabs a slice of pizza and chews on it as we all fall into contented silence. I know I'm being a dick, but I'm thankful the attention is off me.
The last thing I want is for my friends to realize what's going on between Elias and I. It's shameful, really. Especially since Camilla and Adriana have been there since the start. They've seen everything he's put me through, and yet I can't help but blush at the mention of his name. I fear I'm already in too deep with him, and the longer this continues, the deeper into the hole I'll go with no way out. Elias. The news broke this morning, and all I can think is Eva is going to get in between Natalia and I. She is the principal's wife, for fuck's sake. It gives her power I can't contend with. I stalk after her down the path toward the cottage, knowing I have to get her alone and warn her off. There's no way I'm letting her screw this up for me. Not now. Eva! I call her name. Eva's back turns tense as she stops, turning around. Elias, what do you want? I smirk, crossing my arms over my chest and leaning against the wall flanking the path. Why don't you come and sit? Eva shakes her head. I'm all right here, thanks. Rage coils through me as my eyes narrow. Just because you're now the principal's little pet, don't get any ideas about Natalia and me. I close the gap between us. You may think it gives you power, but with Natalia, you stay the fuck out of it. Eva's eyes flash with anger. Why don't you stop messing with Nat and admit that you have feelings for her already? It feels like she slaps me in the face with her words. Feelings for Natalia Gurin? I don't know what you're talking about. Eva tilts her head. I think you know what I mean. Why else would you be so obsessed with her? It's a word that has come to my mind a bit too often of late. Obsessed? I repeat it half in a question. I'm not. I trail off, knowing it's a lie. Natalia has been an obsession of mine long before I took her virginity. Did the penny just drop? Eva teases. I glare at her, clenching my fists by my side. Just stay out of my way, understand? I understood you the first time, Elias. And have I gotten in your way since? She asks. No, but I'm saying don't get Oakley involved. I had no intention of doing so. Eva holds my gaze. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going home. Eva glances to the left, drawing my attention to Principal Byrne, who looks ready to murder me for being close to his wife. Elias, what the fuck are you doing here? He growls. Shit. Eva places a hand on his chest. It's okay. We were talking. I grin, trying to pretend that the principal doesn't scare me. The guy is a tank and could knock me on my ass with little trouble. Yeah, are you getting so jealous Eva can't even talk to guys anymore? Not boys that fucking throttle her in empty corridors, he growls. I hold both my hands up in surrender. All right, calm down. I'm leaving. I turn away and stroll up the path, despite wanting to run away from the rabid principal. It's crazy that he's married to a student. The fallout is going to be immense, and yet he seems so fucking sure that no one will care. As I walk the path, Eva's voice repeats over and over.
Admit that you have feelings for her already. It's like a taunt I can't erase from my mind. Eva doesn't know what she's talking about. She's been here all of 5 minutes and she thinks she knows what is going on between the two of us? Rizzo is sitting on the bench at the end of the path, and his brow furrows when he sees me. Where have you been? I shrug and sit down next to him. I went to give the new Mrs. Byrne my congratulations. I smirk at him. He shakes his head. That shit is fucked up. I've never been to such a weird fucking school before. I laugh. Right? Good winter break? He asks. I shrug, as it was one of the hardest breaks I've ever had. With being away from Natalia and forcing myself not to contact her, to finding out more of the stories surrounding my mother's death. The visit to her grave has played on my mind ever since, and I think it's because a part of me blames her now. If she kept her mouth shut, she might still have been alive. Not the best, I reply. Rizzo sighs and nods. Mine neither. He shakes his head. After all the shit my dad did last year, things felt weird this year. I can't explain it. I nod as Rizzo had to leave a couple of weeks before winter break because his mom got shot. He found out his father had been drugging her, making her ill for years. It all sounds like a shit show, to say the least. Right. Sorry I asked. So, what is your plan for this semester? Rizzo asks, looking me in the eye. Still harassing that Gurin girl? My stomach twists at the mention of Natalia. Of course, I reply, but even to my own ears, I don't sound certain about it. What's the all about? He asks. I shrug. What? Why do you hate her so much? Hate? According to Eva, I don't hate Natalia. It's a long story. And it is. My hatred for Natalia was born out of a misguided belief that my mom died because of the Gurin Bratva, that my entire world was turned upside down all because of her family. Over time, the reason for my torment of her faded, and the desire to take my rage out of her became twisted and obsessive. Somewhere along the line, I believe that hatred for her did change into something more sick and depraved. She doesn't seem that bad, is all. I don't get why you hate her so much. I glare at Rizzo as he's overstepping the mark, questioning me. What is it to you, anyway? Nothing. I'm just curious. Well, keep your curiosity to yourself. I stand and give him one last glare. I don't like being questioned. He shakes his head. I gathered that. He stands. Do you want some advice? Not really, I say, irritated when he follows me down the path up toward the academy. Well, I'm going to give it to you anyway. If you want her, then stop being a jerk. I glare at Rizzo. I don't know what you are talking about. He smirks, and I have to claw myself back from punching it from his smug face. It's classic bully tactics. You like Natalia. That's why you get such a kick out of tormenting her. It gives you power over her, but it's not the best way to win her heart. He winks at me and then marches on ahead. Just think about it. Motherfucker. If it wasn't bad enough having Eva tell me that I have feelings for Natalia, now this son of a bitch is also suggesting I like her. Do I like Natalia? I rub a hand across the back of my neck as I walk slowly up the path toward the boys' dormitories, which are separate from the main building. The idea is foreign, and yet I can't deny that the hatred I'd felt toward her has been slowly morphing and changing. Over the years, it turned into something sinister. I wince as I remember when I took things too far in 10th grade and stabbed her in the leg. My anger over my mother's death and the way my father beat her was taken out on her because she was the only outlet I had. The Gurren Bratva was in my eyes the reason I was here, but it turns out I was very wrong. Now, I don't know how I feel about any of it. Guilty, perhaps. As even if the Gurren Bratva had been the reason for my mother's death, Natalia has always been an innocent in all of it, and my attraction to her has been apparent for a number of years. At first, it disgusted me, but now I'm starting to realize that perhaps both Rizzo and Eva are right. I want Natalia in the most primal way, and that is dangerous. Feelings can't come into this, not if I'm going to break her the way I always wanted to. But suddenly, the prospect is less desirable than it's ever been. Elias! Nick calls my name, jogging toward me. I've been looking everywhere for you. I shrug. Sorry, had some business to deal with. He shakes his head. Rosa just broke up with me. I raise a brow. She broke up with you? I ask, finding it hard to believe. Rosa doesn't have a backbone, so it is hard to imagine her standing up to Nick. He nods. Yeah, we weren't having a fight or anything. She just turned around and told me it's over. About time, I say. His brow furrows. What? You've always been a fucking asshole to her, Nick. What did you expect? His jaw clenches, and he looks like he wants to tear my head off. I expect her to do as she's told and shut the fuck up. I laugh. Russians. You guys just don't know how to treat a woman. And you do? Nick asks, looking skeptical. If I want a girl, I know how to treat her, yeah. It's a lie, because it's becoming clear to me that despite my denial, I want Natalia. And I definitely haven't treated her right. Whatever. You coming to dinner? I glance at the dorm building and then back toward the academy. Today, I kept my distance from Natalia. Although I saw the way her shoulders dipped out of the corner of my eye when I walked past her without a glance in the corridor. Does she want me to talk to her? Sure, I guess, I say, even though I'm not hungry. Nick walks by my side up to the main building and then into the cafeteria, which is still packed. I swallow hard as my eyes are drawn like a fucking magnet to Natalia's table, where she is still sitting with Camilla and Adriana. Tearing my eyes away from her, I grab a tray and get my food, and then sit down at our usual table with my back facing her. How the fuck am I going to deal with my little pet now that things have got so much more complicated? Can you believe Eva? Jeannie asks, shaking her head. That bitch is so fucking lucky. I raise a brow. Lucky to be getting an old man's cock? I ask. Nick and Alex laugh at that. Jeannie glares at me. Older men always do it better, because they have experience and know what they're doing. I shake my head. I'll show you experience, I say, joking. Jeannie's cheeks flush. Don't be an asshole, Elias. Experience doesn't only come from age, Rizzo says, his eyes moving to Rosa, who is sitting opposite in silence. She doesn't look at Nick, who hasn't stopped looking at her since he sat down. Nick clears his throat. Why the fuck are you sitting at this table, Rosa? She looks up suddenly, eyes wide. I always sit here. Yeah, because you were my girl, but you're not anymore. His jaw clenches, blue eyes burning with rage. So fuck off! Anita and Carrie look like they want to say something. But if there is one thing I've learned about those two girls over the years, it's that they are fucking spineless. Rosa gives Jeannie one pleading look, but she just flicks her hair over her shoulder dismissively. And then the girl stands, unshed tears glistening in her eyes. I clench my jaw, since it's not my place to step in. Rizzo has his fists clenched on the table, eyes fixed on her as she walks away. Once she's out of earshot, he turns to Nick. "What the fuck was that all about?" "Rosa broke things off with me." He shrugs. "She can't expect me to sit and eat with her after that." "Disrespectful bitch." Rizzo grabs his collar, eyes narrowing. "Listen to me, you Russian piece of shit. You are the one with no respect. And what about the countless times you've dumped her since I've been at this fucking school?" Nick yanks his hands off of him. "Cool it, man." He shakes his head. "I just can't be around her right now, all right?" Rizzo seems to catch himself and nods, but I can see in his eyes he's reeling. I fear that there's more than meets the eye when it comes to Rizzo's defense of Rosa. He always has a look in his eye whenever he sees her. The last thing we need is a love triangle in our group, especially as Nick isn't exactly the forgiving type. Natalia. Natalia, can you tell me the easiest access point to the spleen? Professor Nitkin saying my name snaps me out of a daze I'd fallen into as I clear my throat, buying my time. The spleen, on the left side, about 3 inches below the armpit. Nitkin nods in appreciation. Exactly. He walks over to the other side of the classroom, still droning on about body parts. Eva nudges me. "Are you okay?" I glance at her. "Yes, why wouldn't I be?" She shrugs. "You seem a little distracted, is all." I swallow hard as I am distracted. It's been 3 days since we returned to the academy, and Elias has barely looked at me. He hasn't said a word, and it's making me nervous. Right now, he's sitting behind me in this class, and I can't bring myself to glance in his direction. He walked in and sat down without a word or a jibe, no silly comments or throwing things at me. It's not what I've come to expect, and that makes me more nervous than anything else could. Camilla sits on my other side and has hardly spoke as she stares at Professor Nitkin. She's been oddly quiet, even if we are in anatomy class, and talking can get you in serious trouble with him. It doesn't normally stop her from running her mouth off. "What you doing after class?" I ask her, knowing we both have a free period next. She glances at me and shrugs. "Not sure. Why?" I shrug. "I've got a free period. Thought we could hang out." She nods. "Sure." "Gurin," Professor Nitkin growls, making me almost jump out of my skin. "I'll tell you what you're doing next period, and that's detention." I swallow hard, meeting our professor's gaze. "I'm sorry, sir." "Sorry doesn't cut it. The 2 of you will be staying behind." I hear Elias sniggering with his friends behind me, which draws the professor's attention. "And you can join them, Morales." "Sir?" "You heard me. All 3 of you will stay behind after class." He walks over the other side of the classroom, continuing his lecture. "Thanks a lot, Gurin," Elias says, throwing a ball of paper at me. I glare at him, conflicting emotions swirling around inside of me. A part of me had been excited to see where Elias took this next, but now I'm unsure what he's planning. Instead of making a retort, I focus my attention on the professor and try to stay out of trouble for the rest of the hour. It's unlike me to get pulled up for detention. Normally, I know when I can get away with talking in Nitkin's class or not. Once everyone gets up to leave, Camilla and I remain seated. Nitkin ignores us at first until everyone else has left. I can feel Elias' gaze burning a hole in my back, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Camilla leans toward me. "I can't believe we got detention." I give her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry." The snap of a ruler against the desk in front of me makes both of us jump out of our skin. "You 2 don't seem to learn your lesson, do you?" Nitkin asks, hazel eyes as cold as any I've ever seen. They move between me and Camilla a few times, lingering on Camilla at the end. "I apologize, sir," I reply, knowing the only way to deal with this psycho is to play ball. "Elias," he barks, eyes moving to behind me. Sit next to Gurin. A shudder races down my spine at the thought of being forced to sit next to him. I don't dare look back as I hear him gathering his things and then his footsteps moving toward me. Even when he sits down, I can't bring myself to look in his direction. Now, I want all of you to write me a 1,000-word essay on the best way to murder with a knife, Nitkin says, eyes darting between each of us but lingering longer on Camilla, especially at the end. My brow furrows as I notice Camilla's cheeks redden, and I remember her comment the other day in the cafeteria. Perhaps I'll try to bag Nitkin. The girl is certifiably insane if she goes after that mess of a man. I've heard rumors enough to send most murdering mafia leaders running away. He's not the kind of man you want to mess with or jump into bed with. A shudder races up my spine as I feel Elias' arm brush against mine. He's sitting too fucking close to me on the bench, and I can feel the heat of him against me. Got it? Nitkin asks. I nod in response. Yes, sir. Sure thing, Elias says. Camilla just nods, her cheeks a deep red now. I open my notebook and write, trying desperately to ignore the man sitting so close to me I can smell the intoxicating scent of his cologne. It lingers in the air and wraps around me like a cocoon. Elias' hand slips onto my thigh and he squeezes, forcing me to look at him for the first time since he moved. His eyes are full of desire, and I clench my thighs together, my heart racing. It's crazy what one glance from a guy I profess to hate can do to me. I'm going to have to punish you for getting me into detention, he murmurs softly into my ear. I shake my head. You got yourself into it by being an ass and laughing at us. How is that my fault? His eyes narrow. Don't talk back to me. I clench my jaw, irritated that this is our first conversation since he walked out of the ladies' bathroom at Jonquil's cafe during winter break. And yet, I can't say anything because then I'll hand him power. If I make it clear to him I'm disappointed that he hasn't spoken to me yet, then hell knows that somewhere along the line, I started to crave his attention. And that's the last thing I want. Instead, I focus on my notepad and ignore him. He releases my leg, no doubt worried about being caught by Nitkin. It helps me focus as I zone everything else out and write as fast as I can, desperate to get away from Elias. I don't care if it's a shit essay. My heart is pounding harder and faster than usual as I scribble everything I can remember down about the best entry points when killing with a knife. After half an hour, I'm done. I stop writing and slide the lid on my pen, standing. I finished, sir. Nitkin looks up, eyes narrowing to slits. That was fast, Natalia. I hope it's good quality. I swallow hard, hoping it is good too as I rushed it. I've finished too, sir, Elias says, also standing. What the hell? Camilla asks, glaring at the two of us. How did you write it that fast? I'm only just over halfway. Quiet, Marone, Nitkin nods. Bring them to me. I swallow hard, struggling to believe that Elias wrote his essay as fast as I did. Sorry, I mouth to Camilla, and then walk to the front, setting my essay down on his desk. He picks it up and scans the first few sentences before nodding. Fine, you may go. Elias is next to approach as I walk back to the desk and grab my rucksack, stuffing my books into it. Do you always have to be so quick at everything? Camilla whines. I shrug. Sorry, I just hate being sat next to him. Her expression softens and she nods. Fair enough. See you later? I nod. See you later. I can't deny that I feel guilty for leaving Camilla alone with Nitkin, even if his punishment of the three of us today is probably the tamest I've ever heard him give out. No whips or chains, thankfully. Elias returns and grabs his bag off the seat, following me out close behind. A sense of unease travels down my spine as I anticipate the cold shoulder he's been giving me for the past 3 days is about to end. Not so fast, Natalia, he says once we're out of earshot of the classroom. I come to a halt and turn around to face him, only to find he's closer than I anticipated. His body is practically flush against mine. My breath hitches in my throat as I try to focus on anything but the scent of him invading my senses and the ache igniting between my thighs. "What do you want?" I ask, hating the way my voice shakes. He smirks, tilting his head slightly. "How about a kiss?" I swallow hard, eyes narrowing. "Why haven't you said a word to me for 3 days?" His jaw clenches, and I'm surprised to notice his whole body turns stiff. "Why? Did you miss me?" he asks, teasing, but he still looks uncomfortable, as if I hit a nerve with my question. I shake my head. "Definitely not. I just want to know what you're playing at." He grabs my hips forcefully and yanks me against him. "Games. That's what this has always been, Natalia." His fingertips sink into my flesh painfully. A game of cat and mouse. His lips are within inches of mine. I hate the way his words feel like a knife being twisted in my chest. And yet I want him to kiss me. The need I feel for him knows no bound and makes no logical sense, and yet it's there, like a living, breathing thing inside of me, goading me. "Elias," I murmur his name, and it sounds like a plea. His lips get even closer, and it feels like I'm going to die if he doesn't kiss me. "Yes, Nina?" Instead of saying another word, I do the unspeakable. I claw my fingers into his hair and yank his lips against mine, kissing him. He tenses at first, and then I feel him relax, his tongue probing at my lips as he seeks entrance. I moan into his mouth, kissing him with all the pent-up frustration of the past 2 weeks without him. Elias pushes me against the wall, his body pinning me there. "Looks like you lied," he whispers against my lips. "If you didn't miss me, why are you kissing me like you did?" "Shut up," I say, pulling him close and kissing him again. He groans, hands moving over the curve of my ass before spanking me. "You are making me hard," he breathes against my ear before biting my earlobe. "Is that what you want, Natalia?" I have no idea what I want anymore. "I don't know," I say softly, pulling back to look into his ice blue eyes. Eyes that I'd always hated, and yet now I can't imagine not looking into them every single day. What the fuck is wrong with me? His visit to Boston shook me in a way I can't put into words. It made me hope that perhaps somewhere along the line, his hatred for me had morphed into something else entirely, a desire and a need to be with me that matches my desire for him. "How many times did you think about our encounter in the bathroom?" he rasps. "Too many," I say, sinking my teeth into my bottom lip. I couldn't stop thinking about it. He lifts me suddenly, forcing me to wrap my legs around his waist. "Good," he breathes against my collarbone, lips and teeth nipping at my skin. "Because I own you, and I'm the only man you can ever think about." I raise a brow. "Ever?" "Ever," he growls, his hand dipping into the pocket of my jacket as he pulls out my cell phone. "Now I need to check if you were a good girl while we were away." He drops me to my feet and starts flicking through my phone. He won't find anything, as despite how much I liked Darian, I kept his number blocked and didn't contact him. He turns the phone over to me, eyes meeting mine. "Good girl," he says. I hate the way my stomach flutters at his praise. It's pathetic. "Now, run along." He nods down the corridor. That cold, domineering man reappearing before my eyes. "And try not to think about me too much." I swallow hard and turn away from him, hating how easy it is to follow his orders. Regret hits me hard as I pace away from him, realizing that by kissing him, I just gave him more power than he's ever had over me. He knows that I want him, and that I can't stop thinking about him. Why the fuck did I give my tormentor that leverage? Elias. The next week passes by in a blur, as I tease and torment Natalia, but don't give her what she wants. And it's fucking excruciating, as denying her what she wants is also denying myself. Every day I'm having to make matters into my own hands just to ensure I remain sane. I fear if I keep going down the twisted path I took at the start of this year, then I'll be in too deep to find a way out. The problem is, my dick doesn't want to listen. Today we're going on a trip out of the academy up to the woods for some target practice, and Natalia is sitting all the way at the front of the bus with her friends. I can't deny that I want her to be sitting on my lap right now, making sure everyone knows exactly who she belongs to. Coach Daniels is leading this excursion. I'd say the academy is fucking insane, allowing a bunch of high-strung mafia heirs into the woods with loaded weapons. But then what do I know? The bus stops in a small clearing in the woods, and Coach Daniels clears his throat, standing where we can all see him. The rules are simple. I'm going to pair each of you off, and you will walk the woods together. His eyes narrow. Under no circumstances do any of you split up. He glances at us all. You will return here in 3 hours with whatever kills you make, and under no circumstances do you shoot your classmates. No fun, Nick calls. The coach glares at him, shaking his head. If you've got a problem with the rules, Khrushchev, I'll just send you back on your own. He shuts up then. Here are the pairs, Daniel says. Camilla and Rizzo, Eva and Nick, Dimitri and Anita. I realize the pattern. For some reason, he's pairing guys with girls. My heart pounds against my ribcage as I wonder who will be paired with Nat. If it's not me, I may end up murdering the guy who was supposed to disappear with her in these woods for 3 hours. Natalia and Elias, I smirk, finding it funny that fate seemed to work in my favor today. Natalia groans and glances in my direction. And yet, when our eyes meet, I can see that flash of excitement in them. Coach reads out the rest of the names, and then we all get off the bus, getting into our respective pairs. I move close to Natalia and whisper in her ear, "Don't pretend you aren't thrilled to spend 3 hours alone with me, Nena." Her cheeks redden, but she just glares at me. I think you are the one that is thrilled, not me. She glances at the gun in my hand. Don't get trigger happy with that. I know you hate me, but I don't want to be buried in an unmarked grave out there. She nods toward the dense, tree-lined edge of the forest. I clench my jaw, as the mere idea that she thinks I'd ever kill her grates against my nerves. Do you really think I'm a killer? I ask, since I've never killed anyone in my life. She shrugs. You've hated me for years. I don't know what you're capable of. She strides toward the rack and grabs herself a rifle, slinging it over her shoulder. I watch her, hating how hot she looks. Even in a pair of hiking boots, pants, a baggy shirt and coat, she looks so fucking sexy. Her curves are completely covered up, and yet I can feel the fit of my own pants getting too tight. She glances over her shoulder at me. What are you waiting for? She asks. I glance toward the tree line and see most of the other pairs have disappeared into the forest. I don't answer her and storm toward her, grabbing her forearm and pulling her in the opposite direction from where the rest of the group entered the forest. Why aren't you following the others? She asks, trying to wrestle her arm free. Because if we want to hunt anything, then we need to go where the least amount of people are. I pause and give her a wicked smirk. And if I want to ensure no one stumbles on me fucking you, then this is the way to ensure it. Natalia's chest rises with a sharp intake of breath, but she doesn't fight the idea. Instead, she looks more eager as she stops trying to yank her arm free. When did my little pet become so willing? You are insane, she murmurs, shaking her head. What if Coach Daniels finds us? She may be telling me the idea is crazy, but she sounds almost excited by the idea. I keep moving and drag her into the trees, thankful for the cover. Natalia gasps as I push her against the thick trunk of an ancient oak. Doesn't that make it all the more thrilling? I ask, my lips within an inch of hers. I watch the way her breathing labors and her dark eyes dilate, so much so that it becomes more difficult to discern the black from the dark brown. My lips are itching to close the gap, but there's something holding me back. The reality is that the more we do this, the more the lines blur between us. What is the end game? Elias, she murmurs my name, eyes dipping to my lips. It's a quiet plea for me to kiss her, and I want to kiss her so fucking badly. Yes, Nina? I ask. Her eyes meet mine, burning with such passion, it makes me wonder if I'll get burned by it. What are you waiting for? I kiss her then, pressing my lips to hers with a tenderness I haven't afforded her yet. She relaxes against me as I pull her into my arms, tongue parting her luscious lips. And then I'm drowning in her, hoping this moment can just go on forever, because trying to figure out what I feel for her is too complicated. All the mixed up emotions swirling inside of me, making me question everything I knew. I tighten my grasp on Natalia's hips, pushing her harder against the tree. She groans, fingers clasping at my hair as if she wants me closer than physically possible. I sink my teeth into her bottom lip, groaning. Turn around. My little pet does as I ask, turning around and arching her back in a way that accentuates her firm butt cheeks in the tight pants she's wearing. I spank her ass and then press the length of my cock against it, making her feel how fucking hard she makes me. Do you feel what you do to me? I ask. Nat glances at me over her shoulder. Yes, you should feel how wet I am right now. Fuck. Pants down, now, I order. She chuckles as she unfastens the buttons on them and drags them down her curvy hips. The sight of her bare for me out here drives me wild as her glistening cunt comes into view. I don't think I need to feel, Nina. I can see you dripping for me. She moans, her lips parting sensuously. What are you going to do with me? I slide my fingers through her wetness, my cock swelling at how soaked she really is. I'm going to fuck you and make you scream so loud that everyone on the trip will know what I did to you. There's a slight flash of fear in her eyes. That would be reckless. Reckless and hot. I want the entire fucking school to know your pussy belongs to me. I part her thighs further, my cock aching to be free. Mine, I growl, overwhelmed by the possessiveness sweeping through my veins. She moans, arching her back further. Then get on with it. Her cheeks are flushed a pretty pink as she watches me over her shoulder, waiting for my cock.
It's reckless that I keep fucking her unprotected, especially as the last thing either of us wants at our age is an unexpected pregnancy. And yet I need to feel her skin against mine. I need to spill my cum deep inside of her. It makes no fucking sense, but there's a primal part of me that wants her pregnant and growing round with my baby. Because then, how can anyone refute my claim on her? Natalia Gurin is mine. I unfasten my pants and pull them down with my boxers, freeing my cock. Natalia moans at the sight, licking her lips as if she's hungry for it.
Is this what you want? I ask, slowly sliding my closed fist up and down the length, dripping cum onto the forest floor. She nods, eyes dilating so much they're just black now. Yes, please, Elias. I spank her firm ass. You know what to call me, Gurin. I growl, dragging the tip through her soaking wet lips and making her shudder. Yes, please, master. She corrects herself. Good girl, I praise, my cock throbbing in my hands. Tell me how much you want my cock. I need to hear her beg me for it. The girl who I've treated like utter shit for years, and yet somehow she still wants me, desires me. I want it so bad, she whines, arching her back so much I get an even better view of her sweet pussy. I groan and press my hips forward, embedding my cock deep inside of her heavenly pussy. Natalia moans, and it's such a sweet fucking sound. I could never get enough of hearing her moan while I fuck her. I hold still for a moment, my hands clawing tightly at her wide hips and my cock deep inside of her, allowing us both to adjust. She tries to move her hips, but I hold her still. The need to dominate her always rising to the surface, even now that the dark and twisted dislike I had for her has morphed into something else entirely. I spank her firm, tanned ass cheeks, and she moans louder, glancing at me over her shoulder. Please, master. I groan. That's right, Nena. Beg me. I spank her again. Her eyes flutter shut. Please fuck me. I need you to make me come. I lose it then, my fingertips digging harder into her skin as I start to fuck her. Every thrust of my hips is harder and more brutal than the last, and Natalia takes it all. In fact, she fucking loves it. Her back arching further, her body bending to my will. I pull out of her, which results in a whine of protest. What are you? I grab her arm and force her to turn around so she's facing me. My arms wrap around her and I lift her off her feet, forcing her to wrap her legs around my waist. Her back hits the tree and I hold her there, studying her beautiful face. I need to look into your eyes, I murmur, and then I kiss her, my cock brushing against her sensitive entrance. Now be a good girl and no more questions. Her lips pursed together tightly as I thrust upward, spearing her on my cock. Oh, God, she cries out, head falling back against the bark of the tree. Fuck me. I groan, leaning forward and kissing her neck. Your cunt feels so fucking good, I murmur, rutting into her like a crazed animal desperate to mate. Before I took the plunge and fucked Natalia, I'd never felt desire and attraction like it. She makes me crazy, mindless almost, whenever we fuck. I growl against her skin, my cock swelling already as her muscles tighten around me. Fuck me, Elias, she cries out, so loud I'd almost think she's trying to make sure our classmates hear. That's right, pet. Scream for me. Let everyone hear just how much you love my cock. I growl, biting her collarbone hard. She cries out, screaming in both pain and pleasure as her muscle begin to tremble around my cock. Fuck, I'm coming, she says, her eyes wide and lips parted. I can't hold it. Good, I growl, kissing her tempting lips. Come on my cock, right here in the open, and scream my name, I order. She does scream my name then, her juices spilling around my cock as she squirts for the first time. Her arousal splashing onto both of our pants, but neither of us care. We're both too far gone as I continue to pump into her 2 more times before roaring against her neck. I release every drop of my cum deep into her pussy, knowing how fucking stupid it is, but unable to care in the moment. It takes me a minute to stop pumping into her, and then I just remain there, my face buried against her neck and my breathing labored. It doesn't seem to matter how much I tell myself I need to quit. Natalia, I'm already addicted. Natalia. The rustle of the wind through the tree and the birds chirping above us are barely over our labored breathing. Elias' heat penetrates through me as his cock remains embedded deep inside of me. His face is buried against my neck. Every drop of his cum spent in my bare pussy. We have to stop being so fucking risky, having unprotected sex. It's stupid and foolish, and I don't need to be the girl who gets pregnant before graduating. Elias kisses the column of my throat almost tenderly, but doesn't say a word, pulling his cock out of me and returning me to my feet. I shudder as he takes a step back, the cold air rushing in behind me. The sound of his zipper echoes through the trees as I stand straighter, pulling my panties and pants back up. Somehow, I got them wet when I came, and I noticed the patch on Elias' pants too. Once they're secured, I look my bully in the eyes. Something haunts them, but God knows what. We may have spent 6 years at this academy together, but I hardly know anything about the boy who has tormented me during that time. Do you think anyone hurt us? I ask, smoothing my hands down over my hair. Elias shakes his head. It's unlikely. The wind is too fierce. He glances around. It's also blowing the opposite direction from where everyone entered the woods. I swallow hard, thankful that despite his promise to make me scream and ensure everyone heard, it's unlikely that they did. The humiliation of people realizing that, despite everything he's done to me over the years, I'm fucking Elias would probably kill me. However, if we keep taking risks like this, it's only a matter of time until someone catches us. I bite my lip as I pick up my rifle and shoulder it. I guess we should actually do some hunting. His eyebrow raises. I guess, unless you are ready for round 2. I shake my head, cheeks heating at the thought. My pussy feels sore from his rough fucking, and the idea of going at it again makes my thighs clench. No, we should hunt. He nods and walks ahead silently, leading me up a path further into the woods. I follow him, a million questions whizzing through my mind. The question is, do I have the guts to ask him any of them? I'm not sure if it's the fear of the answers he'll give me, or if he won't answer me at all that is holding me back. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip, watching him as he moves ahead of me. Fuck it. Elias, I say his name, my heart hammering hard and fast. Yeah, he says, not glancing back at me. What made you hate me so much? I ask, wishing my throat didn't constrict with pain the moment I ask that question. It's a question that has played on my mind since his first day in the cafeteria, when he turned my world upside down. He stops walking, back as stiff as a board. And then he turns to look at me, eyes blazing with an emotion I can't quite place. It's a complicated story, he says, brow furrowing slightly. I blamed your family for me being taken from my home. My brow furrows at that, as it was the last thing I expected him to say. What? He shakes his head. As I say, it's a long and complicated story. I glance at my watch. We have 2 hours to kill. He sighs heavily, glancing at his watch too. Fine, but I'll tell you while we walk. His movements are stiff and unnatural as he turns his back to me, continuing along the path through the trees. New Year's Eve, before I started at the Syndicate Academy, my father came home drunk and angry. There's a sadness in his tone as he speaks, and I wonder what he's about to tell me. He fought with my mother, and I watched while he beat her to death. I gasp at that. I'm sorry, Elias. Save it. I don't need your pity, he snaps, glaring at me over his shoulder with those intense blue eyes. I fall silent, sinking my teeth into my bottom lip. The next day, my family dragged me onto a jet and flew me to Chicago, along with my uncle, my father, and my cousins. He draws in a deep breath, hesitating before saying, "They didn't even let me go to my mother's funeral." What kind of family doesn't allow a son to attend his own mother's funeral? His footsteps hasten, as if out of rage at reliving the time he's talking about, and I have to jog to keep up with him. The Estrada cartel had struck up a deal with the Gurin Bratva, and we were to head up the operations north of the border. He glances at me over his shoulder. That is all they told me, and until recently, I'd believed that my father had killed my mother because she didn't want him to take me to America. So I blamed your family for her death, and subsequently, me being ripped away from everything I knew. I stare at him, almost shocked that there is a genuine reason behind his dislike of me, even if it's utterly ridiculous. A 12-year-old girl could never have had any knowledge or hand in what he's talking about. But I understand now why he hated me. His rage over watching his mother beaten to death and then dragged to a new country where he had only a loose grasp on the language. Any boy would be angry, and my last name directed his anger at me. He falls silent, trudging further into the forest. Once a few minutes have passed, I'm sure he isn't going to continue the story. You say, until recently. What changed? I ask. Everything, he murmurs, turning around so suddenly that I slam into his chest.
I try to take a step back, but he reaches for me and holds me close. My uncle explained why my father killed her. She betrayed the family and was sleeping with a member of the Vasquez cartel. A muscle at his temple contracts. I blamed the deal with the Gurin Bratva, when it had been my mother's foolish mistakes that led to her own death and the reason we had to leave Reynosa. His jaw clenches. She had sold the cartel out, and Vasquez cartel took over the territory within days. I'll never forgive my father for taking her life, as he was a coward for not telling Don Pablo to fuck off and get someone else to do it. Elias shrugs. But I can't lay the blame with the Gurin Bratva any longer. I nod in understanding, but I'm pretty sure if his father told the head of the Estrada cartel to fuck off, he would be dead himself. It's hard to believe that all these years, I thought he just took one look at me and instantly hated me, as if it were the opposite of love at first sight, hate at first sight. All along, he's had this secret hatred for the Gurin Bratva, and in turn, me. So why do you still torment me? I ask, knowing that the answer to that question has the power to unravel me entirely. His nostrils flare, and he shrugs. I only found out about my mother's betrayal the day before New Year's Eve just passed. He releases me and turns his back to me, walking further up the path. My uncle took me to her grave in Reynosa for the first time. The muscles in his back are knotted and tense as he talks. And old habits die hard. Habits. Is that what he feels I am? A habit he can't kick and nothing more? I swallow the bile rising up my throat, knowing that I'll never hear what I want from him. Are you going to stop now? I ask, unsure whether my voice sounds hopeful or hesitant. He glances at me again. Do you want me to? There's an intensity in his eyes that steals the oxygen from my lungs.
I don't know how to answer that question. It's one which has no easy answer. A rustling in the bushes to our left saves me. Both of us crouch low, rifles ready as we search for the source of the noise. Elias moves closer to me quietly, his arm brushing against my own. "Quiet," he mouths, nodding to the clearing ahead where a deer and her fawn have just trotted onto the path. A sadness clutches around my heart as I wonder if Elias would actually kill the deer or fawn. A mother and baby going about their daily lives and not harming anyone. He aims the gun, and I grab his hand, shaking my head. His brow furrows. "What? You can't kill them." He shakes his head, eyes narrowing. "How do you expect to lead the Bratva if you can't even kill a deer?" I swallow hard and look him dead in the eye. A good leader knows when to take a life and when to show mercy. I glance at the deer and fawn, who are both still oblivious to our presence. All life is sacred, so what reason do we have to kill them? I ask. Because we've been tasked to hunt, and that's what we should do. It's pointless and barbaric. Being able to pull that trigger doesn't make a strong leader. It's knowing when not to pull it. When I glance back at Elias, he's lowered his rifle and is looking at me with the oddest expression in his ice blue eyes. "What?" I ask. He shrugs. "You talk a lot of sense for the teacher's pet, especially since you are going against the teacher's brief." He nudges me slightly, a soft smile twisting his lips upward. It's a beautiful smile, one that makes him look almost otherworldly. "I think you are right, Gorin," I smile. "Of course, I'm always right." He chuckles then, the deep and velvety tone carrying through the trees and startling the deer, who rush over the path and into the safety and cover of the dense forest around us. I laugh too, thankful that he agreed to spare those defenseless animals. And then we look into each other's eyes, and it feels like, for the first time, I'm seeing the true Elias Morales. No anger or mask as he gazes straight into my eyes like he can see right to my soul. My heart beats harder and faster as I search his, knowing that despite the feelings I have for him, the past can't be forgotten. He's treated me so badly over the years, and those memories can't just disappear. There's no winding the clock back for us, even though a part of me wishes we could. What would have happened if Elias had known the real reason for his mother's death and his family uprooting him when he arrived here? It's easy to dwell on what could have been. Elias clears his throat, breaking the intense tension that had fallen between us and glancing back toward the clearing. "We should get moving." He glances at his watch. "We have half an hour until we're supposed to be back at the minibus." "Sure," I say, hating how disappointed I feel that our time alone in these woods is over. I cup her cheek in my hand, making her glare angrily at me. "So despite learning the truth about your mom, you are still going to treat me no better than a dog?" I search those dark brown eyes, torn between doing what's right and doing what I want. All my life I've been a selfish person. Since I watched my mom die, vowing to take whatever I want with force, as being weak gets you nowhere in life. "No, mi reina." I press my lips softly to hers and kiss her chastely. "I'm going to make amends." I drop to my knees in front of her, making her brow furrow. "Make me beg, Nina." Her brow lifts slightly. "Elias, what are—" "Make me your dog. Force me to crawl by your side."
I want to make it up to you. What the hell has this girl reduced me to? She shakes her head. It's too late, Elias. You know it, deep down. I grab hold of her hand, remaining on my knees. It's never too late. And then I inch her skirt up, knowing I have to worship her, make her feel what I feel, somehow. She grabs my hand. Elias, what are you? Quiet, and let me worship you. So you go from bullying me to worshiping me? She asks, sounding skeptical. Yes, I say, desperation closing its claws around my heart. Please. It feels like time slows as I wait for her response. Finally, she releases my hand and nods, allowing me to lift her skirt up her hips. I groan when I see her sexy red thong and push it to one side, admiring the way her lips glisten with arousal before I've even touched her. Slowly, I drag a finger through her arousal, making her shudder. The pad of my finger caressing her throbbing clit, which makes her jolt toward me as she sinks her fingers into my hair. So fucking wet, I say, gazing up at her. Fuck, she breathes as I move forward and close my lips around her clit. I move my tongue in gentle, teasing movements around it, worshiping her as I promised. Lean against the table, I order, pushing her back so she can use it to steady herself. I grab her thigh and lift it upward, allowing better access to her sweet pussy. I draw a path through her lips with my tongue and then thrust it inside of her, groaning when her sweet arousal floods my mouth. That's it, princess. Let me worship your beautiful pussy. I thrust 2 fingers inside of her and she moans loudly, as if she's forgotten entirely where we are. Anyone could walk up here and catch us, but that thought only encourages me. Natalia leans back against the desk behind her as I devour her, making her moan and mewl like a pussycat. Circling her clit with my tongue, I drive her toward climax. She gasps, trembling in my grasp. Elias! The sound of my name on her lips is erotic and arousing. But this isn't about me. Not right now. It's all about her. My cock is throbbing in my pants, but ignore it. She may not want to forgive me yet, and I don't blame her. I've been a complete and utter asshole to her, but that all changes from now on. Natalia was made to be my queen, even if it makes little sense after I've treated her so badly. She claws her nails through my scalp as I continue to taste her, my pants becoming too tight over my crotch. You taste so damn good, I breathe, lapping up her arousal as she gets wetter and wetter. I'm driven by a desire to master her body in a way that makes it impossible for her to resist me any longer. I slide 3 fingers inside of her pussy and start to fuck her with them, making her moan loudly. Her head lolls forward as she watches me kneeling before her. It takes all my self-control not to pull my cock out of my pants and replace my fingers with it, but I know that's not what this is about. She can't let herself forgive me yet, which means I'm going to have to work for it. And God damn it, I want to work for it. I want Natalia. Oh, fuck, she moans, head lolling backward as she gets closer. That's it, Nina. I want you to come for me. I purr, watching her beautiful features twist with pleasure. Pleasure I'm giving her. Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip as she claws her fingers tighter in my hair, yanking at it almost. I keep fingering her and licking her, driving her right toward the cliff's edge. Yes. Oh, fuck, Natalia cries as I finger her right through it. I don't stop until she's panting for oxygen and her body is limp on the desk. Her eyes remain shut and she doesn't move. Finally, I pull my fingers out of her. Look at me, I say. She does as she's told, dark eyes finding mine. Watch me taste you, princess. I slide my fingers one by one into my mouth and lick them clean, groaning as I do. Sweeter than honey. Her eyes are still dilated as she watches me hungrily, making my cock throb in my pants. I clench my jaw and ignore the clawing sensation against my mind, spurring me to pull my cock out and thrust it balls deep inside of her heavenly cunt. Instead, I pull the gusset of her thong back over her pussy and cover her panties with the hem of her skirt. There's a flash of what appears like disappointment as she hops off the edge of the desk. Don't think that makes everything right between us. There's fire in her eyes as she turns away from me. I grab her wrist and spin her back to face me, bringing my lips to within an inch of hers. I have some making up to do to you, Gurin, but I won't be spoken to like that. Her eyes dip to my lips and then back to my eyes. What are you going to do? Continue blackmailing me? I smirk and shake my head. No, I have better ways to punish you, Bonita. And then I kiss her. She tenses at first against me, trying to fight away. Once I slip my tongue into her mouth, she quickly relaxes into the kiss and gives me everything and more. Natalia moans into my mouth, making my cock even harder. I break the kiss and search her eyes, knowing that somehow I've got to hold on to this girl, despite everything. She pulls away, making my chest ache. I'm really late for dinner, she says, glancing at her watch. She turns her back to me and grabs her bag and the book she picked out, rushing past me. See you around. I clench my jaw as I watch her walk away from me. It's becoming clear that the girl I spent years trying to break has finally broken me. She affects me in ways no one ever has, and if I can't make her mine, I don't know what I'll do. Life in the cartel has taught me that I can take what I want. Fuck the consequences. I fear if I can't get her to agree to be mine, I won't be able to walk away. I'll take her by force instead. But I'd rather it doesn't come to that. Natalia. Where have you been? Adriana asks, brow furrowed as I sit down at our usual table in the cafeteria with my dinner, over an hour later than usual. Heat slams into me at the question as I try not to think about what just happened in the library. I had work to do, Camilla sighs. Always working too damn hard. Adriana nods. Yeah, with you hardly around, and Eva, it feels weird. And then she glares at Camilla. And Camilla is practically in full-time detention. I take a sip of my Coke and shrug. Sorry, I just take my studies seriously, I say, despite the guilt tightening in my gut. I glance at Camilla. What did you do now? What didn't she do? Adriana asks, shaking her head. I kind of zone out as Adriana reels off a list of all the crazy shit Camilla has done that landed her in detention in the last week alone. My mind can't stop returning to what happened in the library. It made no sense, but it felt so damn good. Elias was on his knees for me, begging for forgiveness. I never thought I'd see the day when the tables would turn, and yet,
He seems desperate to continue this sick and twisted thing he started at the beginning of the year. To what end? I'm not sure. Why do you look so red? Adriana asks. I shake my head, trying to forget the image of him between my thighs. I don't know. Hot, I guess? I spoon some pasta into my mouth and try to focus on the conversation Adriana and Camilla are having about how much of an asshole Coach Daniels is. Apparently, he still won't leave Adriana alone. Why don't you report him? I ask. Adriana rolls her eyes. Report him to his best buddy, Principal Byrne? What do you think he'll do about it? Camilla shrugs. You'll just have to put up with it. It's not like he can force you to do anything. Adriana sighs and leans back in her chair, grabbing her half-eaten piece of cake and shoving it in her mouth. I noticed Elias hasn't been at your throat as much since winter break, Camilla says. I meet her gaze, and there's a hint of suspicion there. Maybe he's got bored again, I say, but I can feel my face heating at the mere mention of Elias. I'm surprised you two didn't kill each other in those woods, Adriana says, shaking her head. We were all so worried about you. I swallow a fork of pasta, but don't look up. Elias may be an asshole, but I'm not sure he'd risk murdering me. Right, Camilla nods. It's just that you two almost seemed friendly when you returned to the clearing. I raise a brow. I'd say friendly is a stretch, wouldn't you? Her lips purse together as if she expected me to say something else, and then she just shakes her head. Forget I said anything. My stomach twists as I wonder if somehow she knows what happened between us in the woods. Although, it's impossible since we entered the opposite direction from the rest of the students. I guess I'm just being paranoid. Did Eva have dinner? Camilla shakes her head. No, her husband was cooking for her. She rarely does anymore. She sighs. It's a bit weird now that she's married and living in his cottage, isn't it? I shrug. At least she's happy. Adriana nods. That's all that matters, really. She sighs and gets up. I'm tired and need to do some homework. I'll catch you both later. See you later, Camilla and I both say in unison. When I glance back at Camilla, she's glaring at me through narrowed eyes. Is there something you need to tell me? I swallow hard. Like what? I ask, feeling as if my skin is stretching too tight over my flesh. She taps her fingers on the table, shaking her head. We've been best friends for 6 years, and you are keeping a pretty monumental secret from me and Adriana. How the hell does she know? You know? I ask. Camilla nods. Rizzo and I stumbled on the two of you. My entire body flames at the thought that we were actually seen fucking out in the open. Oh, I murmur, shaking my head. It's a long story. She crosses her arms over her chest. Good thing I have a lot of time to kill then. I glance up at her and shake my head. What do you want to know? When did it start? You mean, when did you start fucking him? I clench my jaw, hating how vulnerable I feel right now. She has a right to be angry that I didn't tell her, but the fact is I couldn't. Not without telling her he's holding something huge over my head. Winter formal, I say. She nods. And why the fuck did it happen? I run a hand through my hair. Because he blackmailed me, I say, shaking my head. I can't tell you what with. That son of a bitch, she shakes her head. If you had told me, I would have got my brother to off him. I laugh. Camilla, don't be crazy. He blackmailed you into having sex with him? His head should be on a spike. She's right that it's not something I can just brush under the carpet. but now I'm torn. Her eyes narrow. Is that why you were late for dinner? She tilts her head. You were with Elias. I shake my head. Not at first. I was in the library actually studying when he appeared, and then I trail off. Heat spreading through my veins faster than lava following beneath the earth's core. Fuck. What is wrong with you? I straighten at that, narrowing my eyes at Camilla. Out of all my friends, she's the one I least expected to judge me for this. And yet she's sitting across from me, scowling, like I've told her I just murdered someone and buried their body in the old ruins. There's no need to be so judgmental, I say, glaring at her. I can't help that I enjoy his attention. The attention of a boy who stabbed you in 9th grade because you were a teacher's pet. She shakes her head. It's not right, Natalia. You can't just let him use you like that. I swallow hard, hating hearing my doubts and fears about what the hell the two of us are doing recounted to me by someone else. He wants to make amends, but can anyone really make amends for that kind of terrible behavior? Especially since it went on for so long. I sigh heavily. It's complicated, I murmur, dipping my spoon into the pasta sauce and eating some, despite not having any appetite right now. I don't mean to attack you, Nat, Camilla shakes her head. I'm just worried about you is all. I nod and meet her gaze, which has softened now. I know. I've been thinking the same thing as you. But Elias seems determined to make amends. Camilla's brow pulls together. Another one of his tricks? I shrug, as I honestly don't know what he's playing at. He can't truly believe there's any viable future for us, which means he probably just wants to use me, as Camilla suggests. It hurts to think about it, but I know it's the most likely scenario. The sex may be good, but is it worth giving up my sanity for? Will you tell the others? Camilla asks. I swallow hard, knowing that there's no avoiding it now. Adriana and Ava deserve to know. I just wish I didn't have to tell them. Sure, I'll call a meeting in my room for 1 hour's time. I set my spoon down on the side of my tray. Hopefully, Ava will be able to tear herself off of Principal Byrne. Camilla chuckles. I still can't believe she's fucking that god of a man. I shake my head and pull out my cell phone, sending a text to our group chat on WhatsApp. Meet in my room, 1 hour's time. It's important. Camilla looks at the text and nods. I know it's hard, but keeping secrets from us doesn't make sense, she says, tucking her phone back into her pocket. We're your best friends, and we'll help you with this whatever way we can. I smile, but it feels forced. Thanks. I stand with my tray. See you in an hour? Camilla nods as I walk away, knowing I need this hour alone to gather my muddled thoughts. Before I reveal that Elias and I have been sleeping together, and a part of me doesn't want to stop, no matter how crazy that may seem to my friends. Ava looks a little irritated as she sits on the edge of my bed, tapping her foot on the floor. What's so urgent that couldn't wait? I raise a brow. I apologize for interrupting your newlywed bliss, but I have something to come clean about to all of you. Camilla gives me an encouraging smile. Since winter formal, I've been sleeping with Elias. Adriana gasps, eyes wide. Ava, on the other hand, just looks at me like I told her it's going to rain tomorrow. About time, she says. Both Camilla and Adriana gawp at her. What do you mean, about time? Camilla asks, looking shocked at Eva's flippant response. She shakes her head. No one could see it, but that boy is fucking head over heels for Nat. He's always treated her like trash, Adriana says. Eva shrugs. Haven't you heard? Boys are always assholes to the girls they like. Is that how Byrne roped you in? It's different, Eva says flippantly. They've known each other since they were teenagers. How did it happen? Adriana asks, ignoring Eva's opinion. At first, it started with Elias blackmailing me. I can't tell you what with. Adriana and Eva nod. Since then, I don't know. I kind of find I'm enjoying it, which may sound fucked up. Adriana nods. Have you forgotten how much of a dick he's been to you over the years? No, I say, looking down at my hands in shame. Don't shame her for how she feels, Eva says, coming to my rescue. It's clear there's more to their relationship than meets the eye. I'm thankful that Eva managed to make it here, and I get she's less shocked because she hasn't witnessed the things Elias has done to me over the years. He stabbed me, bruised me, tripped me countless times in front of people, as well as tormented me mentally. Not to mention, occasionally he's locked me in classrooms in barely any clothes to be found by my teachers and students alike. He's a dickhead. I know it more than anyone. So I shouldn't even be entertaining the idea of forgiveness when it comes to him. And yet, I can't seem to shake the hold he has on me. As if his claws are in so deep now, they've become a permanent part of me. How the hell do I explain that to the two friends here who have been by my side the longest? I swallow hard, wondering what Georgia would make of this. She also has seen what Elias put me through. It's about time I give her a call and find out. I'm going to call Georgia, see what she thinks. Camilla and Adriana nod. Good thinking. It's been ages since we spoke to her, Adriana says. Eva's brow furrows. Is that the girl who used to attend here? Camilla smiles, but it's wistful. Yeah, she got pulled out of the academy last year. We all miss her. I video call her and screen it onto my television screen on the wall, knowing that it's late there in Italy. In fact, they're 7 hours ahead, so it's like 3 in the morning. Finally, she picks up and groans. Do you realize it's the middle of the night? Her sleepy face comes onto the screen. Sorry, I just had to get your opinion on something. Right, and it couldn't wait until a more suitable time. Nope, Camilla says. Georgia perks up. Is that you, Camilla? Yep, and Adriana is here, she says, and they both come into view of my phone camera. Okay, what is it? Nat is sleeping with Elias, Adriana says, taking the opportunity to break the news for me. Georgia's eyes widen then. Now that is pretty huge. Since when? Winter formal, I say, glancing at Camilla. Both Camilla and Adriana think I'm insane. Eva, our new friend, thinks it was inevitable. I shrug. We wanted your opinion. She draws in a deep breath and then says, I always thought it might be the endgame for the two of you. What? Camilla and Adriana say in unison. She shrugs. I mean, what boy goes that out of his way to torment a girl if he isn't, like, obsessed with her? Camilla and Adriana fall silent, but Eva nods. Exactly what I've been saying. Is that Eva? Georgia asks. Yeah, I point the camera in her direction. Meet Eva Byrne. She got married to the principal during winter break. Eva waves at her. Nice to meet you. What? Georgia says, sounding shocked. Why is it I'm missing out on the best fucking year ever? What other crazy gossip haven't I heard? And then she pauses. Nice to meet you too, Eva. Kudos on bagging such a hottie. She sighs. Principal Byrne is smoking. I turn the phone back around and shrug. Not much else, other than Coach Daniels harassing Adriana constantly. So, you don't think it's insane that I kind of want to keep sleeping with him? Georgia shakes her head. It's a little fucked up after everything he's done, but I get why you'd be attracted to him. Maybe we're wrong, but I just don't want to see Nat get hurt after all this. Worse than she already has been by that prick, Camilla says. It's a sound argument, but at the end of the day, Nat, it's down to you. I know that's the truth, but I too fear being destroyed by him. If this is all just another part of his games, a sick ploy to make me fall for him, only to break my heart and twist the knife deeper into my gut, I'll never forgive myself. That nagging doubt has been playing on my mind even more after Camilla's reaction. I fear that the only way to find out is to continue on down the path we're on. The question is, will I come out stronger or end up a fragment of the girl I used to be? Elias. Hey, Elias, hold up! Rizzo shouts from across the courtyard. I've been in the library for a couple of hours since Nat left, contemplating what the fuck is going on with me. The time alone was welcome and necessary. What is it with Rizzo and always appearing when I don't want to see anyone? What do you want, Rizzo? He catches up to me and shrugs. Just seen you leave the library. Visiting Gurin? He asks, eyebrow raising. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? He smirks. Nothing much. Did you enjoy hunting the other day? My stomach churns slightly as the way he's talking makes me think he might actually know I'm fucking her. Cut the shit and be straight with me. He chuckles. You were giving it to her good. Me and Camilla stumbled on the two of you fucking like animals. He holds up a hand for me to high five. I grind my teeth and ignore him. The fact he saw any part of Natalia even remotely undressed makes me uneasy. You shouldn't spy on people, you creep. He laughs then. You shouldn't fuck out in the open if you don't want to be seen. Rizzo has a point. It was reckless and dangerous, even if I believed no one had entered the forest in the same area. So, I was right then. You like her, don't you? He asks, looking at me seriously then. Alex always reckoned you did, but Nick won't have any of it. I glare at him. Are you telling me you fuckers are talking about it behind my back? Yeah, so what? I sigh heavily, knowing there's no point lying about it now that Rizzo knows the truth. Yeah, I shrug. But she's not going to forgive me for the shit I've done. His brow furrows. She looked pretty forgiving while you fucked her against a tree. I snarl at him. Don't talk about that ever again. He holds his hands up. I'm just saying. She looked like a girl who was enjoying herself. I know that Nat enjoys the sex, but that's not the point. The question is, can she put aside all our bad blood and history between us and consider a real relationship? As I don't want to be without her. It's one of the scariest things I've ever admitted to myself, but it's so fucking true. All along, I think Eva was right. That's why I was so desperate to find something to hold over her this year. Desperate to cling on to the power I have over her so she can't slip away from me. Keep it to yourself, Bianchi. I give him a stern glare. I don't want rumors spreading. He looks offended. Do I strike you as the kind of guy to spread fucking rumors? He shakes his head. I'd say Camilla is more likely. Camilla wouldn't dare because it would hurt Nat. Rizzo nods. So, what's your plan? I shrug. No idea. As we round the corner into the main corridor of the academy, I bump into Finn Murphy. Watch where you're going, I say, glaring down at him. He's short, just under 6 feet tall. Morales. Exactly who I was looking for. He smirks at me. What the fuck do you want, Murphy? He smirks, eyes darting between me and Rizzo. I hear you have some rather interesting information about the Gurin family. It feels like all the blood drains from my body as I stare down at the Irish snake. What the fuck are you talking about? I can hear the worry in my own voice. If Finn knows the truth about Natalia's true name, then she is fucked. He has no allegiance to her, and there's no way he'd keep that information to himself, not without a very large reward. He glances between Rizzo and me. Are you sure you want me to mention it in front of Bianca? Carry on. I'll meet you back at the dorms. Rizzo's fists clench as he glances between me and Finn. After a few moments, he nods. See you later. Finn smirks at me, and it makes me want to punch it right off his face. You should be more careful about where you keep your information, Elias. Information? I ask. He nods. Yeah, I got in your room and found the file on Natalia. He flashes the folder at me, and I launch myself at him, trying to snatch it out of his hand. Finn dodges me, shaking his head. I'll give it back to you. For a price. I clench my jaw, knowing that even if he gives it back to me, her secret is out. What do you want? Name me king of the academy and step the fuck down. I roll my eyes. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, it's what I want for my silence. This kid is pathetic. He could shake me down for money or much more, but he just wants to rule an academy that won't mean shit in a few months' time when we graduate. And if I announce that, you will never tell anyone about Nat's family? He tilts his head slightly. I didn't say never. I launch myself at him then, grabbing him by the collar and shoving him against the wall of the corridor. Listen to me, you son of a bitch. If you even utter a word to anyone, I'll rip your fucking beating heart right out of your chest. Finn pales then, eyes widening, as I wrap my hand around his throat and squeeze. Perhaps I'll take your fucking tongue as insurance to make sure you can't fucking speak to anyone. He struggles to breathe, face turning pale as he fights against me. What reason should I allow you to fucking live when you are blackmailing me? The rage starts to bleed into my veins, overwhelming me as I continue to choke the air from his lungs. My vision is red as I strangle him, wanting nothing more than to eradicate the threat. I know I should stop, but he's threatening the one thing that matters to me. Nat would blame me if this got out, and she would be in danger. Elias! Natalia's voice echoes through the corridor as she runs toward me, shaking her head. What are you doing? Her hand lands on my arm and she squeezes, forcing me to look her in the eye. And the moment I do, it brings me back to reality. I release his throat. Finn falls to the floor on his knees, gasping for air. What the fuck, Morales? I snatch the file out of his hand while he's down, but I realize now I'm backed into a corner with nowhere to go. What the hell is going on here? Nat asks, glancing between the two of us. Once Finn recovers, he manages to stand and then glares at me. I was just telling Elias that I know all about your secret, Natalia. Natalia's eyes widen and then move to me, searching my face. How? She asks. I don't know if she's asking me or Finn, but Finn is the one to answer. Broke into his bedroom and found that file. He nods at it. It's very valuable information. If my uncle knew the truth, he'd use it against you. Natalia meets Finn's gaze. What do you want to keep quiet? She holds her head high, meeting his gaze. Finn smirks, glancing between me and Elias. I want Elias to name me king of the academy. Nat snorts at that, but then turns quiet when she sees Finn is serious. And I want you, he says, glaring right at Nat. What do you mean? She asks. I want you on your knees, sucking my dick, he says. Rage kicks through me as I launch myself at Finn, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him hard against the wall. You even look at her the wrong way, and I swear. What? You gonna murder me, Elias? Don't tempt me, I growl, my fingers itching to wrap around his throat again and not let go until he can't meet another breath. "Deal," Nat says quietly next to me. "No fucking chance," I say, looking at her. "You will not touch her, Finn. I will kill you." Natalia shakes her head. "I won't risk this information getting out." "Then let me murder the slimy Irish bastard and all our problems are fixed." Her eyes widen. "And what happens when his uncle realizes you murdered him?" "Finn, Murphy's uncle is a savage. I know it as much as anyone. He's crazy and murderous, and the kind of man you don't want to be on the wrong side of. Even if I am a member of the Estrada cartel, nothing could protect me from him." I sigh heavily and release Finn. "I won't let you touch her, Murphy. What else do you want?" He taps a finger on his chin as if contemplating the question. "Start with making me king and, well, talk again after that." I growl. "No, I want your price now. Give it to me." $2 million, then. That should suffice." Fuck. As if I have $2 million lying around. "You'll have to give me some time," I say through gritted teeth. He nods. "Fine. You give me that money and tell everyone I'm the king of the academy, and I will never speak a word of it again." "Deal," I say without a second's hesitation. "I'll announce it tomorrow." Finn looks satisfied as he salutes me. "Good doing business with you." I have to clench my jaw to stop myself from beating him to a pulp. He turns away and swaggers off down the corridor. When I look at Nat, she's giving me the oddest look. "What?" I ask. "Why would you pass your crown to him for me?" she asks. It's crazy that she has to even ask that question. Yes, I've been the king of the academy since the day I arrived here, but that doesn't matter. If Natalia's grandfather found out the truth, it could ruin her and her brother. He would want them dead, and they would be forced to go on the run. "Because I won't let him ruin you," I say. "Why?" she asks. I move toward her and grab her hips, pulling her curvy body against me. "Do you really need to ask that question, Gurin?" Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip. "Where are you going to get $2 million? "I'm not sure yet." "My brother would pay him," she says. "It's my mess to fix, Nat, not yours." She bites her bottom lip. "I don't understand why you'd given in to a guy like him." "Because I have to protect you," I murmur, my lips an inch from hers. Her breathing labors, and then I kiss her, tenderly. She must know by now that this isn't just a game, even if it started out as one. She pushes me away suddenly, shaking her head. "Why didn't you just let me do as he said?" Rage prickles over my skin. "You mean suck that son of a bitch's dick?" She nods. "How's it any different from what you forced me to do?" I clench my jaw, the mere idea of Natalia even touching him like that, making my skin feel tight over my flesh. "Because you are mine, Nat." I reach for her again, but she dodges me. "You don't have any claim on me or a say in what I do." She places her hands on her hips, glaring at me through narrowed eyes. "You are the one who needs to make it up to me." "Are you saying you want to be whored out to Finn Murphy?" Her chest hitches as if I've hurt her, but she shakes her head. "I'm saying you have no say in what I do in my life." I realize that if I want to make amends with her, forcing this issue isn't the way to do it. She's punishing me for being an asshole, but I can't honestly believe she wants to become Finn Murphy's whore. "I want to protect you," I say, moving forward. "Protect me from yourself, then." She turns away, making the rage bubble over the edge. I grab her wrist and yank her into me, staring down at her. Her breath comes out in a rush as she looks into my eyes. "Elias." "Quiet," I growl, my hands moving to her hips and clawing at them hard. I want forgiveness from you, Nat, but I'm not the kind of man you can walk over. Her lips pursed together, but her breathing is coming hard and fast. Those beautiful brown eyes are dilated with desire, even as she tries to fight what this is between us. You belong to me, and no other man can touch you. Do you understand? Her eyes narrow. I understand that you are a hypocritical asshole. I clench my jaw. Let me handle Finn. Let me do this for you. That softens her gaze as she sighs heavily. If it gets out, my entire family could die, she mutters, fear in her voice. I won't let that happen. I promise, Nat. I cup her face, knowing that I would do anything to make this right. I will do whatever it takes. Her eyebrow arches. Whatever it takes? I know she means that if it came to it, and the stupid Irish bastard wouldn't shut his mouth, would I kill him? As I stare into her eyes, I know I'd do anything for the girl I spent years tormenting. She has always belonged to me in a sick and twisted way. It just took me a long time to realize that I love her, even if I can't tell her that to her face. The only person I've ever said those 3 words to was my mother. Yes, he won't hurt you. I kiss her softly. No one will ever hurt you, Nina. She relaxes then, allowing me to kiss her. Perhaps I'm finally getting through to her. This isn't a game anymore. Natalia is my everything, and I won't let anyone fuck with her. My phone rings and I glance at the screen, seeing it is my brother. Mikhail rarely rings me while I'm at the academy, so I pick it up, my heart pounding hard against my ribcage as I wonder if Finn Murphy has already let the cat out of the bag. I don't trust that Irish scum as far as I can throw him. If our grandfather were to learn the truth, we'd be in immediate danger. Hey, I say, unable to keep the anxiety out of my tone. Hey, Natalia. I'm ringing to tell you to get your butt to Boston. Why? I ask. There's a pause on the other end of the line. This might be a bit of a shock, but I'm getting married to Sienna tomorrow afternoon. I squeal down the phone, perhaps a little too loud. Thank God he's calling with good news. It's as if Mikhail knew I needed some right about now. Ouch, Mikhail says. I chuckle. Sorry, that's just such exciting news. Have you cleared it with Principal Byrne? I ask. Of course. Popov is outside with the car. My stomach churns a little as it has come out of the blue, while I'm amid a crisis that concerns the entire family, not just me. I swallow hard, knowing that there's no way I can miss the wedding. Elias says he will deal with Finn, so I have to believe him. Even if I don't trust him either. Okay, I'll pack a bag and meet him out front, I say. Mikhail chuckles. Don't take too long. You know how impatient he can be. I do indeed know how impatient Popov can be, but it's not like I've had any forewarning. I'll try not to take too long. I'll see you soon, sister. He cancels the call. I stare at the wall of my bedroom, knowing that Elias will wonder where I am tomorrow, especially after the bombshell Finn dropped yesterday evening. And yet, I don't feel he needs an explanation, since he's the one that needs to make amends with me. I won't go around chasing him. If he really wants to make amends for everything he's done to me over the years, then he needs to prove it. I push myself up and grab a hold all, checking a few essential items I need in there, and then head into my closet, knowing I'll need a nice dress for the occasion, but since my brother hasn't given me much warning, I'll have to pick out one I already own. I grab 2 of my favorite dresses, a long maxi turquoise gown and a red one, putting them into garment bags and grabbing the hold all I packed. The journey to Boston isn't long, but I'd assume I won't only be gone for a day. Mikhail will have cleared me to stay home for a few days at least. Once I've got everything, I glance around my room and then head out into the corridor toward Eva's room, where we were all going to watch a movie. It took a lot of convincing to get her to leave the cottage for once and hang out with us tonight, and now I'm going to miss it. I knock on the door, and it opens. "What's with the bag?" Camilla asks. "My brother just called, and he's getting married tomorrow," I say, shaking my head. "He's got a car waiting to take me back to Boston." "Lucky bitch," Adriana mutters, shaking her head. "I'd do anything to get out of here for a few days." Eva comes to the door. "Have fun," she says, smiling at me. I raise a brow. "You already knew, didn't you?" She shrugs. "Oak might have mentioned it." "You have a very unfair advantage," Camilla says, glaring at her. "Perks of being the principal's wife," she sticks her tongue out. I shake my head. "Have fun tonight, but we'll have to have another movie night next week to make up for me missing it." Eva shrugs. "It was hard to convince Oak to let me come tonight. I can't guarantee it." "He's hoarding all your time," I complain, giving Camilla a hug. I then turn to Eva and hug her. Adriana stands and hugs me too. "See you in a couple of days," I say, before walking out of the room and leaving my friends to enjoy their night. I walk down the corridor of the dorm, only to run straight into Jeannie Doyle. Her eyes narrow when she sees me. "Hey, Gurin. I hear you are hanging out with Elias a lot lately." I shrug. "Not by choice." She makes an odd sound that suggests she doesn't believe me. "That's not what he says." "I don't really give a shit what he says, Jeannie. Out of my way." I try to dodge around her, but she yanks me back with the strap of my holdall. "Going somewhere?" she asks, glaring at me hatefully. It's hard to believe that 7 years ago we were best friends. "Yes, my brother is getting married. I'm attending the wedding." She lets go of the strap and nods. "Fine. Just keep your hands off of Elias." I laugh at that. "Why? Because he's always been mine?" I shake my head. "Elias was never yours, Jeannie. It's been 6 years, and he still hasn't so much as looked at you in that way." Her face reddens and she glares at me. "Not that he'd want you that way." She drags her eyes down the length of me with a scowl on her face. "He hates you." "I used to believe that too," I say, almost to myself. I dodge around her, managing to make it past this time. "I need to go." Jeannie makes a frustrated sound behind me as I slip down the corridor away from her. She's always been petty and jealous, but it took her reaction to Elias' dismissal of me the first day in the cafeteria to realize it. And yet she always wants to be the center of attention, or close to the people who are most talked about. I mean, it was fucking classic Jeannie when she approached Eva after finding out she was married to Oakley Byrne. She always chasing the hottest gossip. I try to push the conversation out of my mind as I head out the front door of the academy and find Popov leaning against the town car. He smiles when he sees me. "About time." I shake my head. It would have helped if I'd been given some forewarning. He opens the back door to the car for me. "I believe Mikhail wanted to surprise you." "Call me surprised. He hadn't even told me they were engaged." "I believe it was all rather sudden." He shrugs. "Mikhail will explain everything to you." I nod and slip into the back of the town car, glancing out of the window at the academy. In normal circumstances, I'd be glad to escape this place and Elias. But right now, I can't help but feel uncertain. With Finn threatening my family and our fate in my bully's hands, it's hard to feel calm. All I can do is hope that Elias makes it right. It's out of my hands, and there's nothing I can do about it. Mikhail is waiting at the door as the car pulls up, even though it's almost midnight. My brow furrows as Popov opens the car door and I slip out. "What are you doing out here at this time of night?" He shrugs. "I wanted to greet you. Surely you should be out drinking and partying for your last night as a bachelor." His eyebrow arches. "Don't you think I've done enough of that over the years?" I do indeed believe that he's done his fair share of partying, which is why I'm glad he's finally settling down. It means that he might have a child, an heir who can take over instead of me. We both know that I was never really going to be a viable option to lead the Gurren Bratva, and I'm fine about that. "Probably," I say, glancing into the house. "Is Mother here?" He shakes his head. The arrangements were made too fast, and I wasn't going to postpone my wedding for her. She is in Russia. I nod in response, as I can understand why he's not bothered whether she's here or not. "How about Yana?" His jaw clenches. As after the Christmas we had, their relationship has been strained.
Yana stupidly sold our family out to the Petrov Bratva of New York. But luckily, Mikhail was able to join forces and agree to peace with two other powerful families in Boston to stop Andrei Petrov and his scheming. No, I didn't invite her. I sigh heavily. You know she was acting out of fear for her children, Mikhail. He nods. I do, but I'm not ready to forgive and forget just yet, Natalia. He gives me a pointed look. Now stop this whining and come inside. We will have pancakes. You must be hungry from traveling. I laugh. Not really. I had dinner before I left the academy. There's always room for pancakes, though, he says. Of course. I follow Mikhail into the house and feel an odd sense of relief the moment I'm inside. Running from problems doesn't exactly solve them, but it does feel good to get away. We turn into the kitchen and I hop onto a stool at the kitchen island. Mikhail grabs a frying pan and collects the ingredients out of the fridge, mixing them together in a mixing bowl. It's strange to see him in the kitchen, cooking. He used to make me pancakes years ago before our father died, but it feels like it was a lifetime ago. When was the last time you made pancakes? He shrugs. I honestly couldn't say. It was so many years ago. I nod in reply. Do you love Sienna? He looks up then, as if startled, eyes wide. Always were blunt with your questions, weren't you? I smile. Best to get to the point. I hate people who skate around the issue. True. He sighs and sets down his whisk, grabbing the pan and putting it on the heat. Of course. I wouldn't marry her otherwise. It makes me happy to hear, even though Mikhail always swore off love. I think he became even more averse to it after he saw how my mom handled our father's death. It ruined her. He swallows hard and pins me with a gaze I don't like. The truth is, Nat, I've arranged your marriage to another boy. Someone you might know, actually. My stomach dips, and I wonder why he thinks he could get away with it so soon after being blackmailed. What about the information about our grandfather? He shrugs. I figured it was someone who wants to stop that specific alliance. I've entered into an agreement with the Khrushchev Bratva for you and Nikolai to marry. Nikolai Khrushchev. My stomach churns with sickness as, although he's an attractive boy, the idea of sleeping with him makes me sick. He's cruel and vindictive, much like Elias. Sadness spreads through my veins as I laugh humorlessly. So, you get to marry for love? But with me, it's about the most favorable deal that can be made. I shake my head. I don't know why I ever believed my fate would be any different from my friends. I'm sorry, Nat. I hadn't intended it this way, but the men have made it clear they won't follow a woman. His jaw clenches, as I know deep down this isn't really what he wants. If I had it my way,
You'd be leading this alone and waiting for the love of your life to appear at your door, like I have. He flips the pancakes onto a plate and pours more mixture into the pan, cooking them. I'd been so distracted by the news, I hardly noticed him cooking the first batch. Elias didn't like Mikhail arranging my marriage to the Philly Bratva heir, but Nick Khrushchev will be far worse. It will be like a personal attack, and I know he won't like it. Yet another problem to deal with. Mikhail pushes a plate of pancakes over to me and a bottle of maple syrup. I drizzle loads on top and dig in, trying to drown my worries in syrup. Let's not speak of this anymore. It's not for a while, anyway. He gives me a smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Right. I'm here to celebrate with you, not mope about being forced to marry Nick Khrushchev. There will be no forcing, Nat. If you really don't want to marry him, we can find someone else. I know Mikhail means well, but my options are limited amongst Russians, and that makes my chest ache. Probably because deep down, I long for a Mexican cartel member who has managed to sink his claws into me so deeply, I don't know how to get them out. Elias. Announcing that I was handing over the crown to Finn as the king of the academy during breakfast went down about as well as I expected. Most people either laughed as if it were a joke or started complaining once they realized it wasn't. I was surprised not to see Natalia in the cafeteria, but she doesn't always eat in the morning, so I text her. She's still yet to reply, but I thought she might have wanted to witness this. My crown is what I've always valued most, and yet here I am, giving it up for the girl I've bullied since I arrived here. Finn scans over the document I had my uncle's lawyer draw up for me yesterday. It's ironclad, and once he signs it, he can never speak a word of what he read in those files. Finn glances up at me. How do I know you will pay me? I shake my head. Check your account. It's already paid. His brow furrows as he pulls out his cell phone and logs onto his banking, smirking when he sees the balance. Fine. He scribbles his signature in the 3 spaces on the document and then turns to me. Consider what I read forgotten. He holds out a hand to shake, but I don't take it, because this guy has no honor. It is done. I nod at him. You shake me down. Don't expect me to be cordial about it. I grab the document and turn away from him, walking toward the door. If I don't get a move on, I'll be late for law class. I can't wait to see Nat's face when I hand her the document and tell her I sorted it. Perhaps it will be the first step in the right direction for us. I get to class with not a minute to spare. When I glance at Nat's seat at the front, my stomach dips to find it empty. Eva is sitting in the seat next to it, but she's not there. As Principal Burns starts the class, I watch the door, expecting her to appear at any moment. After 10 minutes, I'm convinced she's not coming, so I write out a text. Where are you? I've got some important news. The lesson crawls by as I stare at my phone, waiting for a response. After another 20 minutes, I send another text. Seriously, I need to speak with you after law class. Why aren't you here? The rest of the class passes by in a blur, and I can't focus. This nagging sensation that she's in trouble claws at my insides, as I know how dangerous the information I dug up on her is for both her and her family. The bell finally sounds the end of class, and I jump up and rush into the corridor, dialing Nat's number. It rings 5 times and then goes to her messaging. Fuck, I mutter under my breath before trying again. It rings and then again goes to her messaging, her beautiful voice ringing in my ears. I wait this time so that I can leave her a message. Stop ignoring me, Nat. I cancel the call and march down the corridor toward anatomy class when I spot Eva at her locker. She will know where Nat is. I slam my hand in front of Eva so she can't move away from her locker. Where is Natalia? Her brows pull together. Sorry? She wasn't in law class. Where is she? I hate how desperate my voice sounds. Eva rolls her eyes. Why don't you text her and find out? I don't tell her I've already sent her 3 texts this morning and tried to call her twice with no luck. The girl is driving me crazy, especially since I have news to give her regarding our Finn problem. Eva, I growl her name in warning. Stop messing around. She glares at me, and I realize this girl isn't a girl I can push around. When are you going to grow up? My eyes narrow as I flex my jaw. What do you mean? Stop acting like a fucking child and tell Natalia how you feel. She shakes her head. Maybe she might feel exactly the same fucking way, ending the bullshit back and forth for everyone. I swallow hard, knowing that Eva is right. Although I've told her I want to make amends, I haven't told her those 3 words. Words that scare me more than anything. If I was acting like an adult, I wouldn't be accosting her friend, demanding to know where she is. However, Nat isn't exactly giving me much of a choice with her radio silence. I have tried to contact her, but she won't respond. I narrow my eyes at her. I will tell her the truth, I say, removing my hand from Eva's locker door. But first, I need to know where she is. She got leave to attend her brother's wedding back in Boston. Eva shrugs. She should be back in a few days. Wedding. I grind my teeth together, realizing she didn't tell me because right now the tables have turned. She's acting like a brat, and if I want her to forgive me, there's nothing I can do to change her behavior. Now, if you don't mind, I'm late for anatomy with Nitkin, and so are you. She gives me a pointed look. I nod in response and watch as she walks away, but my mind is racing. The need to see her is desperate and clawing, and it feels like it's tearing me in two. Instead of following her down the corridor toward anatomy class, I head the opposite way to the principal's office. Finn has his payment after I asked for the money from my uncle. $2 million is like a drop in the ocean to him, and I said it was important for the good of the cartel. He didn't even question me, no doubt trying to make amends for what he did to my mother. I stop outside of the door to Burns' office, swallowing hard. There's no way I can just demand that he let me out of the academy without a good reason. Instead of knocking, I head to an empty classroom next door and grab a piece of paper and pen out of the desk. I write a letter in my best imitation of my uncle's handwriting, signing it off as him. I perfected his signature years ago for permission slips and more when I didn't want to ask him or my father for anything. I dig around in the desk and find an envelope with a stamp on, folding the note inside and writing the Syndicate Academy address on the front, along with Principal Burns' name. I seal it, knowing the mail has normally arrived by now, and it will just look like my uncle posted it. I add my uncle's address on the back as the sender and hope it's convincing enough. The staff has mailboxes around the corner from Burns' office. I turn down the corridor and slip the envelope on top of the ones already in his box, and then I head toward the office. My heart is thudding in my ears as I knock on Burns' office door. "Come in," he calls. I open the door and clear my throat. "Sorry to disturb you, sir." He looks up, eyes narrowing when he sees me. "What do you want, Elias?" He glances at the clock on his wall. "And why aren't you in class?" "My uncle told me he sent you a letter requesting that I be on leave this morning. My brow furrows. Have you received it? He shakes his head. No. His eyes narrow. I'll check today's mail. Perfect. I nod and step aside while Principal Byrne goes to his mailbox. He returns, clutching a pile of envelopes with the one I forged at the top. It looks like it arrived this morning. He throws down the other letters and opens mine. I watch him nervously as he sinks into his chair and reads the brief and rather nonspecific letter I wrote, mentioning I'm needed for a family event. Byrne shakes his head and sighs. What is with your families all thinking you can leave on a moment's notice? I shrug. Perhaps it's because they pay so much for us to be here. He glares at me. Quit the smart guy act, Elias, or I'll deny your uncle. It's a loose threat at best, since he believes my uncle did indeed write the letter. There's no way he'd really deny the request. There are a few more moments of silence as he reads through the letter again, before he gives me one nod and then stamps it. You can go. He holds the letter up with the stamp, and I take it from him. But be back by the start of next week. Too many students are falling behind, and you are one of them, Elias. I nod. Got it, sir. I turn away and walk out of his office, thankful that my last-minute plan worked. Now I just need to get a taxi to Boston and break into a wedding party at the Gurin house. I fear it's going to be easier said than done. The taxi cost me a fortune, and this tuxedo isn't the best fit for me, but I've made it to the wedding party at the Gurin residence. It's a large and fancy home, but not as lavish as my uncle's mansion. There are 2 guards posted at the door. One has to be a little taller than me, but as thin as a rake with bright blonde hair, and the other is at least a foot shorter and stocky with dark hair and a mean look on his face. If it goes south, I'd not be too uncomfortable coming to blows with them. But then, looks can be deceiving. Somehow, I'm going to need to convince them I'm supposed to be here. I stand in line and hope for the best. When I get to the front, I give them a smile and wait for them to demand an invitation or something. Name? The taller guy asks, glaring at me. Fuck. What name could I give that might be on the guest list? Tiago Estrada, I say, quoting my cousin's name. After all, the Estrada cartel is a strong business partner for Mikhail. He would have extended an invitation out of courtesy. Whether my uncle would have even considered attending is another matter entirely. The shorter guard with dark hair scans the list and then nods. Bingo. Go on in, the taller guy says, stepping aside to allow me into Mikhail Gurin's home. I walk past them calmly, even though I can't quite believe that worked. I'm certain my uncle and cousins won't make an appearance, so it shouldn't matter that I've given Tiago's name. Now, I just need to find my little pet and deliver my gift to her, the contract carefully stowed in the inside pocket of my jacket. I walk through the halls and follow the music and chatter to a large ballroom at the heart of the home. I scan the room, keeping close to the perimeter as I search for Natalia. My heart is pounding hard and fast at the prospect of seeing her and what she's going to say when I hand her the NDA signed by Finn Murphy. A flash of unmistakable dark hair catches my eye, and then I see her, walking through the ballroom in the most exquisite lilac ball gown that frames her assets so fucking well she looks like a princess. No, a queen. Mirena. I walk across the ballroom and head toward her, knowing I've never felt this nervous before. Will she be glad to see me? There's only one way to find out. I walk up behind her, my body tingling with anticipation as I grab her hips and squeeze, making her tense. Hey, little pet, I breathe into her ear. I pull away and spin around, my mouth falling open as the sight of Elias standing in the ballroom of our home in a tuxedo almost knocks me off my feet.
What are you doing here?
I hiss, glancing around in search of my brother. Elias shrugs and moves toward me. I figured you'd need a date, and I have some news about our fin problem. Our fin problem? I ask, shaking my head. It was never really a problem for you. His jaw clenches. It was my fault that he found the information, so I sorted it. He runs a hand across the back of his neck. Everyone knows that slimy son of a bitch is king of the academy. I shrug. At least I've passed the figurative crown. Whether anyone will take note is another matter. And the $2 million? I ask, finding it hard to believe that he found that cash already. Sorted. My uncle wired the money to him today. I feel the tension in my body escape as I nod in response. But what guarantee do we have that he won't come back asking for more? I pull a contract out of my pocket and pass it to her. A non-disclosure agreement. Ironclad and written by the best fucking lawyer in North America. Finn signed it. If he breaks it, he will be in a lot of trouble. I search Elias's face, wondering why he would do all of this for me. If it is still a game, then he's being very fucking convincing right now. Thank you, I mutter, taking the contract and placing it in my purse. However, you can't just show up to a wedding uninvited. He tilts his head, smiling. Well then, you'll have to tell people you invited me. I shake my head. How did you even get out of the academy? I ask, knowing that they don't grant leave of absence during a semester just for flippant reasons. I forged a letter from my uncle requesting I return for an urgent family matter. He shrugs. It was obviously rather convincing. And how do you expect me to explain you being here to my brother? I set my hands on my hips, glaring at him. Mikhail won't like Elias being my date to his wedding, no matter who his uncle is. My brother has always been fiercely protective of me when it comes to men, and Elias has been blackmailing me since the start of the year. Just tell him I'm a friend, he says, shrugging. My brother will know something is off. Elias takes my arm and pulls me close. Only if you don't play your part convincingly. His breath teases against my ear as he pressed his lips to the hollow beneath it. Stop fighting this, Natalia. Fighting what? I ask, pulling back to search his beautiful eyes. You treating me like a dog you can order around? He winces at that. Things have changed. Changed for you, maybe. I swallow hard, as I know that's not true. Things have changed between Elias and me in ways I never could have imagined, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't want him still, even after everything he's put me through. You are lying, he says, but there's no anger in his voice. I see it in your eyes. You know we are meant for each other. His jaw clenches the moment he says that, as if it is painful for him. I've been a complete and utter dick to you for years, and yet I want you to put all of that aside somehow. He cups my cheeks in his hands, eyes searching mine again. I want you, Natalia. My stomach flutters with butterflies as I hold his gaze, knowing that deep down, I want him to. No matter what bad history has passed before us, I've fallen for my tormentor. It's achingly pathetic, but in the past few weeks at the academy, I've gotten to know him in ways I never believed I would. The misguided reason he hated me from the start, and the darkness that fueled that rage burning inside of him. I am begging you, Mirena, to give me a shot at fixing this. His eyes are desperate and searching, and I never thought I'd see the day that Elias Morales, king of the Syndicate Academy, would beg me for anything. I wet my bottom lip and shake my head. To what end? I ask. His eyes are full of an unreadable emotion as he searches mine. Someone clears their throat behind us, startling us both apart. Who is this?
Mikhail asks, making me almost jump out of my skin. I turn to face my brother and find Sienna on his arm, smiling kindly at us. He's a friend from the academy, I say. Brother, this is Elias Morales. Mikhail tilts his head slightly. Isn't he the boy you hate? I told him I hated the new kid from the Estrada cartel years ago, after he asked about him. After all, the cartel were his business partners, so I guess it was only natural for him to inquire. However, he does not know the torture and torment Elias put me through over the years. I didn't dare tell him, knowing he would have torn Elias' head off. We haven't always gotten along, I admit. Sienna shrugs. Some of the best relationships start with hatred, she murmurs, glancing at her husband. It's hard to believe my brother is married. I shake my head. We're not in a relationship. Elias clears his throat. Yet, Mikhail glares at him. You better keep your hands to yourself, Morales. He cracks his knuckles. I know your uncle well, and Natalia will be married by arrangement soon enough. Elias pales at my brother's warning, but his jaw also clenches, as if he doesn't like being told to stay away from me. It makes a difference from no one being able to tell him what to do at the academy, and I kind of enjoy seeing him being put in his place at last. I guess Mikhail can be rather intimidating, as he has to be half a foot taller than Elias at 6 feet 9 inches. Elias is about 6 feet 2 inches. I mean no disrespect. It's just that I care for your sister. Care. It's hard to even hear him say that. Is he serious about us? Mikhail's eyes narrow. That may be true, but I don't want any funny business. He glances at me then, as if I need a warning to stay away from Elias. From either of you. I nod in response, and so does Elias. Now, have fun and be sensible, he says, with his eyes lingering on Elias for a few moments. Elias squirms under his gaze, and I kind of enjoy seeing the king of the academy so out of his comfort zone. I could get used to this. A dangerous notion, considering there's no future for me and Elias. Mikhail guides his new wife around us and carries on greeting the other guests. Your brother is a beast, he murmurs, watching after him as he moves through the crowd. I laugh. Yeah, he's pretty intimidating if you don't know him. His ice blue eyes fix on mine, and the look in them steals the breath from my lungs. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't want to have a fist fight with him. I laugh, but feel uneasy as butterflies beat about in my stomach. Shall we dance? He asks, those ice blue eyes almost twinkling in the light of the chandeliers above. Agreeing to dance with Elias Morales seems dangerous, as I know that I'm losing my heart to him, even though I never wanted to. And yet, even now, I can't tell him no. Sure. I set my hand in his, and it feels like my skin sets on fire. All the while, I can't get the conversation I had with my brother last night out of my mind. I've entered into an agreement with the Khrushchev Bratva for you and Nikolai to marry. I felt guilty sitting there as he told me he believed the person behind the blackmail was only opposed to the alliance between the Gurin Bratva and Philly Bratva. Really, it was the guy standing in front of me, and once he learns Mikhail has another prospect in mind for me, one far closer to home, what will he do? Blackmail him again? It feels like it's a vicious cycle that will never end. Elias pulls me against him, our bodies pressed tightly together. You look beautiful tonight, he murmurs, eyes hooded with desire. I feel butterflies ignite in my stomach and a pressure start between my thighs. It appears my reactions to him are uncontrollable. Even as I try to tell myself he isn't what I want, my body recoils. Elias has got under my skin in a whole new way since the start of this year, and I'm not sure I like it. Elias leads me through the dance like a pro, just like he did at the winter formal. I've never been that into dancing, but with Elias, he makes me feel at ease somehow. The same boy who made me trip and fall in front of hundreds of people multiple times, and yet I trust him. The music ends, and he dips me low, making me laugh. And then he drags me back up and pulls me close, his lips against my ear. You are a good dancer, Nina. I shake my head. I'm pretty sure you were doing all the work. He smiles. Let's get something to drink. I let him take my hand and lead me toward the makeshift bar on the far side of the room from the door. What do you want to drink? He asks, squeezing my hand as he drags me toward the front of the bar. I shrug. Surprise me. When he gets to the front, he orders us each a martini. I take mine from the bar and sip it, surprised how good it tastes. Pretty nice, I say. He nods. Not half as sweet as you, though, he says, eyes dropping to my cleavage. Heat spreads through me like blood through my veins, and I realize I need to tell him the news about Nick. He's going to lose his shit when I tell him, but there's no avoiding it. If I don't tell him, Nick probably will. I squeeze his hand and pull him away from the bar, leaning toward his ear. I have some news to break to you, but not here. He smirks, and I get the sense he thinks I want to get him alone. Where then? Follow me, I say, releasing his hand and making a beeline for the exit, still clutching onto my drink. He keeps close, and I hear him say, "Lead the way, Nina." I can't understand why the way he says that word drives me crazy. I can't understand anything about my reactions to Elias since we started sleeping together. Leading the way through the crowd, I head into the corridor and take him into the kitchen and shut the door. And then I walk to the kitchen island and place my drink down on it. When I turn around, Elias is closer than I expected. Elias raises his brow.
So, what news do you have for me? He asks, moving toward me with a devilish look in his eyes. Or was this an excuse to get me alone? I take a step back, forgetting there's nowhere to go as he has me trapped against the kitchen island. No, Mikhail has arranged my engagement to someone else. I lick my two dry lips, unsure how he's going to take this. Elias stops still, eyes glinting with anger. To who? I swallow hard. Nikolai Khrushchev, I say hurriedly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. And Elias' immediate reaction is a snarl that is so animal-like, I wonder if I've walked into the kitchen with a wolf. It feels like Nat just slapped me as I stare at her for a few beats. What? She rolls her eyes. I said, Mikhail has... I know what you said. The mental picture of Natalia with Nick makes me want to claw my eyes out. I won't allow it. I should have seen it coming. He's Bratva, eligible and the perfect age for Natalia. The Russians rarely look outside their own for matches, and breaking off the match with the son of the Pahan of the Bratva in Philly has now made everything worse. A hell of a lot worse. Nick has been my closest friend since the moment I stepped foot into the academy. It is already arranged, Nat shakes her head, stepping back from me. You can't keep blackmailing my brother to call each engagement off, or they won't stop until they find you. Blackmailing the Gurin Bratva's Pahan over and over isn't a legitimate plan, but it is all I've got at the moment. You will marry Nick over my dead body. If you're not careful, that is probably exactly what will happen, she says, irritating me further. The fact is, I have to marry someone. A muscle in my jaw clenches as I know the words on the tip of my tongue are crazy, insane even. Even though they make no sense,
They are the only two words I can conjure in that moment. Marry me. Nat's eyes go wide as if she's stunned. She takes another step away from me, which is not the response I'd hoped for. Are you insane? Perhaps. I know it might sound crazy, but nothing. It just sounds crazy, full stop. She crosses her arms over her chest, drawing my attention to her full cleavage in the drop-dead gorgeous dress she's wearing. There is no world in which Mikhail would ever agree to me marrying a Mexican. Her brow furrows. It will be a Russian or nothing. I take a step toward her, knowing logically she's right, but if I can't have her, then no one can. It's selfish, but she belongs to me. I want you, Natalia, I say, reaching for her hand, which she doesn't pull away. Not just for this year. I can feel my heart thudding unnaturally fast beneath my skin, making me feel a little dizzy. I want you forever. The expression in her dark brown eyes softens, but she still shakes her head. As I said, my brother would never agree to it. Mikhail has made it clear he wants me to marry someone who can lead the bratva, and you aren't Russian. I know she's speaking sense, but I don't want to believe it. I'm well aware I'm not Russian, Gurin. Nikolai Khrushchev is who he's chosen. He needs a Russian by my side. I know it's almost unheard of, and getting Mikhail to agree will be damn near impossible. I can use the information about your family origins against him to get him to agree to our engagement. Her expression turns furious as she takes another step backward, making me realize that wasn't the right thing to say. Haven't you learned anything from this entire thing between us? She asks, eyes frantically searching my face for something. Remorse, perhaps? Where does blackmail really get you? She presses. I shrug. It got me you, Nat. She shakes her head. No, it didn't. Her expression turns colder. You are delusional if you think you've got me. Her eyes narrow. You forced me to sleep with you to keep your mouth shut. There's an enormous difference between winning someone fairly and taking because you can. I press my lips together, knowing she's right. Nat didn't choose me, not one time. All the while, I've been dangling this information over her head like the blade of a guillotine. Not to mention, allowing you to use that information against my brother would drive a wedge between us. She sets her hands on her hips. I can't allow it. The fact she's even continuing the argument ignites a small amount of hope. You wouldn't be responsible. It worked to end the last engagement, so if you wanted to marry me, then I could make him listen. I run a hand through my hair. It's your call, but I'm sure Mikhail would prefer the one person who knows the truth about the Gurin Bratva to be part of the family. Other than Finn, who I've dealt with, what better way to ensure that I keep it to myself? Are you saying that you would reveal the truth about our family name to my grandfather if I say no? She asks, taking a step back. I shake my head. No, I wouldn't do that to you or your family. She looks unconvinced. I don't see why you care so much. So Nick is your friend. Why does it matter? Rage coils through me as she's so fucking oblivious to the truth, and it drives me crazy. And yet, why wouldn't she be? I've treated her terribly over the years. Natalia Gurin has been mine since the day I set my eyes on her, even if I believed the pull she had on me was because I hated her. I reach for her then, grabbing her hand and pulling her against me. You are mine, I say, unable to keep the vicious edge out of my tone. I drop my hands to her hips and claw at her. Her eyes narrow. You sound like a fucking caveman. I blow out a shuddering breath. As she's right. I'm not thinking straight right now. All I can think about is securing my little pet's hand in marriage. She belongs to me, and I'll be damned if Nick lays a fucking finger on her. He's an asshole, and he wouldn't treat her right. I swallow hard, knowing that I've barely treated her right since the day we met. I'm asking you to marry me because I can't let you go. There's a flash of hurt in her eyes. Why? Because you enjoy using me like a toy, day in and day out? She shakes her head, unshed tears welling in her eyes. You can't give me a good reason you want to marry me, other than stopping Nick from getting me, can you? I know I have to tell her the truth, but I hate how much it makes my stomach roll. I have one very good reason, and it's not that, Bonita. I wipe away a stray tear as it trickles down her cheek. Because I love you, Natalia. Her eyes widen then, brow pulling together in an adorable frown. That's not possible, she murmurs. I keep hold of her. I think I've loved you for a long time, even if my actions screamed the opposite. My chest aches at the look on her face. It's utter disbelief. I've been a fucking idiot all these years, and I want you to understand that I know I need to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Her lips purse together as she searches my eyes. If only you would give me that chance. She pulls away from me and turns her back. Would a man who loved me really have blackmailed me into giving up my virginity the way you did? She asks. I hear a rumble from around the corner, and before I know what is happening, Mikhail Gurin has me pinned against the wall, eyes alight with murderous rage. I'm going to fucking kill you, Morales. I don't care who the fuck your uncle is, but you are a dead man. His hands grip my throat with such strength, I know I won't last long until he's clawed the life out of me. Natalia gasps, eyes wide behind her brother, as she tries to process what just happened. I believe he will murder me without a second's hesitation, just from the look in his eyes as I make eye contact with Nat, hoping she can talk some sense into her brother. Nat rushes forward. Mikhail, put him down! She claws at his huge arms, trying to free me as the pressure around my neck becomes almost too much to bear. He's strangling the life out of me, and if I don't do something, he really will kill me. I find the strength to kick upward and catch the huge Russian bastard right where it hurts, forcing him to release me just long enough to get away. Scrambling around him, I go to stand on the other side of the room. Distance from him is the only thing that will save me. Natalia follows me. Are you all right? The concern in her voice and those beautiful chestnut eyes only increases the pathetic hope that she might feel the same way I do. I nod in response, drawing in long and gasping breaths of oxygen into my lungs. For a moment there, I thought I was a goner. She places a hand on my arm, drawing my eyes to her. You almost were. The unmistakable clicking sound of a gun being cocked behind us makes both our eyes widen as we spin to face her brother. Mikhail is looking at me as if he's out for blood as he levels the gun right at me. No one blackmails my family and lives to tell the tale, he growls. There's no reason I shouldn't sink a bullet into your skull right now. His nostrils flare as he steps closer. You defiled my baby sister over it, and there's no way I can let you live after that. He was eavesdropping on our conversation for God knows how long, and Nat mentioning me blackmailing her to give up her virginity was the last straw. Of all the ways I thought I might die, this wasn't it. Despite being a part of this crazy criminal world since I was born, I've never stared death in the face like this. Mikhail, put the gun down, Nat urges, holding her hands out in front of her as she stares at him with wide eyes. There's no need for violence. He growls, and his dark eyes move away from me and onto her. Don't you dare defend this snake.
I heard everything. He's been blackmailing both of us, and I won't stand for it. His nose turns up as he looks at his sister with disgust.
How can you even come to his defense when he blackmailed you into sleeping with him? I look at her then, wondering the same thing. And that same stupid hope ignites even now, while I'm staring death in the face. All I'm hoping is that she loves me too, deep down. That she wants to try to make this work, even if all the odds are stacked against us. Because I love you, Natalia. Elias' words repeat over and over in my mind, like a broken record, as I stare down the barrel of Mikhail's gun. It took me by surprise, and I'm still not sure if it's a trick or real, but I know I feel the same. And right now, I'm watching as the two men I love most in this world are facing off against each other. Mikhail followed us and eavesdropped on the conversation. Clearly, I wasn't very convincing earlier, and he suspected something was up. Now, I'm standing next to the man who just professed his love for me as he stares down the barrel of my brother's gun. Mikhail, put down the gun, I repeat for the second time, trying to inch next to Elias in an attempt to shield him from my brother. Mikhail isn't stupid, but he's also fueled by uncontrollable rage and easily angered. He heard me when I said Elias blackmailed me into sleeping with him, and that's not something he'll ever forget. Mikhail's dark eyes move to me for the second time. How can you defend him? He shakes his head. Why don't you want him dead? I step a foot in front of Elias, but I'm not blocking him yet. That would require me moving in front of him, and I don't want Mikhail to see what I'm planning yet. It's complicated, brother. Why don't you put down the gun and allow me to explain? I try. Mikhail's jaw clenches, and I can tell he's wrestling with the desire to blow Elias' brains out right now. The thought sends terror piercing through my heart like a spear. I notice the way his hand shakes, as if he's literally trying to wrestle with his own inner demons. The door opens, and Sienna comes in. There you are, She freezes when she sees Mikhail has his gun trained at Elias. Oh dear, what is going on? I don't take my eyes off my brother, because I know what a loose cannon he can be when the rage takes over. Look at me, Mikhail. He does look at me, those dark eyes almost black in the dim lights of the kitchen. I didn't turn the main lights on when we entered. Let me explain, I say, inching in front of Elias slowly. I won't let you kill him. Mikhail's brow furrows, and then he notices that he's pointing the gun at me now instead of Elias. Instantly, he lowers the weapon, cursing under his breath in Russian. I feel Elias' hand on my back and his breath falling against the nape of my neck. He's so close. Sienna clears her throat. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on here? Why don't we all sit down and I'll explain. Mikhail grunts. I don't think you are the one that needs to explain anything. He points at the man behind me. He is the one that needs to explain. Hand me the gun, I demand. His eyes narrow to slits, and I know he's not going to give it up. Sienna moves closer to him, setting a hand on his arm. Mikhail, it's our wedding night, and I don't want blood spilled. His dark eyes find hers, and some of the tension leaves him. He grumbles something incoherent, and then places the handle of the gun in Sienna's hand. She passes it to me, and I carry it out of reach, knowing that none of us really wants bloodshed tonight, no matter what Mikhail says. Don't think this means I'm not going to kill that piece of shit. To Elias' credit, he doesn't utter a word, which is smart. Instead, he just sits on the other side of the island, watching warily. The fact is, Elias found out the truth about our origins, I say. Mikhail clears his throat. I gathered that much, Natalia. Sienna's brow furrows. What truth? Mikhail sits next to her, squeezing her hand. I'll tell you about it later. Her jaw clenches, but she nods. And we haven't exactly had the easiest relationship since I arrived at the academy, but there was a reason for that, however misguided. I glare at Elias. He blamed our family for the death of his mother and being moved to North America suddenly. Mikhail runs a hand across the back of his neck. We had no part in any deaths, but yes, our deal did facilitate the Estrada cartel's move into North America. I nod in response. I know, but Elias blamed me. And while he was cruel and disgusting to me over the years, even at times this academic year, something changed between us. I bite the inside of my cheek. Elias claims he loves me, although I find it hard to believe. Mikhail grunts, as do I. I give my brother a look that tells him to shut up. The crazy thing is, I think I feel the same. I glance at Elias, whose ice blue eyes find mine, widening slightly. You do? He asks, almost sounding as if he doesn't believe me. Mikhail shakes his head. Elias is Mexican. The men won't follow him. I tilt my head and shrug. You just got married, brother. Who is to say you won't have an heir to the empire? Mikhail and Sienna exchange a glance. I can't have children, he says. My brow furrows. What? He sighs and rubs a hand across the back of his neck. I had a vasectomy. There's no way I can have children. Fuck. Well, that is more problematic. Surely you can select someone from the Bratva to be your successor then. Mikhail scoffs. You would give up all our father built just for that rat? He asks. I hate that shame coils through me, as the answer to that question is yes. You and I both know that I would never run the Bratva. I'm merely a pawn to be married off. And what of your uncle? Mikhail says, looking at Elias now. Would he approve of you marrying my sister? Elias shrugs. I don't care if he does or doesn't. All I want is to marry Natalia. Hearing him say that makes goosebumps prickle over the exposed skin on my neck. He'd defy his uncle to be with me. It all seems a little surreal, even if his attention toward me this year has been more than confusing. I never thought I'd be sitting next to my mortal enemy while he pleads with my brother to agree to our engagement. Sienna places a hand on Mikhail's. Surely it's not fair to try to separate two people in love. Mikhail glares at her. I'm not convinced he truly loves her. He blackmailed her into having sex with him. Sienna raises a brow and glances at me. Is that true? I nod in response. Yes, but... No buts. It's sick, Mikhail says. Sienna shakes her head. I'm not sure you are really the one to judge, considering the way our relationship came about. That piques my interest, as I always thought Sienna wasn't just some girl he met in a bar. How did it come about? Mikhail shakes his head. That's a story for another day. Sienna gives me an apologetic smile. So you are proposing to my sister Morales? Mikhail asks, pinning him with his gaze. Elias, to his credit, just returns it calmly. Yes. My brother's gaze moves to me. And this is what you want? Is it what I want? Marrying Elias sure as hell beats any other alternative, which is marrying someone I hardly know. Nick Khrushchev and I have barely exchanged a few sentences in all the years we've attended the academy together. Crazily enough, I know Elias far more than I know him, even if he's been a total asshole to me the entire time. Yeah, I think so. Mikhail's eyes narrow. You don't sound very convincing. If we do this, then there's no going back. I glance at Elias, and those ice-blue eyes are full of hope, which makes me wonder where the cruel and vindictive version of him went. Yes, it is what I want, I say. Fine. He stands suddenly, putting us all on alert. I believe your uncle is here, Elias. I'll find him. His brow furrows. Oh shit. What is it? I ask. I may have forged a letter from my uncle to get out of the academy, Elias says. Mikhail rolls his eyes, but says nothing as he leaves the kitchen to find Elias' uncle. Sienna remains sitting on a stool at the island and turns to me. You are certain about this? I look at Elias again and know without a doubt that I've never been more certain of anything. Positive. Elias smiles, and my heart leaps in my chest. I'm certain. He squeezes my hand. Okay, it's just, you are both very young to get married. I give Sienna a look, since she can't be a lot older than me. You just got married. I'm 21 years old, and Mikhail is 10 years older at 31. I arch a brow. And how long have you known him? I ask, shaking my head. I've known Elias 6 years. She shrugs. Fair point. Mikhail returns then with a Hispanic-looking older man with dark, cold eyes. He looks irritated, even more so than Mikhail. Elias, what the fuck are you doing here? He growls. Elias stands and holds his hands up. I may have forged a letter from you and got the principal to sign me out of school so I could attend the wedding. Hernandez stares at him for a few moments before he cracks a smile. You always were a smart kid. Everyone seems to be more at ease the moment the cartel boss smiles. He wants to marry my sister, Mikhail announces. Hernandez stops smiling, eyes darting between me and Elias. Is this true? Elias nods. It is. You know that it's a tradition for our family to marry our own kind. Mexicans. Fuck tradition, he says, eyes narrowing. I love Natalia. Hernandez scoffs. You don't know the meaning of the word, boy. Mikhail clears his throat. Can we barter a deal? Hernandez looks at him then and nods. I'm sure we can. You have been a powerful ally since the Estrada cartel moved into North America. He rubs a hand across the back of his neck. Why not strengthen our allegiance to one another with this marriage? Mikhail nods. I agree. Hernandez claps. Right then, you two can leave and enjoy the party while Mikhail and I come to an agreement. You will not marry until after you graduate. Elias approaches his uncle and holds out a hand to him, which Hernandez looks at with suspicion. Thank you, Uncle. He takes it and shakes. Now, off with you both. And I want the two of you back at the academy tomorrow. He glances between the two of us. I think I've learned the exact reason your grades are so fucking terrible this year, Elias. Sort it out. That's news to me that his grades are suffering, as Elias has always aced classes without really trying. It always frustrated me to no end, as I study hard to get the grades I achieve. Of course, sir, he says. I'll make sure of it. He takes my hand and leads me out of the kitchen, my heart racing as I hardly believe we made it out without bloodshed. Mikhail was ready to kill the man I love, and I'm not surprised after what he heard. Elias Morales doesn't deserve my love after everything he's put me through, but somehow, he already had my heart before he professed his love for me. I fear he's had a hold on it far longer than I realize. Elias. I haven't felt this happy in over 6 years. Since before my mom died. I tug Natalia into the corridor, and as soon as I shut the door to the kitchen, I lift her up and twist her around in the air, laughing. I can't contain the elation I feel at how well that went, considering it started with Mikhail Gurin aiming a loaded gun at my face. There's no doubt I was scared at that moment. "What are you so happy about?" she asks. And again, it's unbelievably adorable how oblivious she is to my feeling for her. I shake my head. "I get to marry you, that's what." It's crazy that I want to get married at 19 years old, but I've never wanted anything more. Her brow furrows slightly. "Everyone at the academy is going to believe we're both insane." "I don't give a shit what anyone else believes." I pull Nat tighter against me and press my lips to hers, kissing her with all the love and passion I feel for her, surprising myself with how all-consuming it is. "You are mine, and always have been." Natalia tenses in my arms. "Maybe it's you who belongs to me." I chuckle. "Is that right?" She nods, expression serious. "You still have a lot to make up for, and I intend to make up for it every single day for the rest of our lives." I brush her long dark hair away from her ear and lean in close. "How about you lead me to your bedroom, and I start right now?" She visibly shudders at the suggestion, her tongue darting out over her full pink lips. I realize the suggestion is the first time I'll have her alone in a bedroom. It's always been in a hallway, bathroom, the woods, the ruins, or the library. Never once have we been together in a bedroom, and from the look on her face, she's anxious about it. "What do you say?" I push. She tilts her head slightly. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "Positive. Lead the way," I say, ensuring my voice is dominant. Natalia seems to respond well to being ordered about. Her eyes search mine for a few more seconds before she nods. "Okay, follow me." I keep hold of her hand as she leads me toward the entrance of the house and up the sweeping staircase to the first floor. My cock is throbbing and hard in my pants as I focus on the way her curvy hips sway from side to side. She opens a door and walks inside her room, and I am quick to follow, shutting it behind us. Before she can turn, I have my chest pressed against her back and my hands on her hips. My cock is hard and demanding against her ass. "I've finally got you alone." She shivers. "And what are you going to do with me, master?" I groan as I love hearing her call me that, even now. Natalia gasps as I grind my cock into her buttocks. "What am I not going to do?" I spin her around to face me. "For a start, I'm going to feast on your sweet little cunt and make you come." Her lips purse as she moans softly. My lips move to her neck, and I place soft, delicate kisses down it, trailing them lower as I kiss her exposed cleavage, inhaling the sweet scent of her skin. And then, when you are desperate and begging to be fucked, I'll flip you over and start on that beautiful ass of yours. I don't miss the way she tenses in my arms. "Do you remember what I told you?" I ask. Her throat bobs and she nods. "What did I say?" She bites her bottom lip in the most erotic way. "When I fuck that tight little ass, you'll be begging me for it." That's right. I grip her hips even harder, surprised when she moans again. "Would you like that?" I want to claim my fiancé in every single way possible, and that beautiful ass of hers has been begging to be fucked for long enough. "I'm not sure," she says. I search her eyes, but all I find in them is desire. Why don't we find out? I spin her around and unzip her dress, allowing it to drop to the floor in a pool around her ankles. Much better, I say, seeing her in nothing but a pair of lace panties. This is the first time I've had Natalia totally naked for me.
All the other occasions we've been wearing clothes, but tonight we'll be naked, completely bare to one another. I pull her panties down too, groaning as I reveal her perfect ass cheeks. Turn around, I order, almost flinching at the strained tone of my voice. She steps out of the fabric around her ankles and faces me, cheeks a deep red. I let my eyes drop the length of her body slowly, taking in every blemish and curve of it. You are a fucking masterpiece. It's impossible to keep the awe out of my voice. I'm feeling a little underdressed in comparison. Her eyes roam over my suit. Fair's fair. I shake my head. Dirty little Natalia wants to see me naked, I tease. Your wish is my command, princess. I pull my bow tie off and jacket and sling them on a nearby chair. All the while, I hold her gaze as I unbutton my shirt and reveal my tattooed chest. Natalia licks her lips as if she's as starving for me as I am for her. I drop the shirt on the floor and then unbutton my pants, never once breaking eye contact with her. I make quick work of the rest of my clothes and then stand in front of her, naked. A soft moan escapes her lips as her eyes move down to my cock, which is as hard as stone and ready. Bend over the bed, I order. Her dark eyes flash with something, but she doesn't disobey. Instead, she does a sultry stroll over to the bed and then glances at me over her shoulder before bending over. My cock jumps at the sight of her glistening cunt and tight little asshole as they become visible to me. I move forward, desire flooding through me like a shot of ecstasy. I close the gap between us in 2 steps and grab her ass cheeks, pulling them apart to get a better view. You are practically dripping for me. I grab my shaft and rub the tip of my cock through her soaking wet lips, coating myself in her arousal. Such a good girl. Natalia moans, back arching as she tries to get my cock inside her. Such a greedy little thing. I kneel down behind her and inhale her intoxicating scent, knowing that I'll never get enough of her. Hold still for me, I murmur, my hands moving to her hips, and then I bury my face between her thighs, licking her dripping wet pussy. She tastes like pure sin. I groan as I delve deeper, my tongue spearing into her as she moans into the bed covers. I let my teeth graze over her clit and she cries out, hips bucking forward. You are so fucking sensitive, Nina, I murmur, my tongue probing her more. I want to drive her as crazy as I feel. Oh, fuck, she cries as I thrust 3 fingers into her tight entrance. I move my tongue to her tight ring of muscles and probe at it, knowing that tonight I'm going to make her beg me for it in her ass. Her pussy gets wetter as she drips onto the bed sheets and the muscles grip my fingers like a vice. Elias, she cries out my name, and I'm surprised at how much I love it. Before, I wanted to keep a detachment between us, but now all I want is to hear her scream my name every day for the rest of our lives. Do you like that, Murena? I ask, my fingers thrusting in and out of her pussy. Are you a dirty girl who likes getting her ass licked? Her body shudders violently at my words as I return my tongue back to her ass, thrusting it in and out of the tight entrance. I feel her orgasm coming before I think she realizes it, as her muscles clamp up and her body starts to shake. Oh, fuck, yes, she screams. I finger her right through it, continuing to lick her beautiful ass. And once she's finally come down from cloud 9, I pull my dripping wet fingers out of her and then smear her juices on her asshole. She tenses slightly as I slide a finger through the tight ring of muscles, groaning at the way they cling to me. My cock is leaking onto the floor as I thrust my finger in and out of her tight hole.
It's going to take a while to stretch your tight little ass. I spank her ass cheek with my free hand. Do you have any lube? Nat glances at me over her shoulder and nods. There's some in the bathroom cabinet. I narrow my eyes, suspicious as to why she has any at all. After all, she was a virgin when I had her. What do you use it for? Her cheeks turn a bright red as she swallows hard. Curiosity. I have a dildo and used it a few times in my ass. I groan at the mental picture she just painted for me. Where is the dildo? With the lube, she says. I walk into the bathroom and open the cabinet, rooting around to find both the dildo and the lube. Once I find it, I return to find her in the exact same position. She hasn't moved a muscle. I'm going to fuck your ass with this dildo first. Make sure it's nice and stretched and ready for my cock. She looks at me over her shoulder and licks her lip. It's a lot smaller than your cock. Are you sure it will fit? I jerk myself off and nod. I'll make it fit, and you are going to fucking love every second of it. I pour lube onto her tight hole and work 2 fingers in first, slowly stretching the muscles. After adding a 3rd finger, Natalia is moaning and panting like the dirty little girl she is. That's right. Moan while I finger your tight little ass. She arches her back and I spank her ass cheeks, which results in a ball-tightening whimper. Elias, please. I smirk. Please what? Please give me more. I can feel what little control of myself I have slipping as I pump my fingers harder into her ass, making her moan. And then I pull them out, grabbing the dildo and pouring lube all over it. Let's see how well you take this. I push it through her tight sphincter, and it clings to the rubber like a second skin. Finally, her muscles relent, and the dildo pops through, sliding all the way inside her ass. Oh, God, she moans, glancing at me over her shoulder. I don't think I can take your cock. You'll take what I give you like a good little whore. Do you understand? Her teeth sink into her bottom lip as she nods. My good little whore, she moans, eyes flickering shut. Yes, master. I groan and pump the dildo in and out of her ass, watching in awe at the way her muscle clings to it. I've never seen something so fucking perfect in all my life. And I know when my cock sinks inside her virgin ass for the first time, it will be utter heaven. As I fuck her hard, her pussy gets wetter, making a mess of the comforter below. You are loving this, aren't you? Yes, it feels so fucking good. I lean forward and with my free hand grab her neck, forcing her to lift up and arch her back. Just wait until it's my cock, breeding that virgin ass for the first time. Please, she whines. I smirk as I stop moving the dildo. Tell me what you want. I want you to fuck my ass. Her thighs clench together. So badly, she adds. I pull the dildo out of her ass, groaning at the gaping hole. Is that right? I told you I'd have you begging for my cock in that ass, didn't I? She nods. Please, master, please fuck my ass hard and deep. I growl as my cock swells to painful and drips pre-cum all over the floor and comforter. Careful what you wish for. Grabbing the bottle of lube, I pour some onto my painfully hard dick and fist it up and down until it's coated. And then I line the head up with her stretched ass, groaning the moment I push forward and the muscles envelop the head of my cock. Oh, Natalia says, glancing at me with wide eyes over my shoulder. It's too big. I shake my head. No, it's the perfect fucking fit. It feels like I've died and gone to heaven as I hold still, knowing that if I don't control myself, I'll come before I even get started. Instead, I grit my teeth together and apply even and gentle pressure forward so that my cock sinks further and further into her gaping hole. Natalia moans and whines, the sound edged in pain. Relax, and it will feel better, I promise. I caress her back in soothing movements and hold myself still inside of her, despite the desperate need to rut into her, clawing at my insides like a knife. The last thing I want right now is to hurt her. Natalia blows out a shaky breath, and I feel her relax around my cock. Good girl, I murmur, allowing my cock to sink another inch inside. You've almost swallowed every inch of my cock in that beautiful ass. She glances at me over her shoulder, eyes wide. Really? I nod. Almost, because you are doing so fucking well. She moans then, eyes rolling back in her head as I push the last inch in so that my balls are rested against her soaking wet cunt. Oh, fuck, baby, I say, looking down at where my cock has disappeared inside of her. You have taken my entire dick in your ass like a pro. She wriggles her ass from right to left, groaning. Then what are you waiting for? I chuckle at that and grab hold of her hips roughly. Careful, Nina. You know I'm not gentle. She shudders. I can't help myself then, as I pull my cock almost all the way out, only to slam back in with force. Natalia cries out, body moving forward as she tries to escape, but I hold her firm. Relax, I murmur, grabbing a handful of her hair and yanking her head back with it. It will feel good in a minute. I do the same again over and over until she's panting and moaning. Before I know it, her back is arched and she's begging for more from me. Please, Elias, fuck me harder. I slam into her tight ass with so much force, it's surprising I don't split her in half. She moans again, head rolling forward. It feels so fucking good. I dig my fingernails hard into her hips, knowing I'll leave marks, but it's hard to stop myself from exploding. Yeah, it does. Because you are my perfect little slut, and you love everything I do to you, don't you? I spank her ass cheek and she moans. Now I want you to come for me with my cock in your ass. Elias, I don't want it to end, she murmurs. Come for me now, and I'll fuck your ass again and again until you are begging me to stop. She groans, and then I feel her muscles clamp around my dick so hard it feels like she's trying to break it off. I pump through her tight muscles, fucking her right through her orgasm. Oh, fuck, she cries, her body going limp as she collapses on the bed, unable to hold herself up. I grab her hips and support her as I slam into her 3 more times before unloading my cum deep into her ass. Fuck, take every damn drop, I growl. She's like a doll, lifeless, as I use her and fill her up with my cum. When I finally stop thrusting, my vision returns to normal, and I let her collapse in an exhausted pile on her bed. I groan when I see my cum trickling out of her ass. She turns over then and gazes up at me with a dazed expression. Did I die and go to heaven? I chuckle. Most probably. I get onto the bed next to her and pull her against my chest, loving the warmth of her skin against mine. Get some rest, Nina. It won't be long until I'm ready again. She shudders. I know I said I didn't want it to stop, but I'm ready to sleep. I kiss her lips then lazily, before murmuring against them. No rest for the wicked, and you, Natalia Gurin, are very wicked indeed. She groans, but nestles closer to me. Too tired. I smile and brush the hair from her face. You won't say that when I'm waking you with my cock in your wet little cunt. She looks up at me then, shaking her head. You can be vile at times. And you love it. She rests her head back down. For some unexplainable reason, I do. And I love you, Elias Morales, even if you don't deserve it. I kiss her forehead. Don't worry. I know I'm not deserving of your love yet, but I intend to earn it. Her eyes fall shut at that as her breathing deepens. I watch her fall asleep in my arms, knowing that I'm the luckiest man on this planet to have her in my arms after all the terrible things I did to her. I will not screw it up this time. Epilogue. Natalia. 10 months later. It's hard to believe that my life at the academy is over, and yet I'm not escaping the one person I'd longed to escape for 6 years. Instead, I'm shackling myself to him until death do we part. The academic year ended 5 months ago, and yet all of my favorite people from the academy are here in Boston, including Georgia. If you'd have told me 5 years ago that Natalia Gurin and Elias Morales would get married of their own free will after graduation, I would have told you to get a psych evaluation, Georgia says, smiling at me over my shoulder as I stare into the mirror. But goddamn, you look as beautiful as sin. I shake my head as Camilla, Adriana, and Eva all burst into laughter. Eva is just getting her first dose of Georgia, but I know they'll be fast friends, even if she can be a bit out there. I would have said the same, I murmur, spreading my flat palm down the front of my dress. Elias and I were foolish with our lack of protection, and once we started like that, we just continued. Now, I'm 3 months pregnant, but hardly showing yet. Yeah, not going to lie, I wouldn't have believed out of all the girls in the academy that you would be pregnant with a mini Elias, Camilla says, giving me a pointed look. You always struck me as the most responsible, and you are the first to get pregnant. Eva laughs. Yeah, you would have thought it'd be me. Adriana shakes her head. No, you are too sensible, Eva Carmichael. I laugh. Would all of you shut up? Georgia pretends to be scandalized, holding her hand to her chest. How rude! I'm trying to calm my nerves, and you lot chattering isn't helping. Camilla comes to my side and grabs my hand, forcing me to look at her. You've got this, Nat. I pull her into a hug. Thank you. For what? She asks. Just for being there every step of the way. I glance at Georgia, and then Adriana, and last at Eva, who feels like an old friend even though I've only known her for a short time. All of you. Georgia pretends to wipe a stray tear from her eye. Quit it, or the wedding will be delayed if we all have to do our makeup again. We are laugh. She has a good point, Adriana says. Someone knocks on the door and Eva goes to answer it. Mikhail stands there in a form-fitting tuxedo, looking as smart as ever. It's time, if you are ready. I swallow hard and nod. Mikhail is walking me down the aisle, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If my dad had still been alive, he'd have been the one, but Mikhail has been like a father to me since his death. My 4 bridesmaids hurry out of the door to take their positions before the 2 of us, but Georgia pauses and squeezes my hand. I'm so happy for you, Nat. I smile in response, nodding. Thanks. Elias and I opted for a wedding on the beach in Mexico, much to my brother's disgust. He hates the heat and sun and couldn't believe I didn't want to marry in a church. It's too fucking hot, he grumbles as he pulls at the bow tie around his neck.
Trust you to pick Mexico of all places. I raise a brow. Quit your whining. He smiles, shaking his head. You look amazing, Natalia. He offers me his arm. Shall we? I nod and allow him to lead me out of the little beach bar we selected to hold our ceremony and the reception. It's a small, intimate affair rather than large and lavish. The sand is warm, not hot, beneath my bare feet, and the sea breeze rustles through my hair, making me wonder why Mikhail is complaining, as it's a lovely temperature. My 4 bridesmaids walk down the aisle ahead of me, and I stare down it. Those ice blue eyes find mine from across the beach, and it feels like time stands still. This is it. There's no going back. I thought Elias intended to break me, but in the end he completed me instead, and I've never been more ready for anything in my life. Elias spins me around on the dance floor, smiling at me. You take my breath away, Nena, he murmurs. I shake my head. I still find it difficult to look at you and not expect an insult out of your mouth. He chuckles then. Is that right? Even after 10 months of me groveling and proving to you how serious I am? I nod in response. 10 months doesn't erase 6 years. Touché. He dips me to the music and then pulls me back into his arms. I've got a lot more making up to do, haven't I? You do indeed, I say, pinning him with a glare. 5 years and 2 months to go. He chuckles. You'll lose count in the end. His hand moves to the faint bump in my stomach, especially when this little one comes along. I swallow hard, looking into his eyes. Do you think we're ready to be parents? Elias shakes his head, making my stomach dip. No, I don't think anyone ever is. His grip moves to my hips and he squeezes. But we'll figure it out together. I cannot believe that his words bring me such comfort. Many would say I'm insane for ever considering marriage to a man who spent years trying to break me. But I think my perspective changed the moment I learned the reason behind the cruelty he put me through. He witnessed something no 13-year-old boy should ever have to see. His father beat his mother to death in cold blood, and I can't imagine the rage he harbored deep within since that day. When are you going to tell your brother? He asks. I swallow hard, as the idea of telling Mikhail I'm pregnant only a few months after graduating from the academy churns my stomach. Soon, I say, shaking my head. They say it's best to wait until after 12 weeks. Elias gives me a look that tells me he's not buying my bullshit. You are 13 weeks now, princess, and you've told all your friends, so that argument doesn't stack up. I sigh heavily. Okay, I'm just scared to tell him, but I'll do it tomorrow. He laughs, shaking his head. What's so funny? I ask. The fact you think you are escaping our bed at all tomorrow is rather hilarious, don't you think? Heat pools deep within my gut at the suggestion that he's going to keep me in bed all day, my body burning at the idea, desperate for him to make it a reality. Okay, I'll tell him as soon as you release me from captivity. He pulls me closer. I think it's time for me to take you captive right now. A shiver races down my spine. I think that's an excellent idea. Of course you do, because you are my dirty little girl, aren't you? He whispers into my ear. Yes, I breathe. He grabs my hand and pulls me off the dance floor and out of the beach bar's events room. I swallow hard as he leads me onto the beach and down toward our cabin at the edge of the sea. Shouldn't we have said thanks to everyone for coming or something? Elias shakes his head. They'll all be here in the morning. I arch a brow. I thought you said we're not leaving the bed. True, he chuckles. They'll all be here when we finally escape the cabin in a few days' time. I shake my head as he's being ridiculous.
There's no way we can survive in that cabin for a few days without at least getting some food and drink. He stops in front of the door and picks me up suddenly. What are you doing? Carrying you over the threshold, of course. I laugh as he does just that and sets me down gently on the four-poster bed in the center of the beautiful beach hut. It smells of the ocean and roses, and petals are spread all over the bed and floor. This place is beautiful, I say, gazing out of the window toward the moonlit sea twinkling just outside of it. Not half as beautiful as you. He's staring right at me when I turn over, those beautiful eyes of his alight with desire. I'm ready to consummate our marriage. I lick my lips, which suddenly feel too dry, my thighs tingling with anticipation. And how do you want me? Naked, he says, walking toward me and yanking me to my feet. Turn around. I do as he says, and he unlaces my dress, allowing it to drop to the floor.
Carefully, I step out of it and move it aside as it cost a fortune, and I wouldn't want to ruin it. I toss it onto a chair in the corner, just as Elias spins me around. His eyes dilate as they move down the length of my body and the sexy lingerie I picked out to wear for tonight. You look fucking sexy in that underwear. It's a shame I have to tear it off of you. I tilt my head slightly. But do you? I ask, grabbing his hand and guiding it between my thighs. The panties I bought are crotchless. He groans and slides a finger inside of me. Perfect. His teeth graze the side of my neck as he inhales my scent. Sweeter than honey. His lips steal over mine suddenly, forcing me to open for him on instinct. Our tongues tangle together in a passionate dance as he pushes me onto the bed, lowering himself with me. So wet and ready for me, aren't you? I look into his eyes and nod. Always. That's my girl. He tears his shirt off, chucking it to one side, and then he gets rid of his pants and boxers, so he's entirely naked and covering my body with his. I can hardly breathe as I look into those gorgeous blue eyes, anticipation rolling in waves through me. No games tonight, princess, he murmurs, the hot press of his cock at my center, the only warning I have before he impales me with it. He swallows my cries and sucks on my tongue, making me shudder with need, his body moving above mine with a primal, desperate need to claim me, even though I'm already his, mind, body, and soul. Elias has had me for longer than I ever realized in his own sick and twisted way. The day our eyes met across the table in the canteen, deep down, I think I knew then. He grabs my wrists and lifts them above my head, restraining me as he searches my eyes. I love you, Natalia, he breathes, his cock throbbing deep inside of me. Tightness spreads through my chest and up my throat. I love you too. He moves more slowly with his eyes fixed on mine. I swallow hard as the emotion in them overwhelms me. Kiss me, I beg. He obliges me as he keeps my hands restrained, pressing his lips to mine. I pour all the love I feel for him into the kiss. Elias isn't often gentle, but he's being gentle, almost tender right now. It's hard to correlate this man with the boy who spent years trying to break me. I moan as he hits the spot inside of me that lights every nerve ending on fire with each deep thrust. I can hardly work out where he begins and I end as he breaks the kiss between us and moves his lips lower over my collarbone. You are so damn perfect, he groans against my skin. And all mine. Oh, fuck, I murmur as I feel the pleasure heighten and my orgasm rush toward me at the speed of light. He maintains the same gentle yet deep pace, fucking me right over the edge as he sucks one hard nipple into his mouth and then bites down. I scream, the pain adding an electrifying edge to the pleasure as I come apart.
I make a mess of the bed sheets as I squirt on his cock. Fuck, you come so well, Nana. He sounds in awe as he gazes down at me. With such admiration, it makes me want to explode. His hips moving at the same tantalizing rhythm as he makes me ride the wave of pleasure. I'm going to give you all my cum as your reward. Would you like that? I groan, nodding my head as I can't find the words right now to reply. His rhythm picks up as he chases his release, holding eye contact with me as he does. I watch as a muscle contracts in his jaw, and then he growls and sinks his teeth into my collarbone, spilling his cum deep inside of me. We remain like that, Elias' teeth embedded in my skin, and both of us breathing heavily for a good couple of minutes, both wrapped up in each other and not wanting to leave. Finally, he moves and pulls himself off of me, rolling next to me on the bed. I roll toward him and place my hand on his chest, gazing up at the beautiful man that is my husband. What are you thinking? He meets my gaze and smiles. I'm thinking I'm the luckiest man alive to be married to you, Nat. I chuckle. 6 years ago, did you ever believe you'd say those words to me? The Gurren girl who ruined your life? He shakes his head. Not a chance in hell. Me neither, I reply. He kisses me then, slow and deep, before pulling away. I'm so fucking glad you are mine. And you are mine, I add. He smiles then, nodding. Of course. He holds me close and I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart beneath my head. Slowly, I drift off to sleep, knowing that while I'll never make sense of it, Elias has been mine since the moment our eyes met. And I'm so thankful I get to spend the rest of my life with him. Thank you for reading Cruel Bully, the second book in the Syndicate Academy series. I hope you enjoyed following Elias and Natalia's journey. The third book of the series is Sinful Lessons, following Gavril Nitkin and Camilla Marone, and it will release on the 30th of September. It can be pre-ordered here, or it will be available on Kindle Unlimited and paperback from that date. Sinful Lessons, a dark, forbidden Mafia Academy romance. I chased after a monster, and now I'm not sure I'll survive his wrath. Gavril Nitkin is renowned for his dark and depraved ways. After years of crushing on the hot, sadistic, and intimidating professor, I finally try to reel him in. Big mistake. The man isn't human, he's a beast. And now I've got his attention. He won't leave me alone. He's mean, tortured, wicked, and possibly insane. There's a change in the way he looks at me. He looks at me with a simmering inferno burning in those unique hazel eyes. Misbehaving is the best way to get close to Professor Nitkin. My countless appearances at his door open my eyes to some rather twisted facts about myself. I know I should quit it before I end up broken beyond repair. The problem is, once I'm hooked on him, I can't quit. I fear he's already too deep under my skin. As graduation approaches, the more important question isn't whether I'll survive his wrath, but whether I'll survive the heartache of having to walk away. As a monster can't have a heart to give, but I can't help but hope that this monster isn't beyond repair.